Dominating your fantasy league? Prove it.
Shaping up to be a great game between these two teams. There's no telling what might happen.
Enhance the game with 3 easy steps. Predict, compete, and win. Start now and play your first $20 risk-free. Only on WINVIEW.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. We already have the kickoff starting at the 5-yard line. The Colts get the ball first. They have taken it up to the 27-yard line. The game just started on the kickoff. The New England Patriots versus the Indianapolis Colts. You have your live play-by-play coverage right here on TDPHINSTALK. Hit that like button on your way in. Let your friends and family members know we're live. Tell them come join the party. But again, hit that like button. Who you got in this game, ladies and gentlemen? If you're a Dolphins fan, you should be rooting for the Patriots. Let's go. You should be rooting for the Patriots if you're a Dolphins fan. And I'm not going to root for the Patriots, but I'm going to root against the Colts. Just saying. All right, here you go. Shotgun for Wentz. Their center, Ryan Kelly, is out of the game. Single running back, one to the left, one to the right. They play fake on the first down. Throw the ball, find their guy wide open. Not wide open, and he gets tackled for 5 yards. 2nd and 5 coming up. Patriots have the number 1 defense in the NFL. Well, third, excuse me. 3rd overall, I think. Oh, the scoreboard. I knew I was forgetting something. So y'all give me about 2 minutes. I'll have the scoreboard up. All right, here we go. Wentz. Shotgun. Hands it off this time. Oh, no, he kept it. Oh, incomplete. Tight window. Nothing was there. Had some really tight coverage. I thought he handed it off. That was a good fake. But we got a flag on the play. I'm going to set up the scoreboard for y'all. Give me a moment. Ineligible player downfield. The Patriots are going to decline the penalty and repeat and lost it down. 3rd and 4 coming up. All right, here we go. 3rd and 4. Wentz in the shotgun. This is where it matters most. Patriots running some look like man. Let's see if they stick to it. And yeah, they throw the deep ball, and he got his man, but overthrows Pittman. Pittman had a step on his guy, and he overthrew him. That's going to force them to punt the ball. Bad throw, man. And that was a huge play. That would have been a good 40 to 50-yard bomb down the field. And he would have probably kept running after he caught it. I'll take it, though. Let's go, Patriots. Get a ball to Mac Jones. Let's see what he can do. And this is a big game for Mac Jones. And once again, this is also playoff football, y'all. This is playoff football right here. 2 teams that could make the playoffs. So we got playoff football. Let's see what we get. The punt is off. It's going to be caught at the 22. And he fumbled out of bounds, though. And he gets to the 22.5-yard line. Oh, dragged the wrong one. All right, here we go. Mac Jones. Let's see if he throw that ball. I formation. They fake the pass and run to the right side, and they're going to get 3 yards on the carry. All right, we good with the scoreboard. Y'all hit that like button on your way in the building. Punch that like button. Let's get 100 likes. We got 60 right now. Let's get 100 likes. 150 people watching. All right, 2nd and 6. Oh, I don't need these. Mac Jones in the shotgun. Trips to the left, one to the right. He calling out the protections. Takes a snap, back to pass, throws in the flat. And he's going to pick up 4 yards on that play, and we're going to have 3rd and 2 coming up. Now, Mac will probably have 25 throws today. They're not going to run the ball as much. All right, here we go. Trips to the right, one to the left. Running back on the left hip. Running back steps up for protection. Mac back to pass. Mac. Ooh, nice. He was going to run, but he saw his guy at the last minute. 1st down. Good patience by the young quarterback. Pocket was getting tight. He stepped up instead of running, which he had that option. He saw a guy and got him the ball. Look at them windows, man. That's actually good awareness right there. Appreciate it, God's child. When we got an injured Colts player, and he'll be coming off the field. All right, to the Dolphin fans, I know we got Javon Holland back. We got Myles Gaskin, so all is well. We kind of back to normal. I know we don't have Waddle, but hey, we got Tua. That's all that matters. Outside of that, it ain't really that much more news. Dolphins related. We'll see what they put together as a finished product tomorrow. And I'll probably be hitting y'all with a stream on Monday or Tuesday. The update, the latest on Deshaun Watson situation. Some interesting things that's happening in that situation. That can have major implications on the Miami Dolphins. Somebody said Waddle about to activate tomorrow. You had to be eligible by 3:50 or something like that p.m. today to be eligible to play. If you didn't clear protocols by 4 o'clock, it's like 3:50 or something like that. If you didn't clear protocols by that time, from my understanding, you can't play. But I don't know. If some change, it changed because they've been changing protocols. But the last I know, if you didn't clear by 3:50 or something like that, you're not playing. 3:59. Okay. Yeah. So Deshaun prayers. Looks like things might be a little better for Deshaun right now. But we'll see how it all play out. 18 down, 4 to go. Ain't no 18 down, 4 to go. That was at the moment. 3 search warrants have been issued to give access to Deshaun's social media accounts. Revo, that's old. They issued those warrants back in October of 19th. It's just that the media just found out about it. And they also determined they never needed to issue the warrants because Deshaun and his legal team had already offered to cooperate and give them anything they needed. So it wasn't even needed. And when they got the warrants, they didn't find out anything new outside of what was already told to them by him. All right, here we go. Mac, play action. Under pressure, got hit, still going, running with the ball. Great job, Mac, picking up 12 yards with his legs under pressure. Pocket collapsed on him, and he knew how to get out of there. Somebody said, so he wasn't lying. Well, first of all, he never denied anything. The fact of the matter is he admits he asked for those type of favors. Mac Jones, under center, fake the handoff, does the end around. They get on the edge and no go. They're not even going to get a yard. But yeah, I don't think he lied. He admitted to everything. The only difference is the women after the fact have said they felt obligated to do it out of fear of their businesses or their reputation or whatever. Nobody, both sides have agreed and admitted to what happened. The only element of this whole case is whether or not he made them do it out of fear of something. That's the only thing the case is about. And we got, they ripping up field for about 14 yards, but we got a flag as they throw a screen, and it goes for about 14. But we'll see how it goes. Illegal receiver downfield. So that is going to be a 5-yard penalty, and they will bring it back, and they will repeat second down. Yeah, Mac took like 1 second too late to throw it. Yeah, I know I'm behind because it's on NFL Network and I'm streaming. That's typical. Shout out to the homie DJ Zay. Said, who do you want to win? The Patriots, because we want the Colts to lose. And we might have a delay of game. It's going to be 2nd and 19 now from a delay of game. Y'all hit that like button. We still ain't got 100 likes, and we got 250 people watching. Push the like button, guys. Toss to the left. And they're only going to get 3 to 4 yards out of that. It'll be 3rd and 15 coming up. This is a good position for the Colts, but can they make the necessary stop to make sure the Patriots don't get 15 yards? Yeah, the Colts crowd loud. This is playoff football. What's up, homie? His agent said we're super confident. Well, they should be now, because it looks like they're not even investigating him for a felony anymore. Now they're trying to see if what happened amounts to a misdemeanor. And if he charged with a misdemeanor, there's going to be 3 to 5 days later, they're going to reach a plea agreement. Since he's been an advocate in the community. Mac Jones takes a 15-yard sack. Colts win that battle, and they'll have to punt the ball. They will have to punt the ball. Patriots couldn't get it done. Good job by the Colts. So the New England defense is going to have to come out and stop them again. Yeah, the crime being investigated on the report is listed as indecent assault, which is a misdemeanor. It is a misdemeanor in Texas. So with it being a misdemeanor, and you got a guy who doesn't have any priors and has been very active in the community, they'll probably just simply give a fine, maybe community service, something like that. So and this ain't the end all be. It still could be worse than what is being put on, but as of right now, it don't look like he's gonna be any major trouble at all. But we'll let it play out and see what happens. God Child said, TD, you think we keep Will Fuller just in case we get Watson? At this point, he's just stealing money from the team. Yeah, he's stealing money, but I think at the end of the day, they're going to look at it as money well spent for the role that he played in certain things recently, and I'll leave it at that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, we'll all know by March. I mean, nothing needs to happen until March 16th, but at least I'll tell you this. I think everything will be concluded by March 16th. How long is the NFL going to suspend him for? There's been rumors all around the league that they may actually tell him that he gets time served, but he has to pay his salary back from this year. I mean, there's been some buzz about that. Time served, give your salary back. But we'll see. Because I don't know if y'all remember this, but at the end of camp, y'all remember that day he showed up and said, I'm ready to play? and they told him, no, we just want you to sit, be on the side. You can't, basically that's like serving a suspension. You're willing and want to play until you find a trade destination, but they went ahead and put him on the shelf and told him, come in. Y'all didn't know all camp he was in the building working out just away from everybody else because they couldn't tell him not to, because they hadn't suspended him, but by voluntarily sitting him, it could be time served to a degree. But that's what they're saying around the league. You don't know. We'll see when Goodell get his hands on it and see what his conclusion of it all is. Everybody wants to use Ben Roethlisberger as a precedent. What did Ben get? 8 games? But when you look at it, Ben's was actual official felony charges of RAPE, and Deshaun Watson's indecent assault, which is a misdemeanor. So it probably will definitely be less than Ben, even if it is a suspension. And that's if it even goes that far, because remember, the report also stated 18 out of the 22 women were ready to settle on that day, but the 4 held it up. So who knows? We'll see. All right, here we go. Wentz under center, power run formation, literally 8 guys on the line of scrimmage, 1 receiver to the right, single deep running back, and they give a jet sweep, and this was going to go for a huge gain. Huge gain all the way up to the New England 40-yard line, y'all. They just broke off about 30 to 40 yards. 40-yard run. AB, I think it is a suspension. It's just that time may be served. But you know what I learned in the NFL? During a suspension, you still get your bonus money, your signing bonus money. You just don't get your base salary. All right, here we go. Wentz under center. Handoff again. Nice run by Taylor up the middle. Another 11 yards. See, let's say he don't get charged. Do his trade value go up for Miami and give more for him? No, because all he want to do is come to Miami. We already offered an amount. They accept it. We expect them to do the same thing when we come back to the table. And he only want to come to us anyway, so it don't matter. They could raise the price and we'll just sit there and wait. And even if he get charged, if it's a misdemeanor, they're not going to care about that. Because it's not likely with somebody without priors to receive any type of actual incarceration or anything like that. All right. Another run to the right side. It's going to get, he fights for 4 yards. Good run there. Good run. I doubt he's suspended for more than 4 games. NFL is a crooked. Oh man, I couldn't read it all. Well, I will say this. I just listened to one of the alleged victims interview. She was really mad at the NFL. She says she sat down, talked with them, and the whole interview felt like victim accusing. I mean, like the victim accusing. Like they were accusing them. Why would you do this? Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Blah, blah, blah. That's how she made it seem the NFL interview was. Like the NFL didn't believe any of it. Like it didn't make any sense what they were saying. As Taylor picks up the first down. What's up, TD? You sounding a whole lot better, bro. You know what? Today is the first day I maybe cough like twice. Right when I say that. It's a mental thing now. Right when I say that, I want to cough. Just because. It's a mental thing. But you know what? I am feeling better. I am feeling a lot better. My throat isn't hurting. I'm just hoping that cough is 100% gone because it's so aggravating. But here we go. Wentz at the 20-yard line, technically in the red zone. Another handoff up the middle, another 4 yards. They're pushing that line, man. Patriots having a tough time. If that's the case, Watson to Miami, watch out. All the NFL teams, we coming, sir. It's funny though, man. Yeah, I'll save it. Let me wait till we get a score and I got more time to talk about it. Wentz under center. Wentz another handoff. Fighting, and they're going to be a yard short. It's going to be 3rd and 1. They get about 5 yards on that. Bro, we can't count on the Pats for nothing. Right, every time you need one of these bums to win and they the better team, they always lose. So hopefully Bill Belichick get this together. Hopefully he gets it together. All right, here we go. 3rd and 1. Huge down. Wentz hands it off again up the middle. 1st down. Just enough for the first. 1st and goal. Watson would be a shell of himself. Just like Tiger Woods, when he got caught cheating on his wife, he couldn't win again. Well, I don't know if Watson was cheating on anybody, his girlfriend or anything like that. I think everybody knows what was going on, especially her. Wildcat. And Wentz is going to run and then pitch it off for a second time. And this going to touchdown, Colts. Got to give it to him. That was a great drive by them. Tiger did win again. I know. But even if Watson was a shell of himself, it's still great. A shell of himself is still a high level. But that ain't the case, man. Watson out there practicing and working out every day. I don't see the videos he keep making. Now, let me say this. This is a touchdown, and I could talk about it a little more right now. What's interesting out of all of it, though, because I tried to tell people, if he forcefully did things like, grab somebody and made them this and that, and it's true, and they got proof that it happened that way, other than he say, she say, we don't want any parts of that. And that's not good. And if he didn't, let's look at what ends up happening and what they charge him for. But when it's all said and done, and you get the warrant actually says they're looking for information to charge him for misdemeanor, indecent assault, which some of y'all need to know is a speeding ticket is a misdemeanor, by the way. There's different levels though. But it ends up being a misdemeanor. The shame of it all is all these people on these platforms who were calling this man a rapist and all of that stuff just kept on spreading the narrative that nobody alleged what was alleged against Ben Roethlisberger. None of these women were talking about being forced and against their will. They tried to pull back and he made them. And none of that is what happened in the reports. But people were still going to the worst lengths to just kill somebody. It's crazy to me. And if this all ends up being indecent assault, because the real thing of it all is simple. These women are basically alleging that the only reason they did the acts willingly, don't forget, they willingly did it, but they're saying that they only willingly did it out of fear of their business or, their livelihood after the fact. It's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of not disappointed, but like shocked at the report that came out, because you can actually go online and see what the warrants are for. And on a warrant, it basically tells you what they're trying to charge them with and why they need the warrant to see if they get information that will allow them to. And even the information they got doesn't even mean that they're going to charge them with it because they didn't learn anything new. Like, imagine that. We might be able to charge them with this misdemeanor, but, we need certain things to be able to prove that. Let's get a warrant for all his social media to see if there's anything more telling in there that can concrete make it seem like, and they didn't get that. They got all the same information they already had. It even states the payments, y'all. Do you know that I don't think any payment was more than $300? All the payments range from $100 to $300. And one person alleged I was supposed to get $115, but he gave me $300 because I did that. I'm thinking the massage alone from a pro athlete would have been $500. A pro athlete? I'm like, I thought the starting price for an innocent massage would have been around $500. What is going on? And first down, they run the ball -2 yards. That was shocking to me. All of his transactions to these women's are $100 to $300. Inflation out here rising stuff, and it looked like the cost of stuff like that going down. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. All right, Mac back to pass, throws in a zone, hits his guy. He's breaking tackles, but they're going to bring him down about 4 yards short of the first down, maybe 3. We're going for the Patriots. 3rd and 3 coming up. I don't think those were massages if it was only $300. I mean, you think it couldn't even been a favor. That's like a pro athlete. And I'll leave that alone. Mac with the empty backfield, trips to the left, 2 to the right, takes the snap, back to pass, throws, has his guy, first down. What if the Colts win the division and we beat Tennessee to a playoff spot? I could never root for the Pats. Sorry. That ain't gonna happen. First of all, the Colts, it's highly unlikely that they win the division over Tennessee. All right, the Patriots running the ball up the middle. They're going to get 4 yards on the carry. Good, tough running because it was nothing there. Yeah, I don't think the Titans aren't going to make the playoffs, though. That's a huge hope, All right, 2nd and 6. Mac under center, 2 to the right, 1 to the left, hands off, runs into his own lineman and loses 3 yards. Man, that's terrible for execution by the Patriots. 3rd down coming up. Somebody said Matt got all the time behind his line. I done seen this man run for his life 3 times already and make really good plays out of him. All right, Mac Jones, shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass, throws it deep. Oh my gosh. That was a beautiful pass, and the receiver dropped it. Incomplete. They will be punting the ball. So the Colts stop them again, and we got to battle this playoff football, y'all. Wow. That would have been a huge opportunity if you would have caught that ball. And by the way, if anybody want an example of the type of passes that I'm talking, NFL Open, that was it right there. Those the shots I want to see. Oh, blocked punt. This going to be a touchdown, Colts. And it is. Woo! The Patriots are in trouble. The Patriots are in trouble. Playoff football, y'all. When Bill Belichick's coach team start turning the ball over, it is not good. They trying to make sure we don't get in. I get it. Ooh, the Patriots. I'm going to tell y'all now. If the Patriots lose this game and they lose to Buffalo, and we know they're going to lose to us. Wait, let me see who that last game is that I don't know what it is right now. Probably a scrub. Jaguars, yeah, they'll beat them. Ooh, if they lose this game, it's a chance they only get to 10 wins. We need to pass the win because it's an easier path. But yeah, we need to pass the win because it's an easier path. Because the Colts own us in a tiebreaker. And they'll go 8-6 right now if they win this game. Let's see, who all do the Colts play? All right, the Colts got the Patriots, but then they got the Cardinals, the Raiders, and the Jags. So if they win this game, they get 8. Then, well, they still may only get the 9 because they could lose to the Cardinals and the Raiders. Not likely. I think they'll beat the Raiders to get the 10, which will make it even tougher for us. But interesting. Interesting, man. These next few weeks are going to be a bloodbath, man. All of this stuff is interesting. At the end of the day, I'm only focused on the Dolphins, really. We just need to win games and win out. And in the process, make sure that Tua's looking the best that he possibly can. We don't need to do more than we can. There ain't no need to. Let's just play great football, keep it simple, and win games and make sure he's looking like a really good quarterback during that process. That's it. Yeah, of course the Chiefs gonna make it. All right, let's see if the Patriots can make some moves and make some plays. It ain't over, y'all. They're gonna still be in the game. And we got a touchback for a trade value, of course. We want to make sure Tua's trade value stays as high as possible and increase it, boost it up if we can. Miami Dolphins stance, it ain't going to change. I'm telling y'all. All right, here we go. 1st and 10. 2 to the left. Mac play action. Under pressure, rolls right, hits his guy, 4 yards. It's funny people say Matt got all day. I keep seeing this man running for his life. I keep seeing pressure coming right up in his face. TD, why you're so confident Miami will get Deshaun? Well, the only thing that can stop us from getting him is him being charged with the felony. That's it. The only way we won't get him is if he charged for a felony. Outside of that, he's a Dolphin. And you ask him, why am I so confident? Because first of all, I got a birdie in my ear. And second off, people live in a state of delusion. They really think what's happening with the Dolphins right now is cause to keep Tua. When you don't understand, they've already gotten their evaluation. And they've in the process of their evaluation, they've already determined what they believe his ceiling is. And they don't want that. It ain't bad, but they rather go get that guy. Everybody, a lot of people's fighting it. A lot of people don't want it to happen. It's inevitable. It's inevitable. It's so funny that over the last 8 months, I've been the biggest liar, they say, out of all of this. And then on trade day, they actually about to pull off the deal. And if he got his cases settled, and he got 18 out of the 22 agreed to settle, but the other 4 didn't, and that held it up. And to this day, people still deny that the Dolphins are interested in him. So at the end of the day, man, I'm going to let y'all know what I know, and we'll go from there. What's up, Soul? If the Colts win, nobody can clinch. I remember TD Ben said that before it was rumor. Yeah, I was talking about this when nobody else was. I was talking about this before when I was talking about this when the Houston Texans said that they're not trading Deshaun Watson. He's their quarterback. This was before like at the end of last season. Mac Jones on first down throws an 8-yard out. Well, that was second down. Throws a 6-yard out. 3rd and 1 coming up, I believe. I've been talking about this before it was on anybody's radar. Back when they were calling me ridiculous. Yeah, right. We just drafted Tua. Why are you hating? Because I know what I know. Everybody kept on, oh, he don't know what he talking about. He don't know what he talking about. Then the rumors started. Then it kept getting louder and louder. And the whole time I've been fighting people, trying to get them to know that we're pursuing this man heavily. And they cannot get the 3rd and 2. They lose 3 yards. They will have to punt the ball again. Wow. TD, what are your expectations of the Fins next year if we do get Watson? When we say expectations of the Fins, that's going to depend on Roger Goodell. I can't give an expectation until I know if he'll be able to play right away or how many games he may be suspended. The issue is this. People think that the acquisition of Deshaun Watson is to just be that Super Bowl contending team next year. The acquisition of Deshaun Watson is only about one thing: having one of those guys and having him for the next 15 years. That's it. That's what it's about. It's not about, oh, we got Watson and it's Super Bowl or bust now or playoff or bust now. No, it's just about securing one of those guys. That's it. People want to put expectations on it so that they can talk about how it failed or succeeded, but you're missing it. For the mind of an organization, it's not about next year. It's about getting one of those guys and saying he's yours. And now playing the game of, let's see what we got now, see how it looks with them, and then we'll start to determine what will better complement him. What would make us better around him? You think they just supposed to automatically have everything around him that's going to maximize what he get? No, just like they don't with Tua. But once you get that guy, you start to refine the team. I want to get him one of these. I want to get him one of those. Yeah, we definitely going to need one of those now. Or he comes in and we hit the ground rolling and the team actually is set for him. We don't know. But they'll take those steps from there. They'll worry about that then. It is only about securing one of those guys. Top 5 guys in the NFL, if you can secure one of them, like all the greats keep going on TV telling you, if you can secure a top 5 quarterback in the NFL, you move heaven and earth to do it. I don't care what the cost is. You move heaven and earth to do it. And the Miami Dolphins, if you really look at it, we have set ourselves up so good that we have an embarrassment in assets. All these first round picks that's starters on the team, second round starters. But where we really profited is the undrafted starters, all the little guys that's contributing, the Van Ginkles of the world, all the Needhams of the world. That's where we're really winning. And when you win like that, now you don't need as much capital as you would have. And then people say, I don't want to give up all that capital. Why are you ignoring the fact they only accumulated it for him anyway? Like, think about it. We had the capital to trade for him, and then bam, the allegations came out. Had to put him on the shelf and draft some people. Then we trade out of number 3 to go to 12, back up to number 6 or 5 or whatever. No, number 6, just to pick up an extra first rounder and a second rounder in the future so that we get right back into being able to draft and have the assets. They've been maneuvering the whole time just to keep the assets that they want to set aside for him. That's what they've done. This whole time, that's all they've done. Moved assets so at all times they'll have enough for him. And that's what they've been doing. Why would we move out of number 3? Because we got Waddle out of it and steal an extra first and an extra second for Watson. Wentz calling the audible at the line of scrimmage on 2nd and 6. They hand the ball off again. This time gets 2 yards, 3rd and 4 coming up. Patriots going to have to make a stop at some point. They're going to have to. Deshaun Watson's NFL career record, 28-26. Yeah, what's the point in that? Are you trying to point out he ain't win much over 500? Because go look at Ryan Tannehill's career record. It's trash, but go look at his career record in Tennessee. Go look at his career record in Tennessee. They win about 7 out of every 10 games. If you go look at his record in Tennessee. So the teams do matter. And what you put around them also matters. What you want to see on a trash team, you want to see that your guy can still ball out regardless. And that's what Watson proved. That's what he proved. All right, here we go. 4th and 1. This is the big stop for the Patriots if they can make it. And they don't stop him. He just get over. I believe he's just going to get over. TD, you still sick, homie? I think I'm coming out of it on the other end. Patriots gonna have to figure something out. They making the Colts making them look real bad right now. All right, play action. Wentz under pressure, throws. Oh, good pass in the middle of the zone. First down to Pascal for about 20 yards. TD, will Deshaun Watson throw the ball out less than 2.5 seconds like Tua does? Because the line? No, not at all. He will not throw the ball out 2.5 seconds because of the O-line. What he'll do is see where the O-line breaks out and turn into Deshaun Watson. He'll turn into Deshaun Watson. Let me get up out of here. And make a play. That's what he'll do. And sometimes he'll get sacked. But he gonna make a lot more plays with a bad O-line, that's for sure. Sometimes he will get sacked, but he also gonna make some plays. Because he's looking to make a play on every play. Somebody said, well, Watson would do is take 50 sacks. I agree. But the beautiful thing about Watson is on 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, he takes an 8-yard sack. You still feel like you still got a shot on 3rd and 12. That's the difference. That's the thing with Watson. 2nd and 4, if he take a sack, you still feel like you got a shot. And Wentz is going to run for the first down. They making the Patriots look real bad. They making them look real bad. All right, 1st and 10. Wentz audibling at the line of scrimmage. Single running back, and they gonna hand it off. Oh, that wasn't no flag. I guess not. They get 6 yards. They are literally exposing this Patriots defense right now. 3rd-ranked defense, my behind. 2nd and 3 coming up. All right, 2nd and 3. Wentz on the center, 2 to the left. We got whistles everywhere. And the Patriots are going to call a timeout. TD, would you be upset if we keep our assets and Tua instead of Watson? No, not at all. Not at all. Because that means the team decided to go in a different direction. And I'm going to trust that until I see evidence that it was a bad decision. It is what it is. If they decide to go otherwise, then hey, I can't control the decision. I wouldn't go otherwise. I wouldn't stick with where we are now. I would definitely get them. But if they don't, all right, let's talk about this team with Tua and our assets. What we drafting, what we buying in free agency to help the kid even get better. It's that simple for me. I just know that he's coming. That's all. Unless he gets charged with a felony. and they run for 3 yards, so we're going to have 3rd and 1 coming up. That's all it is. I would not be mad at all. We be over here making videos about what are we going to draft and who we going to get in free agency to help Tua alleviate some of the pressure and help him be a great quarterback. And we'll hope that works out that way. If it does, hoorah. If it doesn't, dang, we missed another opportunity like Breeze. Time tells everything, but I ain't going to be bummed about it. And the Colts pick up the first down. Now it's 1st and goal from the 9-yard line, maybe the 8. So you happy with paying? What does he talk about? So you happy with paying Watson $43 million? Mister, I don't want my quarterback making a... First of all, get the facts right, Sam one. He's not making $43 million. Next year, his cap hit is $35 million. $5 million of that is signing bonus, which Houston would still be responsible for. We would take a cap hit of $30 million. Plus, when they get him in the building, they're probably going to renegotiate his contract anyway. Mr. I won't want a $43 million guy. Know the contract situation. The Houston Texans are still responsible for his signing bonus. They are responsible for signing bonus money. So go look at every year on his salary schedule. Go look at every year on the schedule and you'll see what part is base salary that we'd be responsible for. And we'd still be responsible for roster bonus, workout bonus, all that stuff. But signing bonus, that's their responsibility. We're not going to have that cap hit. That's going to be dead cap that they have to eat for a few years to come. And I'll show y'all the numbers right now. As Taylor runs for 1 yard. It's interesting, though. So many people, they say things, and I don't know where they be getting their information from. Why is this thing freezing on me? Aggravating. All right, Wentz back to pass, throws a dart, overthrows, incomplete. Greer will be fired. What does this guy talk about? Greer will be fired. Oh, if he got Watson, you say Greer will be fired? First of all, Greer ain't making the Watson decision. Stephen Ross did. Y'all, I know y'all want him to get fired if he does, but too bad the owner made the decision, making the decision. I know you don't like it, but the owner is making that decision. Man. Oh, man. Why is it doing that? All right, as you can see, 2022, his base salary is $35 million. Houston is going to be responsible for the $5.4 million. So that ain't going to be our real cap hit. The very next year, his base salary is actually $20 million, but the roster bonus, I believe we're still responsible for. So he's going to be a $37 million hit the year after that. Okay. And as you can see, it actually starts, he still got signing bonus in 2024. So he'd be a $32 million cap hit in 2024 and a $32 million cap hit in 2025. So what people need to understand, give me a second. What people need to understand is, first of all, the salary cap, I actually read the article everybody kept telling me about. It is expected to go up $30 million next year. which is crazy to me. I didn't see how they would have did that, but they are. It's going up $30 million. Do you know that paying between 30 million and 37 million is actually going to be cheap over the next few years? It's actually going to be cheap. If the salary cap goes to about 210 million, do you know what 35 million the percentage is? $210 million. The 15% mark is about $32 million. I said I don't want a quarterback out here making 20% of the more than 20% of the team money. He'd be coming in at about 17% of the team money. And that's still high to a degree, but think about it. You're going to have a quarterback making roughly around $35 million when you're going to have Mahomes, Lamar Jackson at that point, Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, and several others making 45 to 50 million. Dak Prescott. All of these guys going to be making 40 to 55 million dollars over the next 5-6 years. We're actually going to have the cheap contract with a better player than most of them. Mac steps up, throws for the first down, gets a 15-yard pass under pressure. We're going to be paying less than all those other teams. And our quarterback going to be better than most of them. TD, I'm buying you a Tua jersey for Christmas, homie. Yeah, make sure that get here real fast, though. Maybe send it before Christmas. That way, I have enough time to resell before the market crash on them in March. So send it as soon as you can so I can make sure I can resell it before the market crash on them in March. Because you know they're going to go on that rack there, $8 jerseys in March. So hurry up, bro. Don't hesitate. Mac, play action, throws. Ooh, almost picked. Off of the fingertips of the receiver, but that ball was a little bit too high to me. Great idea. You were 3 inches too high for your receiver. Right into the safety hand, and he dropped it. What's up, Rodney? What's up, homie? How you been, man? Y'all say chill, TD. What? I'm being honest. I don't want nothing that's worthless hanging up. I already got a Tua jersey, you know, them $35 ones. You just say, hey, what name you want to put on it? Put a 1 and a tag of Tagovailoa on it. Nice throw by Mac. Ball placement wasn't the greatest. The Hunter Henry had to turn around. He would have hit him in stride. He would have got another 10 yards. But still, good throw in a tough spot for your team. So the Patriots look like they finally moving the ball by throwing it. That's 25 yards right there by Mac on that throw. TD, who got you upset? I'm not upset. All right, Mac. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. He's going to audible at the line. You're going to look like he might be switching into a run. He gets him with the jet sweep. And they're going to get 7 yards on that. And we're going to have 2nd and 3 coming up. Why y'all hate Tua? I mean, you got to ask them if they hate him. You know that word hate is just funny in today's world. I just said good job by Mac on that pass, but it wasn't accurate. The ball placement wasn't good. That even constitutes hate today. TD hate Mac Jones. He said that the ball placement wasn't there, even though he said it was a good pass, but the ball placement wasn't on point. He hate Mac Jones. Well, y'all ain't gonna say that actually. Only when I say that about Tua, will y'all have something to say. Hey, that's interesting. I noticed that. I just said the same thing I was saying about I said the same thing about Mac Jones that I said about Tua last week. Good throw, but the ball placement could have been better where his guy could have kept running. Nobody gonna notice that. They only notice when I said about Tua. Oh, you nitpicking. Why you hating? If Ross is pushing the Watson trade, that should be enough said. Owners don't know. They just bite on flash, just as the casual man baddies. Hey, but you're correct, though. That should be, it's in the discussion. That's what people don't understand. They think, oh, Greer needs to be fired if he gets Watson. No, Stephen Ross, they gave the Dolphins permission to speak to Watson, and guess who spoke to him? Not Greer, not Flores. Stephen Ross spoke to him, called him and talked to him over the phone. And y'all keep trying to point it to, oh, Chris Greer need to stop. You can't change this. The owner wants it to happen. Even though Greer and Flores wanted to happen, the owner do too. So ain't nobody going to be held responsible like y'all keep making it seem like it's going to be. T-Rid said if Ross was pushing for the trade, wouldn't Watson be a Dolphin? That's why he's going to be. Stephen Ross told him, settle the cases and we're coming to get you. That's whenever he tried to settle and only 18 out of the 22 settled. So he said, we can't do it now, but we'll see you in the offseason. We need you to take care of those issues. I said, I see you sipping, TD. Now I just started. Just poured me a little something. Too much temptation for Watson in Miami. Y'all stop trying to put 2 and 3 together. If it's too much temptation in Miami, at least he ain't going to have to fly nobody in. How about that? I mean, think about it. What the man was doing, it don't matter where he was in the continental U.S. They were traveling and everything. Y'all make it seem like it'll be a Miami thing. 5-yard penalty, 2-minute warning. 2nd and 1 for the Patriots will turn into about 2nd and 6, if I'm not mistaken. All right, here we go. 2nd and 6. Mac, handoff. They're going to get 3 yards, and it's going to be 3rd and 2 coming up. Gosh, Child said Hennessy. No, it's actually something smooth. I was trying it because I was supporting the black-owned distillery, and they were basically advertising, and it was like, hey, try a bottle. I said I'll support, so I grabbed it, and I've been trying, and it's pretty good. Third and 3. Here we go. They don't need to come this far to settle for a field goal. They need points. Mac takes a snap. He's back to pass. Oh, picked off. I saw where he was trying to go, but super trash. Got picked off. That bum got picked off. Boy, I can't wait for the round table Wednesday. Well, at least as long as Tua take care of business Sunday. Got picked off. I saw exactly where he was trying to go. Well, you wasn't accounting for the linebacker underneath. These guys pushing the Watson narrative are happy when Tua play bad. Yeah, that's a shame if they are. I'm actually mad when he plays bad because I don't want to see anything but good football from him. Because you don't want to see nothing but good football from your quarterback, period. Period. But I know that's a fact, though. There are people that's just hoping Tua bombs. I know that to be a fact. They hoping he plays like trash to prove a point. And I don't understand why people can't just allow two things to be true at once. Tua can play good football and we can still want Watson. That's ain't nothing wrong with that. It don't have to be mutually exclusive. You don't need Tua to play bad to want Watson. You don't. That's the true hate. That's the true hate. The Pete's of the world. Pete want him to do bad so he can get Watson. I don't know. I can't speak for nobody else. Y'all don't get it. I'm so confident that we're getting Watson that I need Tua to play excellent football. That's draft capital, man. That's draft capital. All right, the Colts on first down, hands the ball off, and they find some daylight, and they're going to get 9 yards. I mean, y'all really got to think about it. If Tua balls out and we do end up with Tua, as long as he's that dude and he's balling out, I mean, even if you wanted Watson, you're not losing if we're winning. I just know that the offense that we're running now is not long-term sustainable. And eventually it's going to be hard to even run because teams are going to be like, all right, this is what they primarily do. Let's shut it down now. Teams are still so cautious and like, like it's teams that'll play us. I've seen games where they played us deep and get mad. Who was that last guy that talked trash about Tua? Who was the last guy that talked trash about Tua? I forgot who it was. The one about the I could play quarterback too if I had to throw 2-yard passes. Whoever that was, man. I remember watching that game and Logan Ryan, yeah. They were giving so much cushion and the underneath stuff was just killing them because they kept thinking that we would stop running the underneath. It's like nobody runs it that much. Like they were waiting on him to get deep in that field so they could take advantage of it. And we just never did it, and it frustrated them. I think what they did is wanted the opportunistic moments. That's what I think it is. They were looking for the opportunistic moments. when we took a shot. And all that cushion you was given, we never had to take a shot. They got intercepted. It don't matter. They ain't resulted in no points. 17-zip, Colts up over the Patriots at halftime. But yeah, man, that's why these defenses be frustrated playing against Tua. They be like, man, but don't worry, I'm telling y'all, we gonna run into that defense that get right up in our face, man-to-man, bump and run, send pressure. And I'm trying to tell y'all, we're gonna see a Denver or Raiders game all over again. I promise y'all, it's gonna happen. The first team that get up in our face, man-to-man, bump and run, and send real pressure, we're going to see that type of game all over again. Because we're not going to be able to run the RPO. We're going to have to try to spread it out more and be perfect. Who are running back tomorrow? Don't sleep on Albert Wilson. Myles Gaskin's back, so that's all. We got somebody that knows the system at least. Okay, Logan, watch the name calling. You doing it too much. Yeah, man, let's keep the chat respectable. If you agree or disagree with somebody, including me, we ain't got to be kids about it. Let's make sure we stay respectful in the chat. Damn, TD, you them tight tonight. What you them tight tonight mean? Sometimes I don't register certain things fast enough. Yeah, my Titans the type to get in the face. You know what, Kobe? But I will say this about the Titans. It depends on what Titans defense you get that Sunday. Because technically your Titans are a zone team that know how to get to the quarterback fast. And I think we'll be all right against that. But they shocked me when they played Buffalo and they came out in man. Man press coverage, sending pressure, and they demolished Josh Allen. So it depends on which one you get from the Titans. They play man-to-man bump and running and send extra pressure. Boy, that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Only thing we can hold our hats on is the fact that we might be able to slow their offense down. Maybe. So it depends on which Titans you get, because Titans love running zone. It is a tighter zone, but they still run a lot of zone. So Tua's pretty good in windows. You could argue he one of the best in windows. So not moving windows, but like sit down routes and all of that stuff. TD never watched the Josh Allen All 22 film a day in his life because I value my life. Watching his All 22 might just have my heart going at a rate that, my body can't take. He's trash. Get over it. Stop getting mad at me because your quarterback trash. He'll go through a whole game for 3 quarters and look like the worst quarterback in the NFL. And then in the 4th quarter, just because he used his legs a little and the team switched to a zone and he finally started throwing the ball, y'all want to be like, he the one that carried us and gave us a chance. He's trash. Trash. Get over it, man. Stop arguing with me about trash. Gosh. If had a choice, who you want as backup, Fitz or Jacoby? That ain't even a question. Fitz all day. Titans can't run. No chance. Who can't? Yeah, the next game after Derrick Henry went out, they ran for like 200 and some yards with the other running backs. They could still run the ball. It's just a matter of they receivers need to get healthy. 1 week you got Julio, the next week you got AJ. And they need to get healthy and stay healthy. Julio's back. AJ's expected to be back, but we'll see how long if they can stay on the field. I'll take Tua over Fitz if we get Watson. Yeah, but why? Because you can get assets for Tua. Tua's not a bum. He has value. So you can get assets for him. Ryan Fitzpatrick, that's your perfect journeyman behind Watson. Or if Watson gets suspended, Ryan Fitzpatrick is the perfect guy to play whatever many games, and you still might come out of that with a winning record. or 500 at least. But don't tell me you're going to re-sign Jacoby. That's a fireable offense. That's a fireable offense. Great run teams are because of great lines, not great running backs, although great running backs make the run game even more potent. I agree with that. Thank you, TD. You just made me happy. I'm a Fitz guy all day. Man, hands down, bro. Hands down. Watson isn't coming here. Y'all are going to be so mad. If he doesn't come here, then we move on with Tua. I don't get what there is to be mad about. I think some of y'all first of all, some of y'all don't want Watson to come here. That's number one. And then some of y'all don't want him to come here so that you can maybe say, I told you. You know, like, I don't get this. I don't get it. If Watson doesn't end up in Miami next year, then we move forward with Tua. And we sit here every week. We praise him when he does well, and we tell him what he ain't doing right when he not. And we keep on evaluating until he's earned the job, the opportunity to be the franchise quarterback. You don't know if a guy's a franchise quarterback until you give him that deal, the real deal, the real money. You ain't a franchise quarterback until you secure that bag. Adults move forward. Exactly. I mean, it's like some of y'all ready to nanny boo boo. Like, but then when you say the opposite, if Watson do end up here, how are you gonna feel? How are you gonna feel? And that's the crazy part about it. I think that y'all that don't want Watson here would be 10 times more hurt if he came than the people that want Watson here would if he didn't. Y'all would really be hurt. Yeah, man, I can't deal with this franchise anymore. Well, you got an opportunity to go be a fan of whatever team Tua gets traded to. But at least you know what? I will say I would be happy about. At least it'll show how much of a real fan you are. Because all these people, TD, just stop. Let's talk about the people on our roster. Don't talk about the people that's not. And if they sign Watson, let's see if we keep that same energy. Well, Tua, no, he ain't on his roster. It's funny to me. This has become a Watson stream. Well, it is then. You know, I'm gonna put. Matter of fact, I'll edit the title: New England Patriots versus Indianapolis Colts live stream reaction, play-by-play coverage. # Watson. I'll update that. Y'all give me a second. Matter of fact, that # Watson might even give it more views. All right, it's updated. You can refresh your screen. That way you'll feel a little better because you know what the stream actually is about. So go ahead, refresh your screen, and it should be updated. Cheers. Can you get a first for Tua? I think we can, but I'm trying to look for getting more. I want the Dolphins to milk it. As soon as the offseason come, if Watson clear his situation or we know the outcome, here's what I want them to do. I want them to call Houston, make the deal, and tell Houston, we're going to make the deal, but we're going to make it in like 3 days. You're going to hear a lot of rumors. Ignore them, okay? We're just trying to find somewhere for Tua to go. Then I want the Miami Dolphins to call all the beat writers and be like, hey, I got a story for you. Let the world know that we're torn. We have a deal in place for Watson, but we're real torn because Tua's made such great progress. We're torn, and we're thinking about, sticking with Tua. Put that out there. Let it simmer for a few days. And you're going to get that bag for Tua. We trying to get 2 first, baby. Because then them teams going to call, hey, man, how much are y'all asking for Tua if y'all do get Watson? Man, I don't know, man. We haven't even decided if we're even going to move towards Watson because, we split in the building on Tua because, the kids made great progress. We see the upside now. Why? How much were you asking or how much were you willing to pay? Because at the end of the day, money talks. It'll be a win-win if you want to do business with us. Because if we can get Watson, we're not going to lose anyway. But if we can get enough for Tua, then we might make the deal. That's what Chris Greer going to be in the office doing. He's going to be out there playing people. Well, we want to stick with Tua. We're thinking about sticking with him. But if we get a good enough price for him, we'll move on. I'm telling you, all them teams need a quarterback. Somebody going to give 2 first, man. I think as long as he in the season playing great football, somebody going to give 2 first. And don't let us make the playoffs. Oh, man, we going to get them 2 first. We going to get them 2 first. And imagine getting 2 first to help out with the price for Watson. You add another first that you already got in 2 seconds, and you got Watson, and you still, with Watson, got 2 first-round picks. Y'all laughing now, but think about it. If Tua finishes the rest of the season balling out, it's no difference from drafting a quarterback number 1 overall because you don't know what you're going to get out of him. And at least you know he has the basic competence of a quarterback. People trade up in the draft 3 first-rounders to move up that high to get a guy. So we'll see, man. We'll see. Tua is earning to be a franchise quarterback. I agree. For somebody, I agree. I agree. No way Watson coming to Miami. He's a distraction. Okay. So Xavier Howard wasn't a distraction. So the cornerback we just signed, who waving guns on TV, on social media, threatening people's lives ain't a distraction. Mark Walton wasn't a distraction. Why do y'all say things y'all know ain't true? Maybe it's just to make you feel better. Maybe it's to make y'all feel better. Just to make some of y'all feel better, you say things like that. There's not the face of your franchise. I know one thing. We definitely do need a face of the franchise. All right, let's see what Mac Jones can do. Can he bring him back? Here we go. 2 to the right, 2 to the left. They hand the ball off on first down and gets 2 yards. Mac back to pass on the quick out route. Another 6 yards. 3rd and 1 or 2 coming up. All right, here we go. Mac, shotgun. Takes the snap, back to pass. Throws. Intercepted. These bums, man. Super bums. And this is exactly why Miami wants one of those guys. Because you can look good for 4 or 5 weeks, go on a 7-game win streak, and still be a bum. These guys don't fool nobody. This is exactly why Miami want one of those guys. What the Patriots? They on a 7-game win streak, y'all? They on a 7-game win streak? And in them 7 games, outside of the last game where he ain't had to throw the ball, Mac Jones has looked very sharp, hasn't turned the ball over, has looked like a really good quarterback. And this is exactly why you don't get fooled by short-term success. Exactly why. You are a joke, bro. Hope you're laughing. This is exactly why they don't care nothing about that mess, man. Especially when you're in a dumbed down system. All right, Wentz. Let's see what you're going to do. Fake the handoff, throw in the flat. They get 0 yards. 2nd and 10 coming up. All right, Wentz under center with 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Wentz is going to audible. Fakes the toss. He has options. Throws one of them. Oh, picked off. Oh, no, he dropped the pick. J.C. Jackson dropped the pick. Why didn't Wentz go to the underneath, man? That was the open guy. J.C. Jackson was on this man back. Third down coming up. Wag Jones, who? Wag Jones, who? Trips to the right, 1 to the left. Back to pass. Oh, he under bad pressure and he gets sacked. 8-yard sack. Who are we technically rooting for? The Patriots, but they tripping hard. Why aren't Colts running, TD? Well, the Patriots have given them different looks in the box now. You could say that's the halftime adjustment. Well, they've tried to run. Oh, they missed it? It's no good, but we got a flag, and that might be on the defense. Wow. 2-a-time TD. I know. Let's go, baby. Let's get it done. Let's get this next victory. Yep, all sides. On the defense. Encroachment. And the kick is good this time, 20-0. TD is going to be hard to trade our quarterback after we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, it is going to be hard. It'll still get done. But listen, man, if we win the Super Bowl, and Tua's a large part of why, and I'm not talking about from playing the system that we're playing now. I'm talking about if they open it up and they allow him to play in a pro style football and he actually making plays and doing it all, man, I would be picketing in Miami Gardens for this man to stay. But at the end of the day, what many of y'all need to understand that you don't like to hear from me, but it's the truth. They're just asking Tua not to make any mistakes. They want this defense to lead us, and they're hoping they could put enough points up by making it simple, quick passes, dink, dunk, short, intermediate, however you want to call it. They have literally created a playbook. This is the Tua playbook. And y'all see it every time I run film. 60% of our plays is out of one formation. Albert Wilson in motion. He goes in the flatter. He runs the wheel. You got two receivers that run they slants. 60%, or we hand it off. 60% of our plays is that same formation. That ain't telling me nothing about our quarterback. If they end up stopping that and we can't do anything else and it goes back to looking like last year, this is what y'all need to pay attention to. They've abandoned trying. They have simply said we are going to create a playbook that will keep us surviving. Led by the defense, offense get points is a premium, and let's survive. And that's what we're doing right now. Exactly what we're doing. And they're not impressed, but they are happy we're not turning the ball over. But look at Tua's last two press conferences. I could see it in his demeanor. He's frustrated with himself. What they're telling him in practice and in the film room, you got to stop missing these wide open wide receivers, and they're right there in front of you. You got to start putting that ball placement better. It makes the difference between good and great. And when he has a game where he's completing a lot of passes, but he's still missing wide open guys and his ball placement is poor, he's frustrated because he knows that's the difference between good and great. And he's having good games and he can't give a great one. He knows it. And they've made their decision. He can be good, but they don't think he can be great. This ain't me. Pete said TD film talk. That's what's up. I formation, two receivers to the left. They hand the ball off on first down, run up the middle. They're going to get 5 yards. Go to Valor. The sad part is they couldn't see it, bro. But I got you. I want to show everybody your message. I got you, bro. Don't worry about it. Did they just fumble? Dang, where did it go? I thought I had it. Trying to show what you said. Oh, it didn't show up over here. I'll read it for him. Go to Valor. He said, "You've never played football." I played in high school. I didn't play collegiate football or the NFL, obviously, but I did play in high school. So you're wrong there. You're evaluating. I also coached football for 4 years, 3 championships, by the way. Your evaluations are basic, B-I-T-C-H. Ooh, somebody in their feelings. You don't know what you are talking about. If you want real evaluations, go watch other YouTubers. I do recommend everybody watch all YouTubers because there's different point of views about everything, and you can learn something from everyone. But here, ladies and gentlemen, lies a guy who is so emotionally hurt because someone says something constructive about Tua Tagovailoa. These are the married individuals to him that I be talking about. These are the guys, right? Look, like I want y'all to think about it. He has gotten so far in his feelings about Tua that he said, your evaluations are basic, B-I-T-C-H. Oh my gosh. The emotion that they bring out in defense of their spouse. It's so hilarious to me. And Tagovailoa is always here, spewing his negative hate towards me and stuff. And I have never blocked this man. Until now. And I will unblock you probably in a week or a month or whenever I say, oh, it's time to unblock everybody I've blocked. I always unblock people. But your voice is now irrelevant over here. Now, if you want to come by to listen, you can't say anything. And hopefully that keeps you from listening because it's so simple. You've been over here for so long now and hated everything I said. You are a prime example of why in the heck do you even listen to me? Ladies and gentlemen, you can't make this stuff up. There are people that have listened for years, and all they've done for years in the comment section is try to tell you how wrong you are and how much you don't know, but yet they are in full attendance to listen. You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. Somebody help me out in the comment section. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You come here every stream to tell me how wrong I am and that I don't know what I'm talking about, but you listen on every stream. Make it make sense, somebody. I didn't miss the super chat. I read it when I'm done. Because I have to figure this out. Like, gosh, what stronghold do I have on people or addiction to make them come listen to my ridiculousness? Oh, good catch by Aguilar, but he still might be a yard short. I'm trying to understand, how can I have that much influence and hold on someone? I'll pray for you though, bro. Somebody said kids with no life. They're religious over here though. They come over consistently, and I don't block them. I only blocked him because he's starting to have somewhat hateful language, and there's kids that watch the comment section too. If it just had adults on that was subscribed to me, I wouldn't care about his bitch word. But I don't understand it, man. Just don't. But hey, man, I'm learning every day, y'all. If I can understand it eventually, maybe it'll help me be better to where people don't feel that way about me. Tagovailoa, I've seen him on here before, TD. Bro, he's always over here. I see this man almost every stream. And he always, this dude don't know nothing. He don't know what he talk about. And I just, okay, that's your opinion. Nothing's wrong with that. And I never block him. But now I'm like, gosh, okay, I got to call him out now. Somebody got to make this make sense. And he ain't the only one. There's plenty of them. It's hilarious to me. So for the record, ladies and gentlemen, if you hate the stuff I say and it's ridiculous, it's not true, it's BS, if you want to call it, bad stuff. If I'm an idiot whenever I talk about my takes are just the worst ever, please talk to me. Help me understand what keeps you coming back. I really want to know because I want to do more of that. I want to learn how to do more of that. If I can have the worst takes ever and I can keep you here, I want to know what that is so that I can continue to do it and do it even better. Oh my God. But for the record, if you don't like it, be an adult and make common sense and don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. You're entertaining, bro. Is that what it is? It's the entertainment part of it. I'm so entertaining that the craziest things I say don't matter. Boy, I got skills I ain't know I had. I got you. I got you. Look at his name, TD. Handle is Go to Valoa, bro. Shaking my head. He's a 2 in there. Oh, don't get me wrong. I know that. But I still try to understand. Like, y'all think it's a joke. In that we got another W. The haters, they don't like to lose. I literally, on the first verse, I wanted to talk to them. Hey, we got another W today. The haters didn't get their way, but that's okay. No matter what, we know that they can't stay away. Since they gonna stick around, we should just call them Bay. Okay. I wrote that for them because they stay no matter what. We might well be in a relationship, Bay. Hey, Bay. Pause. Oh my gosh, we might well be in a relationship. Toxic one at that. They love to hate me. Oh my gosh. I made the lyric just for them. Shout out to Pierre becoming a member, man. Pro Bowl status. Salute, sir.
Got another W. The haters, they don't like to lose. No. We got another W. Haters gon' hate.
Hey, we got another W today. The haters didn't get their way, but that's okay. No matter what, we know that they can't stay away. Since they gon' stick around, we should just call them Bay. Okay, we forward. You see, come on, y'all. You see what I'm talking about? I wrote that line for them. Let me make sure they hear I gave them a shout out, okay? W today, the haters didn't get their way, but that's okay. No matter what, we know that they can't stay away. Since they gonna stick around, we should just call them Bay. Okay. I made it for y'all. You can't make this up, man. I made it for y'all. I said that line for this very reason. Since they gonna stick around, we should just call them Bay. We know they ain't gonna go away. Like, I don't get that. Haters stick to what they hate. It's something that there got to be some type of syndrome or something like that. Don't, in real talk, I ain't trying to make light of it. There has to be some type of diet, some type of medical what's the word I'm looking for? Medical diagnosis or something. It has to be. No matter what, we know that they won't go away. Since they gonna stick around, we should just call them Bay. It has to be. I don't get it. People are attracted to what they don't like. Addicted to it. Shout out to Walter Brown. I see you, homie. They are addicted. I know, man. It's all right, though, man. So I missed the super chat. Don't worry, I'll find it. I know what to do to go get the super chats. Give me a second. Salute to the super chat. Appreciate those who donate to the channel and show love, man. Another interception the Patriots should have had, but they dropped it. This boy's getting drugged. Let me see here. All right, y'all give me a second. And Taylor makes a good 6-yard run. It's going to be 3rd and 4 coming up. And we got flags on the field. Look like some pushing and shoving and fighting and grabbing the face masks. All right, here we go. The super chats I might have missed. Bro, I do. Oh, let me see if I can see the whole thing. Bro, I love you, but you do push the Tua hate narrative on your social, other socials. I don't push a Tua hate narrative. I just go on there and point out stuff and give facts. And since it's all driven on showing people that over sensationalize what Tua's doing to be wrong, it comes across as hate. But it's just facts and it's the truth. The other super chat said, TD, you don't have to explain yourself to anyone. Y'all have a difference of opinion. Just leave it at that, bro. Don't stoop to their level. I appreciate that, G Reed. The thing is, I also have a social responsibility, G Reed. When you hear people and their takes, we can disagree, but when they get nasty with it and start using profanity, I'm gonna call it out. I ain't gonna ignore nobody who come across that way. I'm gonna embarrass you and send you on your way every time. So you can get your little 5 minutes of fame and then get embarrassed while you get walked out the door. That's it. That was all the super chats. TD, who doing AFC roundtable this week? I think it's Dan Mitchell. I think it's Dan Mitchell. TD, Tua better than you think, bro. Let me see here. I'm interested in that comment because and that's John Ross said, TD, Tua better than you think, bro. That's fair. First off, I would like for say, like, hey, John, are you able to come on the show right now? Let me know in the comment section. I'll be looking out for your comment because I want to know, what do you think? How do you think I view Tua? I want to hear somebody who feels that Tua is better than I think articulate what I think about Tua. I would really love to hear somebody who think that Tua is better than what I think he is to articulate first what I think he is and then point out what he actually is better at that I haven't acknowledged or I say he's not. Just interested. So they got a double ejection and the Patriots are going to stuff the run and the Colts are going to have to settle for a long field goal. Nobody. Nobody. The kick is up and it's no good. So the Patriots finally get something to go their way, but it don't matter. They got to figure out a way to go put points on the board. Drop the link for John Ross. Did John Ross ask for it? Let's see. Looking for John Ross. Don't snap on me now, bro. Nah, bro. It ain't nothing like that. Just you, bro. I'm gonna drop the link in. Just me and you. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. This ain't even a debate. It's two grown men talking. We're not debating. Let's ask each other critical questions and give each other our critical thoughts and opinions about. We're not going to argue. I'm prepaying for someone to steal TD's positions. Please tell us what you think he thinks. Yeah, that's the real question. That's the real question. What do you think that I think? Because a lot of times when I hear people say what they don't like about me and what I say, it ain't even what I be saying. It's not even what I be saying. So we'll see. We'll see. What's up, Andrew?
Yo, what's up, TD?
I'm good, man. How you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, man. So you want to take a crack at what I asked?
What'd you ask?
Did you follow the link based off of what I was talking about, or you just came on?
I just came on.
Nah, bro. We trying to have this conversation real quick. Come back when we have an open panel from you, all right?
Yeah.
All right, appreciate you. John, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You have an avatar? You're on. It's just dark.
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
I'm good, man. How you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm good, bro. But first of all, I want to say, man, I love your show, bro. I watch you all the time, bro. You funny. Now, don't snap on me now, bro.
Ain't gonna be none of that, man. We're gonna have a regular conversation. So
yes, sir.
First, I want to know, what do you believe my stance is on Tua Tagovailoa?
Well, man, just watching you, I don't know, man. It just feels like you. I think he better than you think. I'm gonna put it like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he better than you think.
And that's fine. Nothing's wrong with that. Time always tells, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what do you think I think?
I don't know. Only you can tell me that, TD.
I keep telling you on the stream, but you're saying that he's better than what I think. That means you know what I think.
Okay, do you think he's a bum?
No, I've said that a million times. Tua will never be a bum. I said that's why he has trade value, because he'll never be a bum.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. What else do you think I may think about him?
Okay, you say he's a dink and dunk passer, right?
He dinks and well.
But TD, this what I want to get you. I'm trying to get you to see.
Okay.
I'd rather have a dink and dunk passer.
Okay.
Any day of the week. You know why?
Why?
Because that gives the defense time to rest, TD.
Okay.
Why would you want a quarterback that's going to take one play to throw the ball down the field, you put your defense back out on the field? It's going to wear them out. And you see, that's how we've been winning games, TD. Tool, dinking and dunking. Defense resting, we winning. You see?
Hold on, bro. Have you really taken a look at time of possessions in most games?
TD, listen.
We've punted the ball. When we punt the ball, the defense is getting right back on the field almost right away. A lot of cases, but let me say this: I don't disagree with you on. Hey, I rather a dink and dunk quarterback to extend plays.
I mean, look at Brady.
But the thing is, when you take 16 plays to go downfield, you have a less probability of scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Than those teams that take 6 to 8 plays to get points. And the premium in this league are points. You could have 14 successful plays and one bad play knock you out of field goal range and you're punting.
Mm-hmm.
See, A lot of teams also play zone. They want to give you all the short and intermediate stuff so that they're relying on you to make the mistake first. Now, Tua's been highly efficient in that system and good for him. But at the same token, a lot of defense, they look at that as playing right into their hands. We've capitalized off of it because our defense has been shutting a lot down. What you have to understand is we're not putting up points, bro. Even the points that we're getting, that's not considered a good offense.
We're not putting up points, but
we're not putting up enough
TD,
points.
Listen, guess what we're doing?
What?
We're winning.
Okay.
We're winning.
It doesn't last forever in this system. This has been proven so many times. RPO style system, the Wildcat, everybody knows that these are systems that don't last long term. A team starts to figure it out more and more and more, and then when they take that away, your whole team offense doesn't have any repetition on getting, like, say you're running in the first quarter and you get 30 yards off of it and your offense looks the worst of all time. You can't really make halftime adjustments because you ain't got nothing else that your team familiar with doing. We're limiting ourselves. We don't have a full array of a playbook that we could just throw anything at them and keep them off guard.
But like I say, man, we're winning.
Yeah,
whatever we're doing is working. We're winning.
Let me ask you a question. Did we go on a winning streak last year?
Yes.
What ended up happening?
We lost to the Bills. We got beat down by the Bills.
No. We went on an early winning streak.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ran into Denver. They took away all that stuff that we did well. We started winning some games and we ran into the Raiders. And then we did the same thing, got another one or two, and then ran into the Bills. See, why do we get so happy off of a short-term success? The Patriots are on a freaking 7-game win streak better than ours. And look at what their quarterback is providing tonight. I don't put no credit into a basic situation, just like they handed the ball off 50 million times last week versus Buffalo. I don't put no merit in that. I don't care nothing about the simplistic stuff. So show me you have versatility and range in what you can do to another team. And we have put ourselves in this small little box and say, just keep doing it well and let it work until it don't work no more. That's fair. But at the end of the day, even these coaches know that this is going to run out. They know it. But I'm still trying to figure out, what is it that you think that I think specifically about Tua?
I think you think that he's a bum. I really do think that's what you really think about Tua.
Then I can't control your thoughts on that whenever I openly say a million times, Tua's not a bum. He'll never be a bum. That's why I'm fine. If we don't get Watson, it's about continuing to help Tua grow because I've seen enough to know that he can be a starter in the NFL. And that's good enough to build off of since he's still young. But he's not a bum. But I'm sorry, I'm a critical person. I'm going to point out the things that separate him from being good and great. Because believe it or not, a lot of people are going to think I'm lying. I want him to be great. And in order for us to recognize the difference between good and great, we have to know what he's not doing now. So I point that out all the time. I just point out the things that he's not doing well, bro, and that he definitely needs to work on. And I'm seeing it every week over and over. And that's not a good look for him. And we're just paying attention to completion percentage and feeling like that's, yay, we got our guy. Like, really?
I get what you're saying.
Anything else, though, bro, that you think that I think about? But for the record, he's not a bum. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he can be a bum. He can have bummish games, just like Mac is having one now. Herbert has one every time he played the Patriots. Brady has bummish games. And after those games, bum. I may say that, but he's not a bum. And I don't think he ever will be a bum. And that's just for the record, okay? For the record, he is not a bum. I'm just very critical. And I know what I want to see from him so that he can be great. And I don't care nothing about no other quarterback because he showed me this, that, and this that makes me feel like he can be the guy.
I don't know, man. I just think Tua can be that guy. I think he can be that guy.
Yeah, he could. It's could, right?
Yes.
Could.
I see it in him.
And when you say could, isn't that driven by hope?
Of course.
Josh Rosen could come back and be that guy. Not likely, but he could. Could. See, this is the difference. We got a bunch of people going off of coulds, shoulds, woulds, and hope versus almost what many would argue is a guaranteed option. And don't make that TD's words. Flores, Greer, and Ross. That's how they feel. Everybody tries to put what they feel on me just because I'm relaying it. That's how they feel. That's why they want Watson.
Exactly.
So Tua could end up top 10 in the NFL. He could end up one of the greatest of all time. He could start to go down the Drew Brees path. We don't know. But the only thing that matters is the fact that we don't know. So what, should we be blindly optimistic and say, hey, he will, and it is what it is? Man, we got options. Ain't nothing better than having options, bro.
I get what you're saying. Exactly.
We got options, man. So at the end of the day, it's all good. I mean, think about it. What's the best case scenario for our team? What is the best case scenario for our team?
TD, before I answer that question,
I'm
going to tell you this, man. Now you know that I'm trolling right now. Bro, Tua is horrible.
He's horrible.
He's horrible, TD.
See, you got to go,
TD,
bro. You got to go, bro.
Remember when we played the Jets and he threw that touchdown to Matt Hollins, what the two offensive coordinators did in that booth?
I know.
Did you see what they did, TD?
Yes, I pointed it out. But, bro, the man isn't horrible, bro.
TD, Tua is a bum, man.
So you came on here just to
I'm
have
mad
this
at you because you don't talk about TD. You don't talk about Tua enough, man, how much of a bum he is, man.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming through, bro. Bye, man. I got to get him off of here. Listen, I try my best to keep it fair, man. All of that, and this guy really, oh my gosh, I'm thinking he was serious the whole time. But listen, when he does bummish stuff, I call it out. When he plays well and shows great attributes, I call it out. And this is another thing. Some of y'all don't realize in my emails, my Instagram, my Twitter, I get direct messages of, oh, you going soft on Tua. Oh, you know it was worse than what you putting off. Y'all don't get, I get that too. I get that too. See, now they going to think that I hired you, bro. They going to think that I know you and I hired you to come on and do that, man. Man, all right, man. I see you, Greg, Oneron, and T Rich. I'm going one at a time, but I'm getting to you. What's up, Greg?
Oh, what's up, TD?
I'm good, man.
Bud?
I'm good. So tell me what I say about what do I say about Tua?
You just criticize him. You just make sure you do your evaluation on how he plays. That's how I see you. You point out his negatives. You point out his positives.
Hold on. Well, Greg, you actually agree with me, Greg?
Yes. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I agree with that. But most of the time, I agree with your statements, man. That's why I subscribe to you, man.
I appreciate you coming through. I'm trying to hear from the people that don't agree so I can hear what they hear that I say about
okay.
Tua.
Well, I've been trying to get my point across because I've been wanting to say this about Tua. I just haven't got a chance to.
You got 20 seconds. Hurry up. Let them know.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, will we make the playoffs? Yes, because of our defense. Will we win in the playoffs? No. You want to know why? Because Tua is not an elite quarterback, bro. He might be top 15, but he's not going to be elite. And when you're in the playoffs and you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you need an elite quarterback to get you there. And from what I'm seeing from Tua with these RPOs and these short passes, it's not going to win us a Super Bowl. It's not going to work. That's why we need to go and get Deshaun Watson as long as he is clear and innocent.
All right, appreciate you, man.
Shout out, man. Good luck.
Salute. We got Onaran. Did I say it correctly?
Sir, yes, sir. How's it going, TD?
I'm great. Yourself?
I'm doing all right. Ready for this game tomorrow.
Me too, man. So help me out, man. Tell me, what is it that you think that I'm saying about Tua that ain't right?
So I'm just putting it out there right now. I'm not one of those people that disagrees with anything you're saying. I am one of the people that agree, but I get frustrated seeing all the people come at you with smoke, because the only things that you've said, and you've said it again with Ross, Tua is a good quarterback.
And I've said that, right?
You've said that so many times, but there are so many circumstances that add up to Deshaun being the choice that we need to make right now. Tua is a good quarterback, sure, and for what we've seen in the NFL, good at the RPO and the offense that we're kind of running right now. The longer the drives, the more plays in a drive, the more chances you have to mess up. Totally right about that. He's injury prone, and Chris Greer and Flo have to put their jobs on the line for another year with Tua. And that's, coming from anyone who works, is that a chance you're willing to take? If Deshaun Watson is available, I don't think so. I'm going with Deshaun because he's proven. We have never said Tua is a bad quarterback when you get rid of him because he sucks. That has never come out your mouth.
You get flack too.
No, I stay out of it, honestly.
Okay,
and
okay.
I try to. I know you got the song. You got haters are all part of this family too. I mean, all of them, the Tuaneers, all of that. But I mean, I would encourage to kind of leave them alone, but let them just be here and pump up the views and the whatever else, But I just leave them alone, man. I don't worry about them.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming through, though, homie.
Easy, bro.
Where are all the people who disagree so that they could tell me what is it that they think I say about Tua? T Rich, he's gonna deliver for us, all right? T Rich, what is it that I'm saying about Tua? We can't hear you, T Rich. You muted.
All right, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. From the beginning, TD has always been the biggest Tua hater. Even before Tua played his first NFL game, he was hating, saying that Tua couldn't beat out Fitzpatrick. Keep in mind, this is standard for rookies not to start the week one of their rookie year. TD was just being a hater. Second way you know TD is a hater of Tua.
Hold on. Let's take one thing at a time, okay?
Okay.
So this first thing, it's not common for a quarterback to start week one if you're picked in the top 5.
It depends on the coach.
No. You said it ain't common, but I'm here to tell you 1,000% wrong. Quarterbacks picked in the top 5 start at a much greater percentage. But you said it's not common. I would actually probably say 80% of quarterbacks picked in the top 5 start day one.
I honestly don't know, but if they start them, the only reason they start them is for
you don't know.
As far as top 5, okay. If you want to say first round draft picks, then that percentage is skewed significantly.
No, I didn't say top 5. I didn't say first round. I said top 5, and on top of it, even if you want to say first round, is still probably 70-75% of quarterback start.
I doubt that. Week one. Trey Lance not even starting.
Okay, but how many of them are? That's going to still bring you back to the 80% probably.
I don't know. I feel like you just threw out that number.
Is Trevor a rookie?
Yeah.
Let's go down the line. Let's go down.
Draft pick start.
No, let's go down the line. No. Let's go down the line on who was drafted last year. Who was the first one?
I mean, last year isn't a good example. I mean, Justin Herbert didn't start. He got drafted.
This year, we'll start with this year then.
Justin Herbert and Trey Lance. That's 2 picks out of the past 2 years in the top 10.
You're running.
They did not start week 1.
T-Rich.
They did not start in week 1.
Let's start with this year, T-Rich.
I don't even want to get hung up on this.
Yeah,
but
because
okay, you got it, TD. You got it.
Again, okay, your first L. That's your first L.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Second issue I had about what you said. I'm hating on him because I said he didn't beat out Fitz. Nobody thinks he beat out Fitz.
He's not supposed to beat out Fitz. It's his job.
That's fine,
Fitz
but
was
at
the
the same token,
placeholder.
then where is the lie? Where was the lie? He didn't beat him out. That's all I said. Where was the lie?
Did Matt Jones beat out Brian Hoyer or Cam Newton? We don't know that.
Bro, all you can gauge it off of is that man starting?
They started him because he was a rookie, not because he beat out somebody. They didn't bring someone into Cincinnati to bring out.
They started Mac Jones because he was a rookie? Bro, do you hear yourself?
Yeah, they started him because he was a rookie.
Do y'all hear this man?
I got a question. Did Trevor Lawrence beat out Gardner Minshew?
Bro, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay.
Did Trevor Lawrence start? Did he start?
But it's a coach's preference to whether they want to start a rookie or not.
Why you
I don't even want to get caught up on this point.
Yeah,
you got this. You got this.
Why you can't answer none of my questions, bro?
It's not a negative if a coach doesn't start his rookie QB week 1.
You can't even answer my question of why you can't answer none of my questions.
All right, Trevor started.
Everybody is starting in the first, just about in the first round. It's definitely top 5 or top 10.
Except Trey Lance and Justin Herbert.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, overall, look how many of them it was. It still puts you around 70, 80%. And that's the same for past years too. That's all I'm saying. Now, he didn't beat Fitz out. That's just a fact. So everything you said in the first reason, debunked. Now we can move on to the next point.
You said it to hate on him.
I say it to hate on him. I say it to tell the truth. Y'all don't like it.
Couldn't beat out the journeyman.
Hold on. See, we live in a society where if it's a truth you don't like, you're allowed to call it hate. That's the sad part about it. That's the society we live in. If it's a truth that you don't like, it's hate.
Can I tell you my definition of hate? Hate, you can hate on someone and tell the truth. Like someone can bring up all the negative qualities about you, TD, and it could be hate and it could be the truth. Skip Bayless, I don't think Skip Bayless ever really said a lie about LeBron. He probably did, but he rarely lies on LeBron. He tells the truth about LeBron, but he's constantly bringing up his negative.
And you know what? That's a great point that you make there. And let me explain to you what's really happening in those situations. So a lot of times, my bad, we got a flea flicker going. Bad pass by Mac. He had an opportunity to take advantage. But I'm glad you brought that up because here's what's happening in that situation. I do know that it looks like hate, but people have to understand their own behavior of why they think it's hate. So if I came on right now and Tua was playing this game that Mac Jones had, when the game first started, Mac Jones had some nice throws, right? I saw some really nice throws he had. I actually pointed those out. Nice pass by Mac Jones. Look how he avoided the pressure. He made that. Everybody, yeah, that was a nice pass. Move on. He throws. Hold on. Let me finish.
You got it.
He throws a post route to a tight end, just like Tua did one time. And I said the same thing I said to Tua. It was a good pass, but the tight end had to turn around. The placement wasn't good, but it was still a good pass because they got the first down. Now it's Mac Jones. Nobody's going to disagree or have a problem with it. But when that's Tua, dang, bro, he can't do nothing right. Why you hating on this man? And I said the same thing tonight about Mac Jones. Good throw, but the ball placement wasn't good. He got to put that out in front. His guy might have even been able to get 10 more yards on that. I keep it even. I keep it fair. The problem is, why can't people just recognize you love Tua so much, you don't want to hear anything negative about him because you want him to be great, you want him to be the guy, and nothing's wrong with that. That's fair, actually. It's a good thing. But why can't people just be honest and say that's what it is instead of attacking people that are critical and subjective because they aren't invested in him like you all are?
No, this is what you do, TD. You talk about all the other quarterbacks and how great they are just to talk negative about Tua. So when Matt Jones is playing great, it's like, man, Matt Jones look good. He looks better than Tua. He's doing great. And when
No.
Matt Jones play bad and Herbert is playing great, it's like, man, Herbert, he great. I wish we had a quarterback like that. Then Herbert's gone a 4-week bad streak and Burrow plays great for a week. And it's like, man, Burrow, he's better than Tua. He's great. And then Kyler Murray, and then all these players have bad games. All these players go through slumps and through stretches of the year. But you keep switching up the quarterbacks to try to make Tua look bad. But when has Tua went through a slump this year? I'll wait for that.
Another thing that it does to y'all, it gives you selective hearing, T Rich. Have I bashed Mac Jones tonight? I mean bashed him. Called him trash.
Not tonight, because you called him a bum. You kind of flipped on Matt Jones.
You see, no. You see what I'm talking about, people? First thing that came out was no, but then you had to think, oh yeah, you did. But bro, I keep it consistent across the board. I'm sitting here, this bum on a 7-game win streak, like I be telling y'all, trash. This bum. I can call out his great attributes when he's showing them, and I could call him a bum and trash when he's not. I keep the same energy.
You know I watched the stream. I have heard you rave about Matt Jones.
Was it worthy of being? Was he playing at that moment at a worthy level of being raved about?
No, he was only playing well because of what he's surrounded by.
No. I don't worry about
to compare him to Tua isn't really justified.
I don't care about the elements around him, bro. I only look at the things the man can control. If he gets sacked and it was out of his control, I don't even worry. The same thing with freaking Tua. When the guy comes unevaded, I'm on the stream and in film study, ain't nothing to talk about there. Ain't nothing he could have did to control it. It is what it is.
No. Well, and you want to bring us to football. Tua doesn't hold the ball long enough to really get sacked. So it never looks egregious on film, but the pressure is constant, and it's always constantly negative impacting Tua.
And I'm always seeing great
But you never bring those up. You never bring those up.
Seeing great pockets with wide open guys, and this man don't even look their way, stop.
No, this is what you do, TD. You see Tua miss 2 reads per game, and it's like, oh, I showed y'all film on receivers streaking wide open all over the field, all over the game. I showed y'all opportunities because Tua missed 2 reads, and QBs aren't supposed to miss 2 reads in the game.
So now you
trolling.
That's what you do. So now you trolling.
That's what you do. I mean,
every week,
that's what you do.
Every week, this man is in the 6 to 8 read range. Wide open guys.
It's not 6 to 8.
It is. Hold on. So Tua misses 2 reads out of 30, and he complaining about it?
You complaining about it, yes.
Is he complaining about it?
I think you read one of my messages in the chat one time, but I don't take what Tua says.
T-Rich?
I don't care what Tua is a perfectionist, so he's gonna always complain about his.
If you miss 2 reads in a game out of 40, are you going to complain about it?
I'm not, but he will, yeah.
No, he won't. He complaining about it because he's missing them all over the field, man.
I would say that's a part of it. I would also say, for myself, just finding ways to get completions, get the ball out of my hands on 3rd down. If you look at previous film, there's been some guys that have been open that I've missed. So just trying to eliminate that. You know, that period of missing guys, whether it's in a flat, whether it's under route, over route, whatever it may be.
He's saying that for 2 reads, T-Rich. He's saying that for 2 reads. See, that's the thing. Y'all diminish the things that he leaving on the table on the field, and you amplifying everything he gets. You diminish it. I'm just calling it out. I've been fair. The reality is you don't like it because you don't want him to be viewed in any light other than greatness. And that is fine. I have never said that that was a problem. The only problem I have, y'all get mad whenever I call out the truth. I don't have a problem with how y'all feel about him. I don't have a problem with y'all wanting him to over sensationalize him. You're a fan. You're supposed to. The problem I have is when you get mad at somebody for keeping it 1,000. I am not hating on this kid. I want him to be great. And in order for him to be great, I got to see why he ain't great and point those things out, because if I start to see him eliminating all of those things, I can appreciate the growth. See, the problem is some of y'all, this is what, let me say this, and I'm about to hit y'all hard with this one. This is y'all problem. Y'all ignore his issues right now, and then if he does become elite, you will acknowledge them only then, just to say, look how far he's come. See, you won't acknowledge him now. You want to make it seem like he got it all now, and then when he become great, don't sit here and act like he made improvement. How would you feel if he actually becomes great? And I'm like, Tua's always done this. Nah, bro, if you don't recognize he came from this, y'all will switch up the whole argument. That's the thing. Recognize where his flaws are now so you can actually appreciate his greatness when he gets there.
Okay, two things, TD. Two things. First, with Tua's own words, using his words against him. They asked Tua how was his rookie receivers, and he said the receivers were phenomenal. From that point on, I didn't care what Tua had to say about anything. I just watched it for entertainment.
Because that was y'all scapegoat. Your scapegoat was the receivers. But guess what?
They were phenomenal.
Was he not putting up numbers with them? Was he not having great completion percentages with him? Every time DVP didn't play,
his rookie year.
Every time, and when his rookie year, every time, first of all, we went on a run his rookie year when most of our starters got hurt. I remember y'all complained about a game where the man had 4 incompletions. Y'all complained about 2 drops.
No, I don't. And that's another thing. I don't judge receivers by how many times they drop the ball. That's the minimum that they should do is catch the football. Playmakers make plays in big time games and big time situations. You need playmakers on the field. That's how I judge receivers. I don't judge them about them catching the ball. I judge them about defensive coordinators adjusting, trying to take this receiver out of the game. That's how I judge receivers.
Well, what I tried to explain to y'all last year when I watched film was simply that, receivers aren't getting separation. Receivers aren't open. Every time we watch the film, once again, I'm just pointing them out all over the field for y'all. Pointing them out all over the field. Every game we hated on it. Don't get me wrong. There were some drops that didn't help the case, and they happened for teams, but there were drops. But one of the biggest issues last year was Tua's ball placement as well. His ball placement has been an issue since day one. He has had very poor ball placement. And we act like completions are the same as ball place as accuracy. Everybody running out here talk about accuracy. He's so accurate. And they're only looking at completion percentage. Well, they got to be accurate because it's 80%. That's not accuracy. Ball placement starts to indicate accuracy. And he struggles with ball placement.
He doesn't struggle with ball placement with me. He doesn't. Every pass isn't
had amazing chemistry with your receivers. Mike Gesicki, Devontae Parker coming back from injury. Is this the best connection you've had with them all season?
You know, I think there's a lot that we can learn from today. You know, ball placement for me, some catches. But I think overall it's a continuation of us learning.
I ain't going to eat for y'all no more. I'm going to let Tua do it for me. I'm not gonna embarrass y'all no more. I'm gonna let Tua do it for me.
Every pass isn't a dime, just like Steph Curry doesn't make every three.
And I agree, but his ball placement has been really bad lately.
I disagree.
And it goes back to last year too, but as of late, and you know what? I mean, the evidence is all around you. You freaking got Jalen Waddle getting frustrated on a 3rd down. You saw the anger in Jalen Waddle. Because the ball placement was off. So you know he went to the sideline and brought it up to him. Come on, bro. You got to put that out in front of me. Tua know, and bro, I'm not even trying to stick it to you right now. I want you to notice Tua's demeanor. He's legitimately frustrated because this is the part that I appreciate from him that I love. I love because I see the passion in his face that I want to get this freaking right. I'm struggling at it right now. I love that about him. I'm not even going to play the whole clip, but look at his reaction. It's like man. Like
You had amazing chemistry with your receivers. Mike Gesicki, Devontae Parker coming back from injury. Is this the best connection you've had with them all season?
You see that little shoulder shrug? Like that? He knows. The lady is actually praising his chemistry. And he's like, screw all that. My ball placement got to be better. I love that about him.
Look, TD, as someone
that makes me ride with him and want him to be great at it and get better at it.
As someone who's seen every interview that Tua has done since his sophomore year at Alabama, in every interview, he has either overly criticized himself or give credit to others. He does not take credit, and he always overly. I don't care what Tua has to say about his performance. I don't care.
But I do.
I don't care. Maybe you do.
Yeah, I do.
But as far as trying to use it against me,
don't care, you're gonna always be blinded by the truth. You're gonna always be blinded by the truth, T-Ren. See that, and that's a bad habit, bro. You hear something that you don't agree with, so you don't care about nothing else somebody says. And what if something he says is right?
Like when he said the 2020 receivers were phenomenal. When he basically called Hakeem Grant and Lynn Bowden and Matt Collins phenomenal. No, I don't care what Tua says.
No.
But,
See, that's where you missed it. In practice, those guys could be phenomenal for him. They get in the game, they make a mistake. And that's another thing. Y'all poop on these guys when they make one or two mistakes in the game, and y'all act like, look at what they did all season. That's how y'all act.
Hakeem Grant is not phenomenal.
One guy drops a ball. And yeah, Jakeem Grant has been phenomenal for years. He has been very phenomenal in his limited role.
You heard it from TD. He said Hakeem Grant is a phenomenal
in Miami,
receiver.
And if real Miami fans will stand up and tell the truth, we know he has his mishaps at times, muffing a punt, and you know what? Let me stop that. Jakeem Grant never dropped that many passes until he got with Tua. Y'all didn't. The real Dolphin fans need to stand up and be honest.
Jakeem
Grant never dropped balls like that until he got with Tua, because Grant used to come up big for us. Real Dolphin fans know that to be a fact. Y'all fell in love with Jakeem Grant early in his career, even though he was getting 25% of the snaps. But every time he came in to catch a ball, that man made a huge play for us. And y'all know that to be true, Dolphin fans. Not until we got Tua, all of a sudden 1, 2, or 3 drop passes and he the scum of the earth. This is what y'all doing. That's a shame. Did you watch the Dolphins before Tua came?
No, I would never.
That's my point exactly.
The Dolphins are horrible. Why would I do that?
Y'all don't even know that most of these guys that were on this team for years.
I know Hakeem Grant is not. He's not a wide receiver one. Is Grant a wide receiver one? Is he a wide receiver one?
No,
is he a wide receiver two?
Know that.
Is he even a wide receiver 3? So he's not phenomenal. He was a wide receiver 1 for 2
in his
rookie year.
Wide receiver 3 for at least 2 years. Believe it or not,
and that's debatable, right?
It's not debatable. You're talking about something you don't know because you don't even know our roster before Tua.
He barely plays in Chicago.
And he making plays. See, that's
no, he had one good. He had one good game. He had one good game.
In Chicago in the role that he was when he was in Miami from the beginning.
Wide receiver sweeps and screen passes.
And that's what no. But you know what? Another element.
Not wide receiver 1, not wide receiver 2, because he's not phenomenal.
Go routes on the sideline for us too. Jakeem Grant used to catch those deep 30, 40-yard sideline go routes as well. See, you don't know nothing about that because you weren't watching the Dolphins before Tua came.
Look, I don't want to talk about Hakeem Grant. Look, let me throw some stats at you, TD. Tua's 7.5 games he played this year would equate to, and listen, everyone, it would equate to 4,400 yards, 34 total TDs, 14 interceptions at a 71% completion pass rate. 4,400 yards, 34 TDs at 71% passing. Is that trash for y'all? 14.
Okay.
He's averaging less than 1 interception a game.
T-Rich.
Less than 1.
You can't make this stuff up, T. Rich. You can't make this stuff up.
4,400, 34 TDs, 71%.
You can't make this stuff up, y'all.
With the worst offensive line in the NFL, and a historically bad offensive line.
You can't make this stuff up, T. Rich. You just can't make this stuff up, bro. This is what y'all do.
I'm making it up.
You revert to all if he would have. Maybe he would have been trash. Maybe he would have got benched 3 times too.
What do you mean if?
If he would have played the whole season, he would have been on pace for this. If that.
Okay, I'm not even saying if he would have played. I'm saying his current performance. That's what his current performance equates to. That's how well he's doing now in the games that he has played in.
If.
It's not if. I'm talking about the games he's played in. That's what it equates to. His current games that he's played in equates to greatness. And he's only in his second year playing against or playing behind the worst offensive line in the NFL.
T. Rich, if.
That's not if.
It is.
I'm talking about the games he played in.
You're giving an optimistic projection,
He's
bro.
averaging per game. He's averaging 250 yards per game, 2 touchdowns with a 2 touchdown to 1 interception ratio. Those are Hall of Fame numbers. And he's in his second year behind the worst offensive line in the NFL, and he's putting up those numbers.
You can't make this up, ladies and gentlemen. T. Rich.
Those are stats. It's not nothing to debate with.
Nobody in the NFL are respecting Tua Tagovailoa's stats because he's doing it one way.
What way is that? Winning?
Dinking and dunking. He's
because
not
he
winning.
He sits in 2 this year.
What happened?
He sits in 2 or 5-2 this year. You know, people don't respect Tua because they can't
5-2
stop
or
him.
6-2. T. Rich. He's not. The team is.
No,
this is the problem. See, let me say this. If we lose the next 4 games because of the team around him, see, this was what was funny. Last year, y'all held on to that same coattail. Well, Tua was like 6-3 as a starter. All he does is win. And then this year, when we were starting to rattle off, we had a few losses with him, and it started to come even. Now we want to talk about what's around him, and it ain't him.
Okay, but when he threw 6 touchdowns the 2 weeks that he lost against Atlanta and Jacksonville, he threw a total of 6 touchdowns in 2 games. And you didn't talk about the 6 touchdowns he threw. You talked about how he lost because all of a sudden losses was a QB statistic. Now once he's winning, now that he's winning, wins and losses is no longer a QB statistic.
It wasn't.
You only do it to fit your narrative.
It wasn't a QB statistic when he lost either. I don't know why y'all keep trying to put that on me.
Okay, so he played well in Jacksonville, and he played well in the Atlanta game.
Man, y'all stop. Y'all look at a high completion percentage. He did not play well. He missed huge opportunities, especially the Atlanta game. I don't know what y'all think about. See, that's another thing that drives me crazy. The Atlanta game. Y'all out here making it seem like if a guy digs himself in a hole and he gets himself out of the hole, he deserves credit, but he did nothing in the game to overcome the hole.
He gave the lead back.
He didn't. First of all, he gave it up to begin with. The defense gave it to us. He gave it up to begin with. Rich. Don't forget, every time he went down the field and scored to catch up, who had to make a stop? Tua had to make the stop, right? Tua played safety, right? He played DN and made the stops. Right?
He led 4 scoring drives in that game. Do people know how hard it is to lead?
T-Rich, don't forget, he got the ball twice. He got the ball twice flipped on the opposite side of the field. He got the ball twice on the flip field. Don't forget this stuff. There's context to it all.
But he only scored on 1 of those, so it didn't matter.
But that's the point.
He also had a missed field goal. He also had a blocked field goal in that game too. That's 5 scoring drives.
That's how messed up y'all are. You just said out of your own mouth, he also had a blocked field goal. To a kick now, y'all. You see how deep they go with it? He also had a blocked field goal.
And you also say he dug himself in the hole.
Why did you say he
You didn't
had
say
a
the
blocked
team
field
dug.
goal?
You didn't say the team dug itself in the hole. You said Tua dug himself in the hole.
Because Atlanta scored 14 points off of them turnovers.
No, they didn't.
Hold on, let me go back. You might be right. Let me make sure. I thought they got points off of them.
They scored 10, but the first turnover was like
10.
no, the first turnover was like 30 seconds left, and it was 30 seconds left before the half, and then they gave up like 70 yards in 2 plays, and then they did the same thing in the fourth quarter. I would look if a quarterback throws a touchdown or they throw an interception in the red zone, and then the other team pushes the ball down the field, I wouldn't say the quarterback gave up those points.
No, the quarterback didn't give up the points that the defense gave up, but the quarterback gave up points we should have had. That's what y'all not thinking about. And overall in that game, you give up points we should have had. Screw the points that the other team got off of them. Screw it. Defense's responsibility. But you gave up points that we should have had.
But if we're talking about wins and losses, are we talking about wins and losses, or are we talking about his performance? Because his
performance only, because wins and losses is not a QB
okay,
stat.
Well, he threw 4 touchdowns, so he played well.
He threw 2 interceptions.
Who cares? That's 2-to-1 ratio. That's a Hall of Fame statistic.
Lord Jesus, who cares?
That's if you throw 4 touchdowns, if someone throws 6 touchdowns in the game, I don't care if they throw 3 interceptions. I don't care.
Keep going, bro. Keep going. I want you to keep talking.
You want me to keep talking?
Yeah, keep telling people it don't matter if you throw 6 touchdowns and you get 3 interceptions. Who cares?
I don't care because I remember when Brady threw a pick 6 in the Super Bowl against Atlanta, and Atlanta's the number 1 offensive team that year. Like Matt Ryan won an MVP that year. In the second half, the Patriots defense showed up and bailed Tom Brady out. Atlanta only scored 7 points in that second half, but everybody talked about Brady.
T-Rich.
Everybody talked about how Brady dug himself out of a hole.
T-Rich. If we score 4 touchdowns and 2 interceptions, and another team has 5 touchdowns and 1 interception, you know what it came down to?
It probably came down to a lot of stuff. I don't know. It probably came down to the defense couldn't make stops.
Said it himself, turning the ball over.
No, I disagree. You place. Listen, I place a lot of value in turnovers, but you place too much value in turnovers. Turnovers is just a stalled drive. Unless you're giving up points because of it, it's a stalled drive.
You took away points. Where were those turnovers at, T-Rich? Were we already in field goal range? You remember? Because we weren't.
Yeah, but to me, Smike ran the wrong route on that. Which is another reason why is Tua even throwing the Smite? Because there's no receivers on the field. Like he's throwing to tight ends, and every time during your film breakdown, you say, "Why is it 8 in the box? Why is it 8 in the box?" Because you're running 12 and 13 personnel formations. Like that's crazy. Why is Smite in the game? He ran the wrong route, and you want to hold Tua. Hold on, you want to hold Tua.
Taking a poop on another player who's actually played good football for us.
Hold on, TD. You like to bring anything that points
offensive
negative.
Coordinator confirmed that the man didn't even run the wrong route, and that Tua wish he had that one back.
Tua said that Smike ran the wrong route. You don't bring that video up.
Now you're lying.
He said it was a miscommunication.
He ran the wrong route because the week y'all said he said that I pulled up the press conference and proved y'all were lying in. He didn't say that Smike ran the wrong route.
What did he say?
He said he wished he had that back.
No, he did not. He said it was a miscommunication. He said it right after the game. He said it was a miscommunication between him and Durham.
And the offensive coordinator said that's one that Tua wished he had back. So who was the miscommunication on?
No,
it's funny how everybody on that play. It's funny how everybody on that play automatically tried to determine what his route was. It's so funny how everybody tried to tell everybody what his route was on that play. But the OC said Tua wish he had it back, and Tua says miscommunication.
But TD, you don't care about what the OC says. You only care about what Tua says in his interviews. So let's not worry about what the OC said.
I care about what everybody's saying they interview because it's information.
You've been pulling up that interview, that post game interview of Tua all week. So you only care what Tua says. You don't pull up
You
OC's
know,
interview
you
on
want me to go
TD
ahead and
Fans
clip?
Talk.
You want me to go ahead and clip the OCs too now, going forward?
Yeah,
I go
going
all the way
forward.
back to Changeli and prove you.
Let's do it.
Yeah, bro, I done already proved it to you a million times. You just argue to argue because you're a huge fan of Tua, and I respect you for that. Nothing's
You're a
wrong
huge
with
hater. You're a huge hater of Tua, and that's why
you. Can
you
call it
argue.
what you want. You can call it what you want, but at the end of the day, the facts are going to remain. T. Rich, is Tua Tagovailoa going to be a Miami Dolphin next year?
I hope not.
T. Rich, is Tua Tagovailoa going to be a Miami Dolphin next year?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think Ross denied that trade for a reason.
So Ross called Watson and said, "Settle your case, and we coming to get you."
I don't think that's how it went down. I think Greer and Flo worked all year to try to get that trade. They worked all year spending this time and effort and trying to come to a completed trade with Houston. And then at the last minute, Ross said, "No, we're not going to make that trade."
Now watch this.
And then let me finish, TD. Watson got so upset because Watson never thought, football would be taken away from him. Watson got so upset, and he's like, "I'm not even going to Miami no more." So then they had to get Ross to talk to Watson to calm him down and say, "Listen,
I finally found the leader of Tuanon.
You just got to get rid of your cases. You just got to get rid of your cases." And that's what it comes down to.
I finally found the leader of Tuanon.
Watson was not happy.
Got hit in the helmet as he throws a dime. A deep ball, by the way.
Watson was not happy that trade didn't go down.
T. Rich,
I think Greer, Houston, and Watson all thought that trade was going to happen, and then it didn't happen.
You keep going off of a whole bunch of I think. Any
Isn't that what you do? You speculate.
Any supporting evidence? Any? Or it's just what you think? Because you don't want it to be the other way. That's the reality, T. Rich, bro.
No, I think you take 1% of all the information that's floating around the internet and floating around the web, and you speculate and you make stories off that 1% of the information.
No, let me tell you why I've come up with my conclusion. First of all, I speak with somebody directly involved in the situation. That's a fact. You ain't got to believe it. People in the chat ain't got to believe it. That's number one. Number two,
I believe it, but they may not be credible.
However you want to look at it.
Because that could be third-hand information.
However you want it, it actually is. It actually is. Hold on. It actually. Hold on.
If one person tells something to another person,
no. Well, I guess it's better. I guess it's better for me to say 2.5 instead of third person because they're not getting it from someone else. They're just involved with the situation.
Well, you're 3.5.
So they're not hearing it. They're involved. They're not actually making decisions, but they're listening to the decisions being made. And touchdown Patriots. But anyway, let me say this. That's number one. Number two, I take every piece of information from interviews and everything that's out there. First of all, people directly close with Ross, and he never came out and denied it, and he ran from the media in the owners' meeting about it. Ross wants Watson, period. He doesn't get involved. Ross said out his own mouth, "I don't get involved in personnel decisions." That's what he told his source. And then the source also said, but he wants Watson. He doesn't get involved with the final decision. When they wanted to pull the trigger, they needed to get the sign off from Ross because it was such a big thing that was going to happen. Ross made the phone call, which is smart of him. Smart. I'm not just going to pull the trigger unless I have some assurances about this situation. And he gave him an opportunity to clear it so that they could bring him to Miami.
How is he going to clear it in 12 hours?
Easy.
That doesn't even make sense.
First of all, they gave him an opportunity to talk to him on Monday night. So 18 of the 22 accusers.
The trade deadline was Tuesday.
18 of the 22 accusers agreed to the settlement. It don't, bruh, you can settle your case in 5 minutes. If somebody's suing me right now, as long as I can call to the attorney, because the attorney might be saying I want $100 million, right? They always start at the highest point. They know that it's really worth 10, and not this situation. I'm just using numbers, holistic numbers, to make the point. If an attorney say we suing you for $100 million, and the case really worth 10, they know that they're going to get back, well, we think that it's 5. And they're going to be negotiating. The other attorney going to be like, at least 70 or we can't budge. Well, we're looking more of 8. Okay, well, you know what? I talk to my people. If you can't do 30, that's how negotiations go. But in this situation, it was point to the blank. This is what I'm willing to offer each of them, blah, blah, blah. The attorney went back, said, hey, we got an offer on the table. This is what it is. 18 out of the 20 said yes. 4 said no. They said, yeah, they said no.
Okay, so Ross called Watson at 10 p.m. Monday night and said, we'll make the trade if you clear.
According to the report, it was actually after midnight.
Okay, after midnight. So let's just say Tuesday morning. So you're saying Ross called Watson early Tuesday morning and said, settle your 20-something cases if you want to be a Miami Dolphin.
Yep.
That's not true. That's not true.
Bro, we can't get y'all to believe nothing. The facts are all out there about it. The facts are all out there about it.
No, all we know
now the media tried to spin it. Now the media tried to spin it as if they said, hey, settle and basically try to coerce. They tried to make it seem like the Dolphins were trying to coerce the women to settle. That's how the media spent it to make the Dolphins look bad. It wasn't even the media. It was the two.
Well, that's the lawyer. That's what the women lawyer said, right?
No, it's not what they said. The man can't. No, thank you for saying that. Here's the ultimate proof of it all. The lawyer actually did come out and speak. He said, I know that there was a deadline for Deshaun Watson. I really don't care much about the deadline, but they tried really hard to settle on that day. They were trying really hard to get a settlement on that day. And the lawyer said it's all or nothing. And they were like, well, if we can't get all 22, can we at least get 10? But it came out this week that there were 18 out of the 22 willing to settle. The other lawyer actually said that. The other lawyer said it.
It's so unrealistic.
That they were trying their hardest to settle on that day.
It's so unrealistic to try to settle 20 cases in a few hours.
Bro, it's not unrealistic because if you get the right amount that they all happy with and they say yes, you got an agreement. Paperwork's being sent right away.
All of them are not civil cases.
No, the 22 cases are civil.
But aren't there 2 cases that aren't civil?
No, there's criminal? 10 cases that aren't. No, there's 10 cases that aren't civil. And 4 of those, 8 of those are part of the civil. 2 of the criminal complaints are not even civil cases.
They just criminal.
Yeah,
so in those 2 cases, in its essence, those 2 cases are more important than the other 20 or 22 or however many it is this week.
No, they all important.
But the 2, wow! I mean, money don't make those 2 go away.
No, see,
so why would Ross care about the 20 or however many and not the 2 and say, hey, the 2 criminal cases, don't worry about those.
Let me tell you why they don't care about the. Let me tell you why they don't care.
One could send them to jail.
Let me tell you why they don't care about the criminal cases, bro. Because the NFL and the Miami Dolphins, just like the Carolina Panthers, they did their due diligence. They went and got all the information they needed to get. First of all, many people have been saying that this is not going to result in a felony because the charges, the accusations being brought against him are not felony related.
So why didn't Ross make the trade?
Because he wanted those settled. The civil cases.
If it's not felony related?
Because here's what you got to understand. The longer that situation lingers on, the longer you have to wait on Goodell's decision. That needs to be done. That's not what's keeping Watson from playing, just the criminal stuff. The complaints along with the civil suit is a bad look for the NFL. The longer that lingers, the longer you got to wait on, because the problem was Watson maintained his innocence and said that he was going to fight him. He maintained that until the Dolphins told him, settle him and we'll come get you. So he tried because he was done with it. He wanted to play football.
So you think Ross was willing to make a trade with 2 criminal lawsuits against
They
Watson?
already know. They've done their research. They know what they believe the criminal aspect of it is going to turn out to be. And another thing, the warrants that were issued October 19th should tell you all you need to know, because in a warrant, it is telling you what they are looking for what specific charge. A warrant tells you what they are specifically looking for or able to search for in order to charge him for this. And in that search warrant, they were looking to charge him with misdemeanor, indecent assault, whatever it's called, indecent assault or whatever. I'll look at the exact terminology in a second, which is a misdemeanor. And everybody knows, even if they charge him with that misdemeanor,
But that came out today, though, right? That didn't come out. That came out today. That Ross didn't. No one knew at that time.
It came 2 days ago. What happened was everybody thought that it was new information. Oh, a judge done issued 3 warrants. He issued those warrants October 19th. It's just that the media are now getting police reports. They're just getting the information.
You said November 19th?
October 19th, those warrants were issued. And they never needed to be issued because Watson had already voluntarily offered all that information. But they got it anyway because they were going to need to look at financials and cash out. They say the warrant also showed that he made payments between $100 and $300.
Do you know how crazy that is for Greer to spend hours and hours communicating with the Houston Texans trying to iron out a deal for Ross to deny the deal at the last minute? They were never on the same page.
He didn't deny the deal.
Ross was never on the same page with this.
He didn't deny the deal. Once he realized nobody else can get him, we'll just deal with this in the offseason.
Speculation.
What do you mean?
Because
the only other team was Carolina, and what did they say? Watson wouldn't waive his no trade clause.
Yeah, but there are going to be a lot more options this offseason.
It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters in this Watson situation is where he wants to go.
The price was different too. So remember,
it ain't different. It ain't different. If Deshaun Watson say it's Miami or nothing, ain't no different price. What they gonna do? Have him sit on that? You don't understand the power Watson has in this situation. If they don't send him to Miami, all he got to do is sit there and collect his, for them, $42 million. And hey, if you want to play me, they not. The price ain't gonna be different, bro. It's not going to be different.
It will be different because of supply and demand, and his demand will be a lot higher in this offseason.
There ain't no demand if you don't have access.
You're telling me if New Orleans
can you buy a Ferrari? Can you buy a Ferrari?
Currently, no.
If you had the money to right now at the base price, can you buy a base price Ferrari? If you had the money to.
I don't know.
You can't. Because only previous Ferrari owners can buy a Ferrari. That's why previous Ferrari owners buy another one and sell it for a profit.
This is what I'm saying, though, TD. The market for Deshaun Watson was
there
small.
Ain't no market for him if he don't want to go nowhere else. That's what you don't understand.
Listen. No teams were interested this season except for Carolina, Philadelphia, and Miami.
The New England Patriots even made a call to inquire to see how much.
But did they make a trade? I'm sure like 20 teams made a call. That's different.
Who did make a trade? Nobody.
That's like sending a recruit a letter and then offering them a scholarship. It's different.
T-Rich, even if Watson looked you in your face and said Miami or nothing, you still be talking about, but if what about if other people can offer more?
If he did, then he did. But what you're saying is TD is allowed to speculate, but T-Rich can't speculate.
Bro, I'm not speculating. I'm not speculating. I'm not speculating. This has been in the works for 2 years.
What you're saying is if New Orleans attempted to make a trade for Watson, Watson is going to deny it.
Watson
That's
will deny the
speculation.
trade, bro. Let me tell you
That's
how much he'll
speculation.
deny the trade. You remember that lie came out? That
But you're a
lie
Dolphins
from the
fan,
media.
so you want to believe the lie. You want to believe this.
No,
Like, I
you
can't
remember
argue
that
with
lie
you.
from the media that came out that said the only 3 teams that Watson is considering is Denver, Carolina, and Miami? And I was telling people that's a lie. That is a lie. Those are false reportings. Everybody like, yeah, but TD, why? How do you know? Because I freaking know. It's a lie. He wants Miami or nothing. They were trying to, man, I'll just go ahead and say it. They were trying to get Watson before they even traded for Tua. That's what y'all don't understand. The Miami Dolphins been trying to get Watson before they even got Tua.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, you ain't got to care about it, but it should tell you all you need to know. So they lied and said the only teams he'll waive his no trade clause to is the Broncos and the Carolina Panthers. Then the Panthers made what I heard, they made a better offer than Miami, and he turned it down.
So hypothetically, if
and
any
they
of the
didn't want
31
no cases
teams
settled. You know that, T-Rich, right? They even came out. They didn't need any cases settled. They had a better offer than Miami with no cases settled. He wouldn't waive his no trade clause.
Watson looked at his options and said, okay, I guess Miami is where I want to go based off the list of options I have. But his list of options will be larger this offseason. You're telling me all 31 teams, any of the other 30 teams make an offer for Watson, he's not going to waive his no trade clause. That's what you're saying. If Kansas City try to make a trade for Watson, he's going to decline it. That's what you're saying.
Let me help you with this.
You sound like a fan.
With the exception of the Dolphins, yeah, exactly. With the exception of Seattle and Green Bay, every team that needs a quarterback next year knew that at the trade deadline. They knew that at the trade deadline.
All the other teams could have been thinking
the market
Miami
at the trade deadline is no different than the market in the offseason. Every single team that's going to be a player for Watson in the offseason knew at the trade deadline that they were going to need a new quarterback the next year. Every single one of them.
But the cases, though,
market.
I mean, they're in the same boat as Miami. They're probably like, I'm not about to bother with a player that has 20 lawsuits.
The reality is, bro, we ain't got to go back and forth about it. I know that Deshaun Watson wants Miami or nothing. The Miami Dolphins want Deshaun Watson. That is a fact. I'm not going to get into the details on why I know that. I don't have to have the credibility for anybody to believe me. But everything I've been telling y'all since day one, when y'all denied that we were even interested, when I've been telling y'all before he was even disgruntled with Houston, been telling y'all what was happening, and everybody y'all know what you talk about. The Dolphins ain't looking at no Watson. You done lost your mind. And as time went, our name kept on coming out there more and more and more. Then we had a crunch time situation. Every big name you know in the media that knows everything, that be spot on, has come out and told y'all the Miami Dolphins is who you need to look out for. They are moving heaven and earth to make this happen. And I've been telling y'all that from day one, from day zero, man. And I've been called everything up and down because of something that I know, but y'all don't know. You want to deny, and it's all only because it wouldn't be favorable for the guy you love. I get that. Because you don't want Tua to get traded.
No, I want Tua to get traded. I really do.
You don't want Tua to get traded. You want him to have a storybook career, drafted, matter of fact, you looking at the fairy tale even better. When they shot him in the dirt and wanted to get Watson, he rose above the occasion, and he became the franchise and won multiple Super Bowls. And it was, oh my gosh, it's bigger than when he threw that pass in Alabama to win the game. Oh my God. Y'all just looking for the fairy tale ending. That's the truth. That's the reality of it all. You're all just looking for the fairy tale ending for him. Because he's deserving of a fairy tale ending, right?
No, I don't have fear about what Tua will do throughout his career. And I think that's why I'm different than all the other Tua-neers, is because they're very emotional about it. Tua is going to perform because he's Tua. Tua is going to perform tomorrow because he's Tua. He's special. He has an it factor. So whether it's in Miami, whether it develops somewhere else, he has a it factor. He's
That's
special.
the one thing he missing. What are you talking about? That's the one thing the kid is missing, the it factor.
No, he has that to me. He has that to me. And look, I got a question for you, TD.
He got it because of that one pass at Alabama. That one pass at Alabama is just blew your mind, and it's all over from there. The kid can do it. When he came in that game and made that pass, the heavens parted. The heavens parted.
Yeah, I remember when he made that pass, I was fiending to see him play the next year.
It was the next year coming to Jesus.
In the next year, it was even better than what he did in that game. I mean, I do. I mean, he's special. I watch it on film, and he just does things that other quarterbacks can't do. But I had a question for you because you mentioned it factor, right?
I mentioned what?
It factor, as in QBs, I guess special abilities, right? So as far as QB abilities, a lot of casual fans like to refer to mobility and arm talent or arm strength as like the top abilities. If you had to name your top 3 QB abilities or 3 abilities your QB must have, what would you name? Would mobility and arm strength be a part of those top 3? Because everyone in the chat say Tua has a noodle arm, Tua can't run, as if those are truly important to a quarterback. So what are your top 3 abilities?
Hey, hop on, EM, the link at the top of the chat. Well, first of all, I want a quarterback that can read all 3 phases, all 3 levels of the field.
Okay.
I think that's the most important thing, being able to read all 3 levels of the field. Second, I need a quarterback that can identify, and sometimes this come with time, but some guys can do it right away. Be able to identify the different coverages and schemes being ran against them. Can identify his hot, and this is all encompasses in one. Identify his hots, his alerts, and his protections, all that pre-snap stuff. That's number 2 for me. Number 3, just the basic competence of throwing the ball with the cherry on top of ball placement. I think it's so critical in the NFL. Those 3 things that I just named are the difference between good quarterbacks and great quarterbacks. Those 3 things are what make quarterbacks great. A quarterback that got his legs and doing all this and that, it's an element of the game that buys you time to grow those other areas maybe, but I don't put much merit into those, but it does. It would be like 5th on my list, being able to use your legs.
5th, but can you admit that the casual fan would probably have those 2 as in mobility and arm strength as 1 and 2? Top 2 QB abilities.
I'll admit that the casual fan feels that way because it can get you a long way. But at some point, every player that has always been able to do that, they've always ran into someone who stopped them from doing it. Now, what other trick do you have? You see what I'm saying?
So look, but listen, T, I say that because Tua has elite anticipation, and I think that's his it factor. Like that pass he threw to Waddle, that 10-yard curl route in the red zone. Most QBs don't even attempt to throw that pass. And a lot of times, let me finish. A lot of times he sees it so early that he throws it, and by the time the ball gets there, the guy is wide open. The guy is wide open because Tua threw it before the guy was even open. And then the casual fan says, oh, he just threw it to a wide open receiver. But what someone who doesn't have elite anticipation, they see it and then throw it. So they wait, they see it, then they throw it, and then by then the defense collapsed on that throw. And then it makes it look like he threw a tight window throw, and the casual fan is like, man, that's an amazing throw. But Tua, because of his anticipation, he makes it look too easy. And I think it's hard for casual fans, or, I'm a casual fan. It's hard for us to see it if you're not watching all 22 footage.
I'll agree and disagree. So let me give you both point of views. Your point of view, I agree with, right? But then you have all these plays with guys running through the middle of the field wide open where we're not even getting the throw of anticipation, right? And most of the time that's happening after his first read. But I want you to go back and look at this, T. Rich. This is what people will argue with you. That's why I say I agree and I disagree. That's why you need a bigger sample size to know what the truth is. If you notice, that anticipation pass is always his first read. Now, he may stare at the safety, but he knows he about to throw that post or that out to Waddle. He may stare at the safety to pull him, and then he launches. So some people will say, is that anticipation or is that just him executing a timing route? You see what I'm saying? Because there's so much evidence of other throws where, come on, the guy coming across the middle, throw it and lead him. You see what I'm saying? If you know his route, you know he's going to be open behind this linebacker because the middle just came up. So you might be right, but you could also be wrong because I want to see those anticipation throws. It be anticipation on like let me give you an example. Some people told me, you remember that Waddle touchdown where it was a beautiful dime, like right in between three defenders, right? Where they ran a play where everybody crossed, Waddle turned around right in. They call that anticipation. But that's what the play is designed for, and he knows when he needs to throw it. So some people will debate that, and I'm not ready to say whether it's one way or another.
Nah, that's anticipation. Come on, TD.
No. See,
you want me to tell you how?
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. It's anticipation, hoping that everybody clears out the way he needs them to. See, we mix anticipation. See, anticipation. Are you really reading it, or are you like it's hard? That's the one thing that's hard to prove, T-Rich. Either way, because you can literally say, at the line of scrimmage, I'm going to Waddle. As soon as Gesicki clear, I'm bulleting it in because of this coverage. It should be there.
No, because if that was the case, he would have a lot more interceptions. And Tua has never really thrown.
Go back to his rookie year. That's why everybody used to say, "Man, he's so lucky." You know how many interceptions they be dropping on him? But he's gotten a lot more accurate now. Where I don't see a lot of dropped interceptions. So you could be right.
I agree on your rookie year, but his second year, this year, have you ever seen? And he's thrown a lot of boneheaded interceptions. But have you ever seen Tua throw an interception where coverage confused him, or he was trying to eye down his first read? Has he ever thrown a pick six in his career?
This
no.
Is why I
a
say,
lot of his interceptions are just boneheaded interceptions.
Now you're making my point. Now you're making my point, I believe, because you said, has he ever thrown a pick where coverage confused him? I don't think he can get confused in coverage in this system because the system is designed for him to look to one side, and if he sees it, go. He's not worried about if they're in a cover two or Tampa or this or that. The way the system is designed. Now I can see if he's audibling. If I see him audibling at the line of scrimmage all the time, then that's a huge indicator that he got a pre-snap look that he don't like on this play and he gonna get out. Then I would give him credit for things like not being confused by the defense, but that's not the case. I don't think he's worried about the defense. I don't think he's ever worried about what the defense is in.
That's not true. They run third down.
They're giving him a playbook that says when you put it in that running back belly, look up, and if that linebacker clears out to the flat, you should have this slant. If the linebacker don't clear out to the flat, but the corner on the edge stays and they're in zone, you either have the handoff or you'll have that slant. It's just a little delayed. You know how many times Tua snap the ball, fake the handoff, he want to throw the slant, but he waits and then he gets it in? That's not anticipation. It's just simply, I know what I'm supposed to do on this play, and that's a zone, and I may want to throw it right away, but the zone may mean I need to wait for him to clear the window. They done put this man in a box to where defenses know what he's going to do. Go look at that Giants game. You started to see that defense on fire, stopping that stuff at the end of the game. They took away the little elbow look, took away the slant. He almost threw the pick six.
I saw TD making dimes at the end of that game to seal it. in pro style
I saw him
offense,
throw some dimes. That
traditional
Gesicki
offense.
one, I still can't get over. That Gesicki one, that was a beautiful pass. But what I keep trying to tell y'all is we keep going on the one pass every game or two passes every game and making that the whole picture of the game. When the ball placement in that game was not good at all for Tua. Doesn't mean he won't get better at it, but that's the area he needs to improve. Reading all three levels of the field, ball placement, and just that pre-snap stuff. But I ain't worried about the pre-snap stuff right now because our offense ain't built for him to worry about it. That's not on him. But in our current offense, you still have to read all three phases of the field, all three levels, because there's opportunities on all three still today, as we see on film. And his ball placement, once again, it got to be better, man. That's been an issue last year. I remember I used to be crying about it last year. Y'all called me a hater. I used to say, everybody got to jump off their feet to catch the ball. Out in the flat, a guy should be running and catching and turn up. Instead, he got to turn his whole body around, catch it, secure it, and then a defender is already there. I used to whine about it last year. And this year, he's gotten a little better on certain passes, but I'm still seeing him in the flats. The guy got to completely turn around and go the other way. I'm still seeing passes not being led in stride, but instead they got to body up and jump up to get it. And he just got to get, and that's the thing on anticipation. That's a skill. That's a feel. You know how you put that ball out in front? You got to feel where the guy's going to be, not where they are. And that's where Tua has to get that feeling in him of where they're going to be and not where they are. Because he got in that short intermediate, he got a cannon in that area. He get that ball there quick. It gets where it needs to get, but he needs to recognize where they're going to be instead of where they are. Stop playing it like they sitting in the zone when they're actually running through one. And those are the three things that I would say I would want in my quarterback: reading the three levels of the field, ball placement, and his pre-snap work. And I know all of, well, you want him to be able to pass, right? See, these are all the things that should be a given for a starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't put those high on the list, being able to at least throw the ball nice. That should be a given for a quarterback. Everybody can't, but EM, you there, man? Surprised you ain't jump in and start fighting me yet.
EM, he a Tua hater too. You know, he is.
Really? Give me 1 second, TD. Give me 1 second, bro.
Listen, after the Buffalo game, and I told Insanity this like multiple times in the chat as well. After the Buffalo game, and I think it was the same stream where you said Greg Corsell exposed Tua, which is hilarious. You invited a panel on, included Finsanity and EM Dolphin fan and a few others, and it was more about we were right. Everybody else, they were wrong about Tua. And it's like you're trying to jump the gun on being right about Tua being a bust, and he's not. He's putting up top 10 numbers. You were wrong. You were wrong, TD. And you even admitted that Tua was putting up top 10 numbers.
Put up top 10 numbers. What are you talking about?
He's currently putting up top 10 numbers, arguably.
Ladies and gentlemen, hear this and hear this once.
TD, you said it in your last stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, hear that. You know what, bro? Because sometimes I try to avoid the confrontation and I try to be positive about him and match y'all sometimes. I will admit that. But let's get something straight. Stop. I don't know where this came from. I don't know where it came from where you take QBR and that tells you where your QB rates.
You can look at a lot of numbers. You can look at a lot of different categories.
QBR and completion percentage. Tell me the category I can look at outside of that.
Touchdowns.
Tell
He's
me
averaging 3 touchdowns a game.
Look at outside of that.
Touchdowns.
Stop it.
Yards, 250 yards per game.
Stop it.
Really?
All of these are top 10 numbers.
Really, T-Rich? I'm a Tua hater, really?
Hey,
I'm a Tua hater.
Hey, let me ask this to T-Rich, though, real quick, EM. So, Mac Jones, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 299 yards, by the way. Trash game?
Garbage time. Yeah, that's true. That's the one for one,
And then you
TD
said garbage
interception
time just
ratio.
now, right?
That's
And then you said garbage
that's
time,
like
right?
in the 50% completion. That's a horrible game.
It's
1-to-1
above 50% barely, but you said
barely.
garbage time, right?
Yeah.
Ain't that where Tua get most of his yards?
All the games are close.
I mean, all his numbers come from the fourth quarter. I mean, people have been around here raving about it.
What do you consider garbage time?
When you down?
By how much? If you're down by 7, that's not garbage time.
Atlanta Falcons, since you wanted to bring that up earlier.
They were down by, 13 points in the beginning of the fourth quarter? That's not garbage time. You have the ball at the 15-minute mark, and you're down 13 points.
Mac Jones tonight was garbage time when they were down 20-17 when he put all that up. It was garbage time. They came all the way back to 20-17, but they gave up the big play for the touchdown. If the defense would have actually stopped them, they would have had a chance to win.
Honestly, I haven't been watching the game since I joined the stream, but I'm just looking at the numbers and they're playing the highlights right now.
I'm curious,
But
is this game on Mac Jones or the defense?
Yeah, I can tell you focus in on highlights. I can tell. You're a highlight guy, right?
No,
You're a highlight guy, right?
No, I probably watch more football than you.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I know.
I watch games.
I know. Anyway, I'm still trying to figure out
you
what
guys
y'all
are
debating.
highlights. You guys are highlights. You guys look at Deshaun Watson highlights, but I dare you to do an all 22 footage. No, listen, I dare you to do an all 22 film analysis on Deshaun Watson versus Kansas City in 2020, or Deshaun Watson versus Cleveland in 2020, or Deshaun Watson versus.
What's the point of that? What's the point of that?
What's the point of that? It's not highlights. It's not saying, oh, he's top 5, he's flawless.
So you're saying he's not. So you're saying he's not top 5?
I think it's too early to say. I think it's too early to.
You're saying one quarterback that's top 5 that won't have a bad.
So we're clear. You're saying Deshaun Watson is not a top 5 quarterback. T. Rich, that's your name, right? T. Rich, okay, yeah. T. Rich
I'm gonna be honest, Ian. I think Deshaun Watson is the most talented quarterback in the NFL. I'm gonna be honest. I like Deshaun Watson. He killed Alabama twice in the national championship. And I remember telling my friend, like, his rookie year, I was like, he's going to be better than Tom Brady.
So you're basically trolling, right?
I'm not trolling. No, I don't troll. I don't think I ever trolled in my life.
Ian, what we were
Watson
arguing
isn't flawless. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. He's not flawless, just like Tua isn't flawless.
Well, there's no such thing as a flawless player, bro. Every player that's ever played in a 100+ year history of the National Football League, every player, Hall of Fame or not, has issues, has flaws. So I don't know where you're getting this. Who said he was flawless? You never heard that come out of my mouth about Deshaun Watson. So where are you getting that from? Where are you getting this flawless? Who said he was flawless?
But you guys scream out Tua's flaws about him not being able to read the field, him missing reads.
Is that not factual?
Reads all the time.
Is that not factual?
It's as factual just as Tom Brady misreads.
I've been clear on that. Every quarterback misreads, bro.
Is somebody lying? Steph Curry misses shots. Is somebody lying? That's crazy.
No, my point is, I don't. What when you're up here saying that we are, well, I'm gonna say me specific. Who are you talking? Who are you referencing right now? Are you talking about TD or are you talking about Ian Dolphin fan? Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about all the 3 other people that are in this panel, on this panel right now, all hated on Tua after the Buffalo game. The same stream where TD said Greg Corsell exposed Tua, and you were agreeing, Ian. You was like, yeah, Greg Corsell, he's credible.
Was that not his worst game this year? Was that not his worst game?
But you guys talk
Answer
about
my
Tua.
question. I asked you a question. Was that not his worst game?
That was his worst game. Okay,
then. So the criticism was warranted. That was his worst game. I'm not speaking for TD. I'm not speaking for TD. I'm not speaking for Greg Cosell. I'm not speaking for Vin75. E.M. Dolphin fans' criticism was relative to that game. Me and TD just had this conversation last week. Was relative to that game.
That stream was not about his game versus Buffalo. It was about Tua in its whole totality.
What
It was
was
about
that,
Greg
TD?
Cordell saying
What
that
was
Tua
that, TD?
couldn't be
What
special
was you
in the
gonna say?
NFL. It was
I don't know what he's talking about. Greg.
I mean,
Me neither.
this dude. I mean, my God, bro. This. I
you
mean, you
said
all over the
Greg
place, man.
Cordell. You said Greg Cordell exposed Tua, and that Tua wouldn't be any good in the NFL.
I said
That
that.
he's
I
not
said
good
that.
in the NFL. You know,
I
honestly,
said that.
I don't remember what because there
I
was
didn't
about
say
6
that.
people on that panel. No offense, Sanity was trashing Tua too. She was like, "Oh, we were infected by the Tua virus. This fan
No,
base has been."
I
TD, you
never
know,
said
telling the
to a
truth.
virus, but okay.
the Ian
I
Dolphin
did.
fan never said that. The Ian Dolphin fans never said that about Tua. What my criticism was relative to that game, and I keep telling you, anybody that's been listening to me, what have I
Game
been
by
saying?
game.
I go game by game with my evaluation with Tua. So you're wrong, bro. Stop up. Don't stop with the spewing nonsense, please. Please. Just keep it 1,000, bro.
Well, me and T Rich were arguing. He's saying that when I say that Tua's not reading 3 levels of the field and his ball placement and those things, just because he don't listen, it's first of all, he said it's not true. Second off, he said just because Tua said it, he don't listen to nothing Tua says because he's just that humble and he just always does stuff like that.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Everybody
Even
that watches
even the
everybody
playbook. He was lying about the playbook. He was lying about not knowing the playbook, but everyone blew it out of proportion, and it's hilarious. Really,
T-Rich,
it's
stop going to the
hilarious.
Tweedonomians, for real. Stop going to the secret Tweedonomians.
Oh my
Every
God, bro.
month. Stop.
Look, man. You know what?
We
I'm gonna
didn't
let you
even
have
talk
your
about the playbook, and you bring that up, and then you say he lied about that too.
So he's a liar. He's a pathological liar.
I'm starting to get it. T Rich, you a Tua hater calling him a liar.
So the coaches was lying on him too when they said the day before. Tua just reiterated what the coaches said the day before they interviewed him. So the coaches are lying on him too.
The day before what?
When Tua said that he did not know the playbook, right? He did not know enough of the playbook, right? Tua said that on Wednesday. On Tuesday, you heard George Godsky, and you heard Eric Studensville basically say the exact same thing. When the beat writers asked him, exactly.
And
We
they
want to
said
see
the
him
number one thing is his retention
of the playbook. So the coaches are lying on him too?
No, it was a new playbook. So of course you want to judge a QB on his retention of the playbook. I don't think he mastered the playbook his rookie year in the NFL, and I think and they asked him about the receivers, and he jumped in front of the truck and took it. He jumped in front of the bullet and took it and said, "I didn't know the playbook." He basically what Tua was basically saying was, "I could have done better." That's really all he should have said was, "You know what? It wasn't all on the offense. It wasn't all on Gailey. It wasn't all on the play calling. I could have done better. You know, it's a lot of things I can improve on." And he should have left it at that. But Tua is very honest, and you can admit this too, TD. He is honest by
honest, but he lies. He's honest,
TD,
but he lies.
Can we agree though? He's
Yeah,
honest.
but when he's being honest, you saying it ain't true. That he's just taking it for other people.
That is ridiculous. Are you serious, T. Rich? I'm glad you clarified it. I'm glad you clarified with your statement that you're a casual. I'm glad. Because now I know how to deal with you. Now I know how to deal. I'm glad you're a self-admitted casual fan. Because I'm telling you, this is ridiculous, bro. I mean, really.
I envy you.
Absolutely
I really
ridiculous.
Knowing the playbook, knowing the playbook is subjective. He wasn't saying he did not know the playbook. He's really just saying, I didn't master the playbook. He's saying, I could have done better. That's all he's really saying is, I could have done better to help this team be more successful. Referring to the 2020 season.
Rich, if you don't know what play to audible into, you don't know the playbook.
Oh.
Yeah, and I agree, TD. He probably did not master the playbook enough to make audible.
But that's a coy word. You're using that word mastered to soften the blow.
And also, he went to another level. He said, Tua even said that the reason why there were two different offensive approaches with Fitz in the game and he in the game. He said he even went and said they had to scale things down for him because he didn't know enough of the playbook.
Chan-Gailey verified that. Chan-Gailey said, "Yeah, there's two different playbooks."
So he's lying.
Yeah, I think he took the blame because people ran Chan-Gailey. And listen, I don't hate Chan-Gailey, but people ran Chan-Gailey out of town. I think as a rookie, it is relative to what a rookie should know of a NFL playbook for the first time. I think Tua knew the playbook relative to what a rookie should know. Tua was comparing himself to Fitz. He's in a QB room with Fitz, and he's comparing himself to Fitz and saying, I didn't know the playbook as well as Fitz.
He didn't know it enough to be competent. He did not know it enough, right? Obviously, he didn't know it enough to the level that Fitz did. But Fitz
that's what he's compared. That's the only that's the only person he can compare himself to.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't. What's the point? Well, I mean, what's the point? What's your point?
So basically,
he did not know enough. He did not know enough of the playbook to be the starter. Is what he was telling you. Is what he told the world.
No, that's not true. He did not. Well, yeah. You know what, Ian. You know what, Ian. You know what? You may be right because honestly, no rookie really deserves to be a starter because it's so much they don't know. And that's basically what he was saying. It's so much I don't know, but he's not going to blame himself for being a rookie, or he's not going to allow being a rookie as an excuse. He's just going to say, I didn't know the playbook, but it went to national media waves and it got blown out of proportion. He's honest by a fault. He even his post-game interview last week, he didn't have to say all that. He shouldn't have said all that. Tom Brady would not say that. He wouldn't say, you know what, I need to be better. He had a great game. He had a good game. He didn't have to say that, but he said it.
I actually commend to it for his honesty.
But people like TD, they take his honesty and they use it to attack him.
How am I attacking him? See, this is the problem. I go out and I analyze his play, and I tell you this is what he struggled in. And I got to keep using the Giants game as an example. I raved about Tua. I gave him a B+, I believe. I said Tua had a good game. I like what he did. I said nothing but positive things. And the last thing I said, if there was anything I would criticize in the game, it was his ball placement. It just wasn't good, and he's been struggling with that for a while now. Everybody tried to rip me up. Then I didn't even know he had the post-game press conference. I didn't see it until the next day where he said what I said. So since everybody tore me up, I play it for them just so that they could get off my back. But you act like I'm only playing it to attack him when I am just trying to show y'all when I am saying stuff, I'm not trying to nitpick. I am telling you what I'm seeing. You just don't like anything negative said about him. So I got to show you the clips of the man saying it himself. I said it before him. What would make him just all of a sudden, well, you know what? Let me go watch TDPHINSTALK and see what he says so I can repeat that so he can be right. And he can have another thing to hate on me on. I don't get it.
TD, as someone who has a YouTube channel, and I think Doug is in the chat as well, you guys should appreciate his honesty. Man? You guys should appreciate his honesty because no other quarterback.
I appreciate his honesty.
Hold on. No other quarterback would talk so much. Let me finish, Insanity. Let me finish. No other quarterback in the NFL would talk so much about their own flaws on a public platform as Tua. Do not take that to attack him. Appreciate it. Appreciate him telling you.
Rich. Here's the problem.
That's your question.
Oh man.
Rich, y'all don't appreciate his honesty.
No, you don't.
Because,
you don't.
Let me tell you, y'all don't appreciate his honesty. You know why? Because you try to cover it up. You try to cover up his own honesty. I guess he's the only one allowed to speak about the things that he need to improve on. Other than that, it's a lie. It ain't real. You sit here telling me that we need to appreciate his honesty, but you won't accept when we give you honesty. You want to turn it into hate.
T-Rich, what? I'm sorry. Go ahead and say it. I apologize.
If Tua were to improve on the things that TD calls out and criticizes, would that not only make him a better QB? So TD's telling y'all how he can be better for this team so that we can win Super Bowls and we can be a dominant force. He's not trying to beat the kid down. He's trying to get this kid he's trying to get us to see, like, okay, if he can get these things in his repertoire, he's going to be untouchable.
But hold on, but Finsanity. But I'm wrong. If I do point those things out, they're not true.
We don't talk about private conversations.
But he's also a liar. That's
listen.
They're not true, though, Insanity. If I'm trying to get them to see the areas he can improve so he can be great, but when I say those areas, they're not true. But when Tua says it, well, you should appreciate his honesty. Bro, T-Rich, it's not making any sense. Listen, I say it, I'm wrong. He says it, you should appreciate his honesty. That makes sense for me.
So T-Rich, just because, so if you appreciate his honesty, does that give him a pass in terms of when he doesn't play well, in terms of his critiquing his game? If he doesn't play well, are we just because, like me, I appreciate Tua's honesty, but guess what? If he is not playing well and I see something, an area of his game that he's deficient in on film, I'm gonna call it out.
But why does
that make you a hater? Why does that make me a hater? Because you said a Dolphin fan is a hater, or Tua hater. How does that make me a hater?
Because when you whisper his accomplishments and scream out his failures, you're a hater. And you may have missed this. You can tell the truth about someone and be a hater. Name your worst 3 qualities, Ian. And if you tell me that, and that's the only thing I mentioned was those 3 qualities, and I didn't name the other 10 great qualities about Ian, it could be the truth, but that makes me a hater, even though I'm telling the truth.
The problem y'all have is when people scream out the good stuff. When they scream one bad thing out, it erases all the good things they said, and y'all say they never existed. Just like I told y'all 2 Sundays ago against the Giants. I raved about him, gave him a B+. I like this, I like that, and that was a big boy throw to Gesicki. Just amazing. But you know what, T-Rich? If some of these quote-unquote Tuaneers, when I say his ball placement was off, and if they would just be honest and say, you're right, his ball placement was off, hope he gets better at it, it would be end of discussion. The only reason the discussion gets amplified is because we start arguing back and forth because y'all want to deny facts.
To me, though, TD, every quarterback in every game, all their ball placements are off because
what does that have to do with you pointing it out for Tua? Who cares? It's still a fact.
But it's like, why point it out?
Did I just say that with Mac? Did I just say that with Mac tonight? Wouldn't I talk about his ball placement? Good throw on the 3rd down, he made the play, but at the end of the day, that's bad ball placement by him. But y'all don't complain about me saying that about him, so we ain't got to argue about it. The only reason things get blown out of proportion is because we argue because y'all get offended by facts. Because it's a negative thing about him.
This is the thing, TD. Everyone is not meant to watch all 22 footage. Like, to be honest, that's one of the worst things that happened to this Dolphins community, in my opinion, is that YouTubers are showing casual fans all 22 footage. They're not meant to look at all 22 footage. They're not. They don't know what they're looking at. They're just looking at who's the open guy that the person has missed. Or they're saying, oh, he's open. And they're doing a lot of hindsight analysis. They're not looking at certain contests. They're not they don't understand that each play has progression reads. They're just saying he's looking right. And there's
they could comprehend if they would close their mouth and humble themselves and listen. Yeah, listen to some of these credible individuals.
And you learn by doing it.
You can learn.
T-Rich, if we give an analysis on the all 22 and you hear a coach or Tua come out and basically repeat what you said, what are we talking about?
You don't know what coaches say because none of us play in the NFL.
Well, why don't you tell everybody what somebody says on an all 22 that the coaches or Tua haven't come out and said is something that they need to make sure that they get better at? Oh, and one of the main things I personally, because I'm not the biggest guru of them all. That's why I like doing film with EM and certain people, because I don't even know it all, but I know it to a point to where I can recognize certain areas where improvement needs to be made. But it's funny that when I do film, I keep coming up with the same conclusions. Reading all three levels of the field, open opportunities in his eyesight. I point out. And here's the funny thing, T. Rich. Sometimes I point out open guys on the field, and I say, and that ain't to a fault because the play's supposed to go to the right, boy. But I even say, boy, in the future when they open it up and let him start to play downfield, looking down the middle, and he get to look at it all, boy, he might be deadly, just killing people. I be blaming OCs and stuff for stuff like that. But when I see something in his line of sight, and he hesitates and don't throw it and choose the lesser, I point it out. And this man has been saying this himself. This man just came off a bye week, and you know what young quarterbacks do in a bye week? Watch film of probably every game they've played already. And one of the main things he said, coming off of his bye week on Monday, missing wide open receivers, whether that be underneath, dump downs or over the top. He basically giving you, out of all the film I've watched, I'm noticing a lot of opportunities that I'm missing. That's basically what he was saying.
I'm not going to say this by EM because I haven't seen enough film breakdown by EM, but TD watches the film in order to criticize Tua. That's the only reason why he breaks down all 22 footage. It's not to talk about the offensive line. It's to criticize Tua.
I'm watching the film to give an evaluation of Tua. When we watch that film, T. Rich, do I never say that was an amazing pass by Tua? Look how he stepped up right here. Look at, he actually did something that I'm not used to seeing him do. Wow, that's what I want to see. Do I not do any of that?
You'll talk about it for 30 seconds, and then you'll talk about the misread for like 10 minutes.
All right. I need everybody to listen to this.
For 10 minutes.
T. Rich, our debates keep going back to the same thing. So I know what the issue is now. The issue is the praise, I'll say it one time, and it may be praiseful. I'll praise him one time, but then I'll hamper on the things he needs to do to improve. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to say this for the last time for all y'all who not listening. When I say something good about Tua, everybody in the audience is shaking their head. When I say something that is factual and fair, that is critical of him, the debate begins. So it's going to be more attention on it. The problem is, if y'all would just be honest, I could say Tua's ball placement on that play was pretty bad. If I read a chat that said, I see that, he got to be better, on to the next one. But y'all spew this ridiculousness in the comment section as if that's wrong, or he had somebody coming in his face, or y'all make all these excuses. So I'm not gonna let y'all confuse the people who don't know how to read film to at least a basic level. I'm gonna make sure that they clearly know every time y'all put one of them whack comments in the comment section making an excuse, I'm gonna debunk it and show why it's crap. They just don't want to have no accountability for this kid. So that's why it gets attention. I did it tonight with Mac Jones. Why can't y'all just treat it like I treat Mac Jones? I said Mac Jones had an amazing throw right there. Then he completed one to the tight end. I say that ball placement was horrible. That guy should have kept throwing. Did I get rebuttal? And we moved right on. Why can't y'all be fair like that with Tua? You wouldn't hear me hamper on Tua at all if we could all just be fair. But y'all don't want fair. Y'all want a storybook ending. Y'all want zero flaws. Y'all want perfection. You want people to be jealous of your guy.
TD, we want to balance. We want to balance. The truth is, TD. No, TD. Let me get this off. TD, all we want is a balanced analysis, because you said you gave him a B plus. Everyone watched your film these people who aren't qualified to watch all 22 film, and they looked at your energy, they looked at the things you said, they looked at how you said it, they looked at how much time you harped on the bad thing, they looked at they heard you say you didn't have. Hold on.
You keep
They
giving
heard
this
you say.
cycle, bro.
They heard you.
They look
Let me
at how
finish.
long you harper. I just told you why. Will you
Let
acknowledge
me finish. Let me finish. They looked at you, talk about how horrible his ball placement was. His ball placement wasn't horrible last game. And you hold on, TD. You gave them a B plus, but they left that analysis thinking you gave him a D plus. So your grade isn't matching your analysis breakdown.
T-Rich, I'm gonna say what I say. How you want to take it and feel about it is your business. If you left it feeling like a D, then you need to regulate and calibrate your feelings. Your feelings left it with a D because of how you feel about him. Y'all gotta change y'all calibration. We could be critical of him. Y'all gotta change that calibration in y'all. Anything negative for y'all make it seem like it drives you straight to an F. Tua did this well. Tua did that. And the crazy thing about it is, I literally said like 7 great things and 1 bad thing. How does that overtake it? You don't want nothing bad, and that's the problem.
Even as good players, you criticize too, and everybody knows that. Like, and remember, TD, we did this. Me and you did this before, and we broke down Week 1 all 22 footage versus the Patriots, and I said the hate is getting real once we start criticizing Tua on a 20 and 30-yard plays. And as soon as he threw that 64-yard pass to Matt Collins, he threw a 64-yard touchdown to Matt Collins. How many seconds did it take before you started criticizing Tua on that throw?
Bro, I can't. EM, let me ask you a question, EM. Because T-Rich says all we want is balance.
We want a balanced analysis.
He wants a balanced analysis, is what he said.
So watch this, EM. Can you give a balanced analysis of Josh Rosen?
No, because there's nothing positive about Josh Rosen's game. Absolutely
nothing. Give what they give you, T-Rich. Stop saying you want balance. Whatever he gives is what you get. If it's 90% great and 10% bad, are you calling for balance then? Y'all don't realize what y'all saying.
But you said he had a B plus.
90% of the stuff right and 10% bad. If I gave you balance, I would really look like a hater because I got to make that 10% look like 50.
But you gave him a B plus.
Hold on, EM. Didn't you give him a B?
Yeah, I did.
What did you give him, T-Rich, in the Giants game?
I give him an A. No, I give him an A minus. I give him an A minus.
Finsanity, what did you give him?
I gave him a solid B.
So you need to tell me what I gave him was better than EM and Finsanity, and it's 1 ticker off from yours, but you gave him a B plus. Do you not see? You just, bro, y'all just
we're not talking about his grade. We're talking about
guy that tells the truth and don't
walk past
the
rhetoric.
I'm the guy that breaks down all of these excuses and gives him the ultimate accountability because I want my quarterback to be held accountable so I can appreciate his growth.
TD,
I
you
want my
do not
quarterback to be
like
great. So I'm going to
TD.
recognize why he ain't right now. And if he actually fixes those things, nothing will stand in his way. Now, I do have a personal opinion that I don't know if he's going to be able to fix those things. There ain't no hiding that. I have that personal opinion, but I always tell y'all that don't make me right. So here are the things he needs to improve. Let's see what happens. Time will tell. But y'all, you're a hater. You're a hater. Bro, the reality is y'all just don't like constructive criticism on the guy you love. And I keep telling you nothing's wrong with that because that's how I was with Ryan Tannehill.
Well, no, there is something wrong with that.
Well, it's something wrong with it. That's why I got away from it, even with Tannehill. I get it now. But they help me understand. They are the ones who help me understand that I need to stop the foolishness with Tannehill. I still think he's a good quarterback, but he definitely does need things around him to be great.
What I want to address with T. Rich is you sitting up here, you're saying that Ian Dolphin fan now. I can't speak for anyone else. I'm addressing your comments relative to me. You said I've been out here highlighting and only pointing out Tua's flaws. That's what you're saying. That's what you said.
That's a lie.
That's incorrect, bro. So obviously you haven't been listening to me long enough, bro.
I said I haven't watched enough film breakdown of you.
No, what he heard you do, he heard you say
then,
something he didn't like, and you automatically got into that category.
I know. See, it's him and a lot of these fools, and I'm seeing a lot of these idiots in the comments too with the same nonsense. Obviously, see that's one of my biggest issues is when you sit up here and you spew out misinformation, when you're misinforming the families, bro. Just keep it at that. If you don't like what I'm saying, if you don't like me personally, or you don't like anything that comes out of my mouth, okay. But don't sit up here and just misinform the fan base intentionally like that, bro. Clearly you haven't been listening to me long enough. If you not listened to me on all these other platforms, T's included, over the last 5-6 games, how I've been going about Tua, highlighting a lot of growth that I'm seeing, publicly and privately, conversations I'm having with people.
Which is why I referenced the stream at the Buffalo.
So again, that was relative to that game.
So one game.
But that stream was about Tua performance throughout the season.
Well, at that point, we had it. At that point, Tua was struggling. He was not the same player that we're seeing now. That's
he just had 6 touchdowns in the 2 weeks before. But listen,
anyway,
Ian, this is not really. I was going to say this is not like you're right. I haven't heard you speak enough on a football level to know exactly what you feel about Tua. I just heard a large panel on TD's FinTalk channel hating Tua, and you was on that channel. No one was defending him.
But what can you defend? Tua played bad in that game. What is there to defend, bro? He played horrible in that game. What is there to defend?
Horrible, but
you talking about the Buffalo game?
That was his worst game this season.
You talking about the Buffalo game this year?
Yeah, the Buffalo game, yeah.
And the crazy thing is when we watched the film, it was actually worse than we initially thought.
I disagree.
Come on, man.
It was.
Y'all filmed it. And I watched your film,
but real talk, though, I'm glad. Real talk, I am glad, though, you did admit that you are a casual fan because I'm going to let you make it. I'm not going to go all in on you, bro.
We all are. We all are. But listen, I want to say this one more. I want to say one last thing. TD hates Tua. And for everyone that's listening, you can go back and watch week 2 stream when Tua got hurt against Buffalo, and you can just see how TD reacted. And you can make your own opinion based off that reaction. So from that point on,
when Tua got hurt,
TD, yeah.
Well, tell everybody, how did I react? How did you perceive it?
It was you had no empathy for it, no sympathy for it. It was I'm not gonna say you was glad, but you didn't realize like the playoffs are down the tube.
It was next man up to me.
It was. I don't care if he's hurt. He should have completed the pass.
Hey, you got me there because it's a freaking fact. He still could have made the throw and moved them chains.
Get that bum off the field.
Now you trolling. I did not say after that man got hurt, get that bum off the field.
Now you trolling.
But I did say when he got hurt, I said, "Oh, they got him killed." Hey, it is what it is. Jacoby, come in. Let's play football.
Nah, you didn't say it like that.
Oh, what did I say? Tua's hurt, y'all.
You're right. Tua hurt.
Is that how I did it?
Rich holding on to week 2.
You were very angry, and this is the thing, TD.
I was very angry, or I was happy. I need to know which one.
I mean, it's up for interpretation. You know, and it's the thing, TD. People listen, TD. You get mad when people call you a hater, but people read and listen more than just words. If you were interviewing someone, you will listen to you would observe things other than the words that are coming out of their mouth. I agree. Observe their wardrobe, the tone, their eyes. It's so much. It's so much things.
The word inflection, I get it. Because it can tell a lot. Your tone conveys the meanings in your words. Okay, I get what you're saying. I could be saying something great, but with a certain tone, it could be horrible. I get exactly what you're saying, but that's why I do a lot of elaboration, T-Rich. That's why whenever I see y'all say things that you took one way because of my tone, I clarify. Now, whether you want to take my clarification, that's up to you. But after I clarify, it's out of my hand. I could care less. So you say you can say something like, "Oh, TD, you happy that Tua got hurt." Your tone gave that off. I could look you right in the face and say, "I'm not happy he got hurt. Matter of fact, I'm pissed he got hurt because this is where we're supposed to be getting our evaluation." And haven't I said that a million times? Probably, EM.
No, you know the truth is, you thought
absolutely.
You thought Brissett was going to come in and ball out.
So my thing is,
was going to come in and ball out, and that did not happen.
After I clarify my tone, I have zero responsibility to change your mind after that. That is your business. If you don't want to give me any credibility or respect to take my word for it, I can't control that. You live in thinking one way. At least I make sure I always have an opportunity to clear up misconceptions in the comment section. And that's what I do. But you know what? Most of y'all don't accept it. Yeah, he cleared it up, but I don't believe him. That's your business at that point. You can keep harboring that. You can keep believing that. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But at least I give the respect to hear and read people who got a misconception of what I said, and I go back and I double back and I make sure I clarify my stance, my point on it.
Yeah, it was damage control. It's like when your PR make you do some type of damage
but again,
control.
That's where I ain't taking it as offense, but that's where I feel like the lack of respect comes from. And that's fine. If I don't have the respect from people that think that, that's where the lack of respect comes from.
I'm saying you have to be accountable.
Say, I'm just trying to clean it up when I'm just telling you it just wasn't what I meant.
Yeah, but and listen, I rock with you.
I'm not
but
crying over that lack of respect, but at the same token, that's what it comes down to.
But I'm saying you can't blame other people for feeling this way about you.
Yeah, no,
because you do give off that persona and that energy.
No, I don't blame them. What I'm saying is I defend my name, but I only do that once. After that, I know you're gonna keep calling me a hater. If it really bothered me, you would have been blocked. Think about it. Am I wrong? If it really bothered me, you don't think you would have been blocked?
I mean, I don't say nothing wild.
As much as you maybe go in the comment section. If it really bothered me, if it really bothered me, T-Rich, trust me.
Yeah, it don't bother you.
It doesn't. All I'm saying
what do you tell me in the comments?
Let me get something straight. When I re-clarify, I'm not re-clarifying to y'all, really. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm clarifying to the person who read your comment. It was like, dang, is that true? Oh, he just clarified. Okay. Because that's what you got. We got 317 people watching right now. We got probably 52 in the ears. You probably got the other 270 Dolphin fans, but you got 100 people on here that really want to know more about the game or the stance or the ins and outs of the team. All this debating and stuff. They want to get stances and opinions that really don't know and want to hear objective criticism and feedback. And when they hear one thing, dang, is TD acting like that for real? And I clarify, they're like, oh, okay. That's why I clarify it. Because they're neutral. They don't have a fight in this. They just want to know what the end-all be stance is at the end of the day. And my end-all be stance is this. Tua is not a bum. He's good enough to where he never will be a bum. Tua and I'm trying to say this with the right tone, okay? Maybe you'll believe me this time. Tua Tagovailoa has 3 specific things that I would like to see him improve. His throws, basically reading the field on the short, intermediate, and deep, being able to read all 3 levels of the field. His ball placement has to improve greatly because it's continued to be an issue. We keep blinding that by completions. A lot of them are complete, but the placement of the ball could get so much more yak. I'm telling you, we can be getting a lot more yak just from the placement of the ball. And lastly, is it's not even a deep throw. It's not all of that. It's the one thing that I'm not blaming Tua and I'm not looking for it now. His pre-snap decision making and reads and audibles and checks and alerts. Putting that on, I see glimpses on occasions like, oh, did he just do that? But from a consistent standpoint, those are my top three. Not the deep ball. The deep ball is just a luxury. I love that. Because I've seen times where I want to think he read all three levels and he saw the deep ball, but he just ain't throw it. And it's like, why? I don't have the answer, so I can't criticize it. If I haven't come up with a conclusive answer on why some of the ones that I see that he sees, he doesn't pull the trigger, I can't criticize it. I could just say he got to pull it. So those are my main three things with Tua. And he doesn't have to fix all three to be that dude. But the one thing he needs to right now fix is not reading all three levels of the field. Hopefully that'll come. It has to come at some point. But ball placement. Tua could look way better with if he improves in his ball placement. This man gonna add another 70 to 80 yards a game. He gonna add another touchdown. And I mean, and it'll be real stats. I'm telling you, bro, because even on his intermediate throws that aren't dink and dunk or short and intermediate, as EM would say, even on those throws, he missed a lot because when he throws it, the ball placement is bad. And that's the one that if he can fix right away, it'll give him a really good chance of people to have a whole different perception of his long term. Ball placement, because this offense would actually be moving a lot more if that ball placement was a little more consistently accurate. There's going to always be throws where it ain't great ball placement, and we're going to catch them like we've been doing. But he's really falling off in that area, bro. All the other things he can do over time. That's the thing I would like to see now.
I think there isn't a skill that he doesn't possess. I think it's just about improving the current abilities that he currently has. He was born to play quarterback, and it's natural to him. And a lot of these quarterbacks in the NFL, they may have the mobility, they may have the arm talent, and then they're trying to teach them how to be a quarterback after the fact. And to some extent, they improve on the intangibles, but it's never as natural to them. It's natural to it. He knows how to manipulate coverage. We've seen him move safeties all the time. He does not have the time.
You can say that about every quarterback in the league, bro. That's just not relative to Tua Tagovailoa.
I was going to get there.
Manipulating coverage.
Stop it.
Manipulating coverage.
So Tua is the only quarterback that does that. Tua is the only one. So we're clear now. What you're telling me. Tua is the only quarterback in the National Football League that manipulates coverage with his eyes with his eyes. Is what you're saying?
Of course not. But what I said, I prefaced that by saying it's never as natural to these other quarterbacks. They're teaching them how to do that now. Tua came into the NFL doing it already. We haven't got the opportunity to see it enough because this O line is so horrible. He doesn't have time to sit in coverage to manipulate coverage. I mean, sit back in the pocket and manipulate coverage. So a lot of times, just like a Giants game, we see him manipulate coverage on rollouts because that's the only time he has time to move safeties and stuff. He doesn't have time on a 3-step drop back or I mean, hell, he'll never get a 5-step drop back with this offensive line.
I thought I loved
Tua more.
I gotta admit, I thought I loved Tua Tagovailoa. I thought me and Reason was, I thought, we were.
No, Reason love him more than me.
This is a whole nother level of I mean, my God. I mean, I've seen it on Twitter, but I've never had the opportunity to sit and engage with somebody that is just so far left. I mean, I'm just keeping it 1,000, bro. The stuff that's coming out of your mouth, bro. Oh man. But look, listen, nothing but respect to you, bro. Nothing but respect to you. I just have a problem with you. Listen. You can love Tua. You can, however you feel about Tua, that's your own personal business. You're a grown man. I only have issues with you and others, not just you, but others, when they're misinforming the fan base about things that I've said about Tua. That's the only issue I have.
Now,
But you want Watson. And listen, Watson, if you guys trade for Watson, it'll be the biggest mistake this franchise has ever made.
Is Deshaun Watson not an upgrade? Is he not the better
did
player?
you just hear what he said? It would be the biggest mistake that this franchise ever.
But clearly, it's stated earlier that
he got to be
trolling.
He's got to be trolling. He's got to be trolling, bro. Listen. Is Deshaun Watson?
Am I trolling, TD? Am I trolling?
He telling
them two are not meaning it's serious. Them two are not meaning it's serious.
Is Deshaun Watson not a better player than Tua Tagovailoa? I'm asking you, T. Rich. See, I can't tell if he's trolling or what, bro. I really can't. Because just a minute ago, he said Watson was an awesome quarterback. He loves Deshaun Watson. He thinks he's a top 5 guy. Then, 5 minutes later, he's saying that it'll be the worst decision, in this franchise history if we trade for him. So I don't know. I can't tell.
Because of what Tua will become. Because of what Tua. Did you hear TD said if Tua ball placement is better, he'll be throwing 70 yards extra? That's 5,000 yards per season.
T. Rich, how do you know what he will become?
How do you guys know what Watson will become?
I'm asking
we already
you.
Know.
How do you know?
No,
We're
you
asking
don't.
you. You said
Watson,
that you don't. You can't say if Tua's going to be better than Watson because of what he will become.
Look.
Listen. Watson put up top 5 numbers 1 year. Only 1 year. He put up top 5 numbers on a 4-12 team. A lot of it was garbage time. None of you guys seen the game. You only watched highlights and looked at box scores, and then you say Watson is top 5. No, I think Watson is talented. I told you, I think he's a top talent in the NFL. But you guys do not know Watson abilities. You guys do not know Watson flaws. I challenge TD to
what are his flaws,
all 22 footage.
What are his flaws, T. Rich?
I think a lot of people with mobility they lean on it too much instead of their natural ability to play quarterback. So he misses reads. He misses reads. He processes flow, and then he tries to run out of it. He tries to. He plays hero ball, and hero ball does not work in this league.
Yeah.
It has never worked in this league.
You know what? I'm gonna let y'all have it, man. I'm gonna let y'all have it, TD. I'm not gonna sit here and listen to this nonsense. Listen, nothing more respect to Chief Rich, bro.
EM. Look, man, I challenge. Listen, EM. Listen, check this out, and I'll leave it at this. Check this out, EM, and I'll leave it at this because this game day tomorrow. I said Tua put up 20 points one game, and TD he said that elite quarterbacks score more than 20 points. He probably doesn't remember that, but he said that. He said elite quarterbacks put up more than 20 points in a game.
Not every
Hold on, let me finish.
Rich.
Let me finish. Okay, not every game. Okay, let me finish. Okay, the average. Watson in 2020, his top 5 season. Let me finish. His only top 5 season where people consider him top 5. He put up 20 or less points in 8 of those games. Half of those games, he put up 20 or less points. I challenge. Listen, let me finish.
What
I challenge
was his average?
I think it was 24.
Okay.
But he put up 20.
You know what ours is?
22 right now. 22.
Oh, for this season?
I think for all 2 games, yeah. 22.
So listen, what do you want to see?
All 2 games, not mine.
Talk about
listen. I want to get you on record, T. Rich. When you bring it up,
let me finish, EM, and I'll let you finish. I challenge. Okay. Hold on, EM. I challenge you and TD. I challenge you and TD to do an all 22 breakdown on one of those 8 games.
I've tried.
Anyone y'all choose this off season.
I've actually tried to get the all 22, but I can't get it.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, T. Rich.
I can't get it for past seasons, and
me personally,
I think you can find it if you search hard.
Listen. Me personally, I try to shy away from digging up film on players on other teams. Watson is not a member of the Miami Dolphins, so I've never done that. I don't pay. I try my best not to pay attention to players. I can't say that. I follow players, but I don't. I don't make a point to go dig up all 22 footage to watch a player on a different team. I just don't do that. But if TD go digs that film up, if I got time,
I mean, I already
Absolutely, I'll
tried, bro.
chime in.
I couldn't get it. I mean, I
But you
can't
know,
get any
can I
anyway.
respond to what EM just said? Can I respond to what EM just said? This is why I think the casual fan isn't qualified to watch footage because they don't know what's acceptable. Like, what number of reads are acceptable for a quarterback to miss? You know, what's acceptable for how many plays a quarterback makes under pressure? Like, people don't know quarterback ratings drop from 90 to 60 on average under pressure. You know, but if you only watch all 22 footage of Tua, which due to these YouTubers like TD and Doug and Reason, a lot of these fans are watching all 22 footage for the first time. Any better, they don't know how to critique film because they haven't watched film. They haven't watched other quarterbacks film. They haven't watched Watson film, but they watch your all 22 film and say, "We need Watson."
But
And like I said,
ladies
I
and
think
gentlemen,
I'm trying
Watson
to
is a
figure out what
top
the
talent
point
in the
is.
NFL, but
I'm trying to figure out what your point is, bro. You've been saying that
the
all night.
point
I'm trying to
is,
figure out what your
T.
point is.
let me
Please.
let me let
The
me.
point is, you guys.
I know what he's trying to say. And ladies and
The
gentlemen,
point.
let me be clear here, okay? I already know what's going to happen. If I can get even a bad game from Watson and watch the all 22, right? What we'll see in that all 22 is Watson had a bad ball placement here and there. We'll see Watson misses a wide open receiver. We'll see he didn't do good in the pocket on a play. This is why I always tell y'all there are levels to this. If I did all 22 on Watson, I would be just as critical. But what y'all need to know is there would be less to be as critical of. Every quarterback has things that you're going to be critical of on film. It doesn't excuse you from being critical of them. See, if I did Watson, I would be seeing the same things. If there was a ball placement, the way that Tua throws it too high when the guy had to jump off the ground, hey, good pass, but you know what? That ball got to be out in front. That's bad ball placement by Watson. I would keep the same energy. But what you would see at the end of the day is that it happens less. You'll see at the end of the day, his ability to improvise in a bad pocket happens more. You will see at the end of the day when the receiver's like, I'm deep and open, throw me the ball. He might miss one, but he ain't going to miss the other two. And Tua might miss all three. That's what you're going to see. Everybody has their flaws, but some have them more frequently than others, and that is the difference in games.
No, I think you're speculating.
I watched Brady the other night live, and I was like, Brady had a wide open guy that he ain't hit, and he decided to go for the go route in contested coverage. He got to get that more time. He had a good pocket. I said the same thing on Brady. It happens to them all. But ladies and gentlemen, the great quarterbacks do it less than the non-great quarterbacks. That's a fact. That's what makes them great.
No, Watson has 7 points in 2 of his 2020 games. In 2020, he had 2 games where he put up only 7 points. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if Tua had a game where they only scored 7 points?
You want to know what's really funny? Is that since TD, EM, and I have been on here, we have never once brought up Watson, and you're the one that keeps throwing this man's name out here. We're literally trying to have a discussion with you about Tua, and you keep bringing up this guy's name, and we're not even feeding into it. We're just like,
I'm sorry, the stream name, it has hashtag Watson in it. So.
No, why did I put it in there, T-Rich? Don't give a half story. Don't give a half story, because y'all was bringing it up earlier, and somebody said, oh, this going to turn into the Watson talk. I said, you know what? Let's go. Let me edit the name. And I did it live during the game. I put hashtag Watson at the end of it.
Okay, so it wasn't me saying sanity. Yeah, I said it. I'm the one that said it.
Somebody
you
has
the reason.
Somebody has a good question in the comments. Joe Chris Kim. He says, "Hey, what does Tua need to do this year that could end the Watson interest? Is it even possible?"
TD said that if Tua won a Super Bowl, that they wouldn't bring. They wouldn't. I'm sorry. He said if Tua won the Super Bowl, they would still trade for Watson. So I guess that answers your question.
TD, you said that for real?
I said if we won a Super Bowl, it would depend on did Tua actually is he doing what he doing now, or did he actually carry the team on occasions? See, he want to throw generalizations out there. I said that he would have to be a big reason why we won.
If Tua won the Super Bowl, would it matter?
I mean, bro. I mean, if Tua wins, I mean, if a quarterback, leads his team to a Super Bowl win, that's difficult to move away from that player.
And look, people don't notice, but Brady had a playoff run where he won a Super Bowl and they only scored one touchdown.
Yeah, that is true.
Playoff run.
You complaining about Deshaun Watson 7-point game?
No, you said elite quarterbacks score more than 20 points in a game.
Average, bro.
Can we answer the brother's question, TD?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay. You want me to go first? Yeah. Well, he addressed me, but me personally, I've had this conversation, publicly and privately. I felt like Tua would have to get to a top 15 level in terms of impact. I think now he's somewhere. I think he's at 18 for me, 17 or 18. He's trending in that direction. I felt like he would have to do that first. He would have to win out because me personally, I'm not going to put that playoff jacket on him because he missed 4 games. He didn't lose them 4 games. Jacoby Brissett did. So he would have had to win out. He would have to continue to get better, get to a top 15 status, and even if he's trending we are trending in that direction. But I don't, at the end of the day, I don't think, from what I've been told privately, it's basically a foregone conclusion. Tua is on borrowed time. It's nothing he can do.
You want to elaborate on that?
Well, yeah. I will. Don't hang on. I was told that it's basically nothing he can do to convince them otherwise, and that's unfortunate, But at the end of the day, man, if you got an opportunity to get a player, a generational talent like Deshaun Watson, and you could even argue that he's not only a generational talent but a generational player. You can't. Me personally, now I'm not trying to convince anybody or sway anybody in any direction. But me personally, he's a clear upgrade to Tua. Clearly, even if Tua gets to that 15 status, he's a more proven, established player. He's performed at a high level since he's coming to the league. If you're the Dolphins, Tua can make the conversation more difficult because if Tua achieves all of that, to go from where he was last year and he achieves, he wins out, he gets to that level, that's a lot of accomplishment, and he needs to be commended for it. But even with that, I just don't think it'd be enough because I think the Dolphins are just looking at the 2 players. They're looking at the player Watson is, and they're looking at the player they hope Tua becomes. And you just go, they're going into a season next year in year 4 where they have to win. There's no question. You think they're on the hot seat this year, that seat is blazing next year. So if you're Brian Flores and you're evaluating your team, if you feel like you have a roster that you can really compete, that you can win and compete with next year with your job on the line, if you're a betting man, what are you going to bet your money on? The proven commodity or the project? So I think that's as simplified as it can possibly get. I think that's the approach they're taking. And ultimately, I think barring Watson going to Leavenworth for 20 years, they will pull the trigger and Deshaun Watson will be the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins next year.
I think Tua will request a trade. His father, Galu Tagovailoa, is a psycho, and he does not like how the Miami Dolphins has treated Tua. Tua even said it himself, "I don't not feel wanted." So he's gone. You guys are going to do whatever you can do to make the trade with Watson. You guys might even give up more than what was agreed on before the trade deadline. It's going to get real ugly. And if you guys do not get Watson, Brissett will be your starting quarterback next year.
He's not under contract, bro. What are you talking about?
You guys better re-sign him or something's going to happen.
Bro, listen.
Why
we
do
need to
people
get
say we gonna have to give him
Tua gonna
more?
sit right there and play. It's that simple.
Why
That's
do
not
people
true.
push this false narrative that we're going to have to pay more for Watson when there was an already agreed upon terms for the deal to be done?
Nothing was signed. Nothing was signed, Fansanity.
Oh my God.
Y'all don't have an
Please,
agreed upon. There's not an agreed
TD, we're
upon
not
term.
going down this rabbit hole. But the fact that the terms were agreed upon, barring that his, cases got settled, okay, like hindsight 2020, we don't know what's going to happen with this case, and I don't want to go down this rabbit hole because personally, to me, I want to stay on track with the original question. But please, let's not act like some like you're really trying to put off this narrative that the Dolphins are going to have to pay more. No, the stipulations were if he was cleared, we would give A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. Okay, like,
That means
and if
nothing.
he's not, and
That
hold
means
up, wait.
nothing.
But to
That
me,
means nothing.
personally, the only thing Tua can do to be the QB of this team going forward, like we can all put these personal, like he has to win. He has to like truly convince Flores and everyone in that front office that he's not someone they can afford to move off of. And I just don't think he has enough time left with these 4 games to do it. Those things could have been proven against teams like the Bucks and the Colts and like the top teams like that. The fact that he's kind of playing, I don't want to say more of a cupcake situation because him performing against the Ravens was really great, really good. But now everyone's assessment on the Ravens is a little bit shaky and different, right? Him performing against the Jets, okay, that's the Jets. Him performing against the Texans, okay, that's the Texans. The games that where he should have done it, the games that where he could have done that, I feel like were robbed from him due to that injury. And I think that these last 4 games is not enough for them to be like, clearly like, okay, he can compete against these teams. And that's why it's always come down to me. Like when I've talked to people, what he does in that Patriots game is going to say a lot because there's going to be so much on the table at that moment. And it's going to be, okay, how did he perform in that moment? But like I said, I just don't feel like he has enough time and enough games left to dead that situation. And it's unfortunate. It really
This
is
is what
unfortunate.
this is what I'm saying, Pensanity. Galu Tungavailoa was going to transfer Tua from the University of Alabama his freshman year because he did not play from the greatest football coach of all time, college football coach of all time, just because Tua did not play, just because he did not like the way Tua was treated his freshman year.
What's the point?
Imagine how fast he's going to request a trade from the Miami Dolphins.
T-Rich.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you.
Is a grown man.
It's
You know what?
Daddy.
You know what?
If he's still
You know
under
what?
the umbrella
If
control of his daddy,
hang on.
that's
Hey,
an
hang
issue
on.
alone to me.
Hang on.
TD, he said it the other day. He said it in his interview the other day. The
Hang
person
on.
I try to satisfy the most is my father. Like he watches these games, and he's critical. He said it.
You need to stop
say that
talking
about his
to-
father?
You're probably making Tua look bad right now.
No, I am because Tua has been physically abused by his father in high school for throwing an interception, and that's public knowledge as well.
Why
Like you can.
do we have to bring that
Listen.
up?
Listen. In terms of Tua, Tua listened to his father and requesting a trade. Guess what? They acquire Watson. Tua ain't gonna have. There would be no need for that because Tua will be on the first the bus out of town. I promise you. Go back to right before the trade deadline when they were talking about, according to reports now, when the trade, everybody thought the trade was imminent. It's going to happen on Monday, right? The Dolphins had already allegedly had a third team in place ready to trade and ship Tua out to. Now, who that team is, who knows? But Tua, there will be no need for Tua to request a trade because he will be on the first bus up out of town. I promise you, once they acquire Deshaun Watson. So we don't need for that.
And let me give you my take on what can Tua do. As long as he's in the RPO, he can't do nothing. Because the concerns they have about him are primarily out of the RPO. So as he's perfecting the
speculation,
RPO and getting better and better at it, last year should have told you that. As long as he's in the RPO, there ain't nothing he can do because that whole staff feels like they had to make this whole thing up so that he would look good and also help the O-line as well. I mean, it's multiple factors to that. But as long as he's in this RPO, ain't nothing this man gonna be able to do, because they showed you last year and spurts where they try to take away some of that RPO stuff and give the other stuff. We just never look good in it.
That's not true. You can go back and watch Tua game versus Kansas City his rookie year. They didn't run
We're the number
RPO.
one RPO running team in the NFL.
T-Rich.
To help the offensive
number
line.
one.
T-Rich.
By
If they
far.
trade Tua, you still gonna be a Dolphin fan?
No,
I never
I already
was.
said that.
I never was.
You
I
never
don't
was
understand
what?
why you guys are Dolphin fans. Like, what have they done for y'all? Y'all lose all the time.
You're
Y'all
not
like
a
the
Dolphin fan?
Browns.
Oh, you're not a Dolphin fan?
He only support him because Tua's here. He wants to see him win.
I'm a Tua fan.
Oh my God, bro!
I'm
I
a
should have
Tua
left this
fan.
stream. I should have left this stream a long time ago, bro. I shouldn't even came on tonight, bro. Man, are you serious? Come on, bro.
But TD, I want to say this. I am a Dolphin.
Real fans.
No, TD. I think
it's
you know.
people like T-Rich that be infecting real fans.
No, honestly, I think I am a Dolphin fan. Like, I watch all their games. I watch their content.
You're not. No, you're not. You're not. No, you're not.
Interviews.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Matter of fact, I don't want you. Matter of fact, I don't want you in this fan base. I don't want you in this fan base.
I'm very invested in the Dolphins' success.
I don't want you in this fan base.
T-Rich, if you don't have a Marino, Thomas, Taylor, Greasy,
Stay out.
Zonka, like me, if you don't have one of those jerseys, you are not a Dolphins fan. I'm sorry.
No, listen.
We can go to Cooper, we can go to Clayton. Like, if you don't have none of these guys' jersey, we can go Larry Little. Like, if you don't got none of these guys' jersey, you are not a Dolphins fan. I'm sorry.
There's Insanity. There's only one real number 13, in my opinion, and that is Tua.
All right, T-Rich. Have a good night. All right.
For the Hard Rock right now. You would get stoned off that parking lot. Like,
I want to say
I
one more
can't
thing.
believe you let him on the panel, bro. I can't believe
I want
you let him on.
I want to say one more thing to address what TD just said. They run the RPO because of this offensive line, and I mean that's just crazy to think otherwise. This offense performed horribly when Brissett was the quarterback, and this is the thing people have to realize. It's not because Brissett is bad. No, Brissett is the second highest paid backup quarterback in the NFL. That is for a reason.
Brissett
it's just that
is bad, and let me tell you something.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Let me finish.
The reason why we lost them games with Brissett wasn't because of the O-line.
That's not true. That's not true.
Delayed, not reading the field, opportunities there.
That is true.
Careless with the football.
He performed like a 27 to 35th ranked quarterback. But you can be successful in the NFL. You can be successful enough in the NFL to win game with a 27 to 34 ranked quarterback. The problem is, hold on. The problem is when you put that 27 to 34th ranked quarterback with the worst offensive line in the NFL, you're going to get bad results. And people say, "Oh, Brissett sucks." No, there's just a large gap between Tua and Brissett. It's not that he sucks. He's a backup quarterback. He's a good backup quarterback. That's why he's the second highest paid backup quarterback in the NFL. If you put Brissett with an average team, Dolphins probably still win. They probably split 2 of those 4 games they lost with him.
This is where you lose your argument, T-Rich.
How you feel about that, EM? What you think about that, EM?
I'm sorry, I was distracted, bro. I'm sorry. What was that?
T-Rich,
Bro,
this is where you lose your argument, okay? Do you know how many games Brissett filled in early in the season?
I think not counting the Texans.
The Texans, not counting the Texans. That's fine. Not counting the Texans.
Buffalo, Raiders, Colts,
and Bucks.
In the Bucks. And then in the Bucks. So 4.
We lost all 4 of those games.
Lost all 4 of them. Yep. Because of
if
poor
Tua
offense.
played, would we have won any of them?
Yeah, I think you win the Raiders game. I think you win the Colts game because the Colts, that's not the same team that we saw tonight. There was a lot of injuries that week for the Colts.
So let me ask you a question. In a pro-style offense, like what they were running with Jacoby Brissett, because you said Jacoby wasn't the reason. It was just basically how we were playing our offense, right?
Yeah, I don't think it
We didn't
worked.
have time. It was the O-line. So you
It's
mean to
O-line.
tell me Deshaun Watson would have lost all 4 of those games, just like Jacoby?
No, I don't. Because there is a gap between Jacoby and Deshaun Watson, just like there is a gap between Jacoby and Tua.
Thank you, but it's still a poor offensive line. So you mean to tell me the more you close that gap, the better chance you have to win, even though it's a poor offensive line?
You have a better chance, but that's not. But switching out the quarterback is not going to make you quote unquote successful. Like I mentioned, Deshaun Watson had games where he put up only 7 points, and that's not all because of Deshaun Watson. That's because of
where he put up 35 and lost.
Right.
He also had games he put up 35 and lost.
And he had games where he put up 7.
Okay, but at the end of the day, their issues over there was the defense. All I'm saying to you is,
in their offensive line,
the better your quarterback is, the better chance you have with what you have. It could be a trash line, but the better your quarterback is, the better chance you have. You still might lose, but you got a better chance. And that's what Miami's going for. I am telling y'all now, and I've been telling y'all this for a long time, this O-line ain't great. And if you want to act like you haven't seen any improvement in the last few weeks, then you're really just trying to milk the cow on them not being great. They still ain't where you want them to be. They still ain't top 24. But at the same token, there's small tangible improvements that you can notice. And I am trying to tell y'all over and over, the Miami Dolphins are going to be patient with that process. They're not going to write off all those first round investments and stuff just like that in them the investments they made. That's why another reason why they believe in the concept, the better the quarterback, the more you can do with less. And that's just common theory. The better the quarterback, the more you can do with less.
But TD, you lost credibility with me with that statement, because before it was you cannot win a Super Bowl with a max quarterback, and I agree with that because you need surrounding talent. Now, Deshaun Watson batted his eyelids at you, and then you threw that out the window.
I have featured this so many times, bro. How many times I gotta tell y'all, a team that trades for a player is not responsible for signing bonus money. $5.4 million of his salary every year is a part of his signing bonus. Whatever he makes annually, subtract it by $5.4 million, and that's what the Dolphins will be on the hook for. And you will probably have next year or the year after, you'll probably have 10 quarterbacks making more than him. I said I don't want a quarterback making 20 or more % of the salary cap. Watson will come in at about 16.5. And the reports are the salary cap going up by $30 million. It's going to get even more favorable. And on top of that, you know that they're going to restructure the deal because he already got signing bonus money. Whoever's saying $43 million next year, not the Dolphins. They're not responsible for the dead cap money.
It will be $50 million. It would be irresponsible for Greer to bring in Watson and not give him a new deal because Watson would be on a 2-year contract. They're going to give him like
what do you mean 2 years? He's still on the contract for 4 years. Y'all got it wrong.
I don't think he is, TD.
Yes. Go look it up. Go look it up. The man's still on the contract for 4 years. He signed his deal just like Josh Allen. Do you know Josh Allen's real money doesn't kick in until 2023?
No, you're
That's
right.
why they sign their deals early.
Even so, though, they're going.
Yeah, you looking at it in your face. Talk about right. Even so. Do you know that when his money kicks in, the salary cap is probably going to be $50 million higher than what it was?
You got me on that, TD.
But there's still this is actually a rare situation we're in. This is the one time a team can have their cake and eat it too. The one time. The only reason we have it like that is because we're starting to find out that we hit on so many draft picks that we didn't think we did. And then on top of it, you got all these undrafted players and middle of the road players that are starters playing great football. This is a rare situation. So you have to go for it. You're not losing anything. You're not breaking the bank just to do it. Watson's deal was signed at a perfect time where he's going to be making so much less than all of them big-time quarterbacks.
5.6 million. 5.6 million is still
signing
alive.
bonus money?
Yeah, it's 21 million. 5.6 per year, but that's still that's
I
not a
thought it
lot.
was 5.4. The only thing we'll have to eat is 2 years from now. You see that 17 million roster bonus?
No, you're right. It is 5.4.
Do you see 2 years from now that $17 million roster bonus?
2 years from now.
Are you on Sports Track?
Yeah, I'm on Sports Track.
So you should see that $17 million roster bonus in about, I think, 2 years from now, right?
Yeah, 2023.
But what's his base salary that year? 20 million. 20 million. You see what I'm saying? We eat roster bonus, but we do not eat signing bonus.
He'll still be a 42 million cap hit. So minus that by 5.
Do you see the 5.6 on there?
Okay, so that's still 37 million, but it's going to be 40 million.
37 million 3 years from now. Do you know that's still going to be one of the middle of the road quarterbacks? 37 million, bro. Tannehill will probably get his new deal that'll eclipse that.
But he's going to get a new deal, so it doesn't matter. It's going to be much higher.
Yeah, but you ain't got to worry about that for 4 years. What are you talking about? 4 years. You ain't got to worry about that for 4 years, bro.
I don't know. I think they might throw out his contract.
Now, if Watson was sitting
there,
they throw it out. It's a contract. Now, if Watson was sitting there on a contract year about to demand $55 million or 50 because of who he is, I would be scratching my head and I would be saying, I don't know about that. He is a superior talent. Because remember when we used to argue back in the day, EM and all of us on the panel, EM used to be like, you gotta go get that guy. And I used to be like, nah, I ain't spending that no 40, 45, $50 million on no quarterback. So if he was a $50 million cap hit, I would be scratching my head like, I don't know about that. Because there's only one way to sustain and survive with the guy that's taking up 20% of your salary cap. You got to hit on every draft pick, and you got to flip a few free agents, unsigned drafts into starters. And that ain't realistic in the NFL. That's why it is mind-blowing what the Miami Dolphins have done over the last 2 years. Over the last 2 years, they have hit. And y'all got to think about this too. Think about the last 3 years. We probably got from the draft alone in the last 3 years, we might have 9 or 10 starters on our roster right now. 9 or 10 starters on our roster right now from the last 3 years that start on either side of the football. Y'all think you can find that around the league? You can't. You cannot find that around the league. And what put us ahead is the Waddle, Jalen Phillips, and Brandon Jones picks. That was 3 for 3. 100%. Who else did we get in the draft that's starting? Might be one more. Liam Eichenberg is at least starting. I don't know what his future going to be, but I know that they're going to invest in him definitely another year after this one. But we're hitting on all of them. That's the only way you sustain a high-paid quarterback. That's why I always say you got to stay away from it, because you're not going to hit on guys like this. It's unrealistic for any team to hit on draft picks like this. But we did it.
Don't you think the best way to win a Super Bowl is with a quarterback under his rookie contract? Like,
well,
you're still going to take.
What are you trying to build? Something long-term sustainable? Or be one of the 10 teams at all time with a quarterback on a rookie deal that got everything, almost a lot of weapons around them? It's easier to win on your rookie contract if you're good and they got the money to put stuff around you. But you got to understand, Tua's window is closing. He already 2 years in now.
he got 2 more years left. So
I agree with that.
So
But look at all the other teams that's in that situation.
And I guess this is just the difference
between
Murray
me
and
in that
you.
Situation?
Yeah, I think the best time for him to win is now.
Josh Allen,
he has
Lamar
years.
Jackson.
I think Lamar might get paid. I don't know. He might get paid this offseason.
Bro. All I'm saying is I am not for the high paid quarterback, but we have done the only remedy to where you can afford them.
But this is my question. This is my question for you, because there is a $30 million cap hit difference between Tua and Watson. So is Watson worth $30 million? Yeah, because his cap hit next year is going to be 35.
So Tua's an $8 million cap hit, right?
I thought it was like 6, right?
No, it's $8 million.
So
he's a 4-year, $32 million.
So what is that? That's still around 30, right?
28.
28. Fine. Is Watson worth $28 million extra and all those draft capital?
Yeah. You know why? Because they saved up all that capital for him to begin with. And number two,
think how perfect you can make this team. You can make this team a Super Bowl contending team.
That's another thing.
That's another thing. Financial capital and the draft capital.
That's another thing. Y'all, you see, we walk around and make statements like that, but we don't know the long term how that impacts us. The more first round picks we keep on bringing in, y'all gonna be mad because we gotta trade them anyway because you can't give them that new money. If they keep hitting on first round picks and second round picks, how are we gonna afford them anyway? How you gonna afford them anyway? We are doing this the New England way. We hit on the first round pick at the trade deadline of their third season or the fourth one. We trade them, get an asset, and go back in the draft because we already got their replacement last year, and they working out to be good. They turning out to actually be good. That's what we're trying to do. Start this well-oiled engine where we got a guy. Why you think they brought in Hunter Long? He may not be working out, but if he was, they ain't re-signing Gesicki. They're starting that engine. They're not going to hit them all, but they're trying to. They're starting that engine. And I'm telling you, bro, this is a system. Because what I'm trying to ask you is all these first round picks, I want you to go through, let's just say 4 years from now, the salary cap. Let me go up to $230 million. I'll just shoot up there, right? Say it's $230 million. Bro, I can name 8 players right now that'll take up 160 of it. 8 players, just because they were first round picks. What you think Tua gonna cost if he win us a Super Bowl or he that dude? What you think he gonna cost alone? You got to pay him. You got to pay Christian Wilkins. You got to pay Raekwon Davis. You got to pay Javon Holland. You got to pay whoever left on the O-line. You got to pay Waddle. And I could keep going. It's more of them. And then you got to sit there and talk about, okay, who are we going to have at corner? We got to replace those guys eventually. Everybody's going to have to be paid. That's why New England runs the system they run. They don't hold on. They only hold on to specific positions. That's the cornerback, the quarterback, and that's about it. They rotate them O-linemen every 3 to 4 years. They receivers by committee, whoever they want. Maybe they may fall in love with 1 or 2, but they make sure they are committee guys so they don't get big deals. Running backs, they rotate. Every 3 years, they got 3 different backs. Maybe 1 sticks around. Everybody else is going through a cycle with New England. They pay their corners. They pay their quarterback. Well, they don't pay their quarterback, but they invest a little bit in their quarterback. They pay their corners. And everything else is a cycle, bro. So,
TD, let me ask you this real quick.
Go ahead.
Quick question. Let's say 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say in offseason we go ahead and pull the trigger for Watson, and 2 to 3 years down the road he comes up for an extension,
mm-hmm.
and his salary, potentially could be taking up 20% of the salary cap. Are you moving away from him at that point, or are you? What are you doing?
Well, it might even be greater than 20% because I want you to think about
Even
it.
more.
Yeah, because let's just say the base right now is 40, right? Even
Right.
though we didn't have to deal with the signing bonus because that's Houston.
Mhm.
So say it's 40. When you
Mhm.
go 20% of 40, that's 8. So he would go up to 48. Watson ain't
Right.
just going up to 48. You be talking 55, 60 in
Right.
4 years, bro.
Right.
If he's that dude and playing at that level, especially if he won a Super Bowl.
So my question to you is: Are
Mhm.
you moving you specifically? Are you paying him, or are you moving away from him?
Again, I would have to analyze the rest of our team situation. Are we still working that cycle to perfection? If we're not working that cycle to perfection, that's suicide. You can't do it. You have to be drafting well every time to sustain a quarterback like that. But here's the flip side of that, EM. 2 years from now, Tua balls out. It ain't no difference. It's what the market is going to dictate. Tua might be a 55 guy. There's no difference.
Okay. Yeah.
If you can get 55 somewhere, that's the starting price where you at. So if Tua goes off and wins us a Super Bowl, buckle up. He's a 55 guy 2 years from now. That's what the market is. So then we would have to, but you know me, you know what my stance was from day one 3 years ago or 2 years ago, whenever we started the panels, EM. Well, what you gonna do? Let him walk? TD, like, yeah. And I'm gonna go get me another young gun and hopefully start that process unless I'm drafting flawlessly. And then you can afford that. That's the cycle. That's how it works.
But you know what the best way to approach this. The best way to approach this is how Kansas City did. They built the team first, and then they drafted the quarterback. People don't realize, but Kansas City, the year that Pat Mahomes sat out, they went 11-5. They went to the wild card, and guess what the score was? Guess what the score was in the wild card game with Alex Smith, a game manager. 45-44. They lost 45-44 in a wild card playoff game. The next year, Patrick Mahomes takes Alex Smith's job, and Patrick Mahomes is the best thing since Michael Jordan of the NBA. And
but they were hoping Alex Smith was the guy, though.
The future.
You're missing it. They were hoping Alex Smith was the guy. When they determined he wasn't, they went and got a quarterback.
No, Alex Smith was solidified as a game manager at that point in his career. This is late in Alex Smith's career.
They were taking that approach, right?
This is after San Francisco asked Alex Smith. No,
they wasn't taking that approach. They were taking that approach, though, right?
No, they just built a great team.
Bro,
they just built a great team, and then they got their quarterback later.
No, they doing just like San Francisco. Just like when San Francisco, when Garoppolo missed that throw, they were hoping that it was enough. They would build a defense and build around him, and as long they were hoping for a Flacco experience. That's what they were hoping for. They didn't draft Mahomes and say we built the team just for the day to draft you. Right. No, they actually wanted to win it all with him, Alex.
But they saw
in Kansas City when they realized we got the team and we could be better at quarterback, they went and got Mahomes.
My point is they didn't
drop a cherry on top. They said we need to go get a spoon.
They knew it was a ceiling. It was a ceiling with Alex Smith.
Right, Ian, but they did not draft a quarterback hoping the quarterback was going to turn around the franchise. The franchise was already successful. The surrounding cast was already above par. They just brought in a guy as an upgrade to Alex Smith. What you guys are hoping to bring in Deshaun Watson and hoping he turns the franchise around. That's not going to happen like that. Even with Justin Herbert.
Bro, every quarterback you bring in, that's what you hope.
Even with Justin Herbert, Phillip Rivers threw for 4,600 yards the year before Justin Herbert was drafted. And he was washed up by then.
And he threw 20 interceptions as well.
He did. He was washed up by then. But the point is,
they were washed up.
Phillip Rivers was washed. No. Phillip Rivers was washed up. But that offense was always built to be an air raid offense, an offense that can go down the field, vertically down the field. It was always built that way.
So hold on, you saying that Kansas City quarterback wasn't coming on the end of his?
Yeah, Alex Smith. Yeah, he's a game manager. He's
So
a
they
game
had to
manager.
invest in a quarterback. Matter of fact, that makes my point with the Belichick process. Bring a guy in the year before, and if he works out to be that guy, you can move on. If he doesn't, we got what's the next plan?
Doesn't the point? You're missing the point. The point is they built a complete team. The Dolphins did not do that. They brought into it without building a offense first.
What you fail to realize, they truly do believe in their front office. They've built the team. Yeah, they could be better in one area or two or three, but they really feel like they built the team.
No,
They
this
feel
is what
like
they
the
did.
defense. They feel like the defense they have now, they can win with making no adjustments. They know that there are issues. They got the receiving core, and the money they spent shows it. The running back, they were always going to do that by committee, and I've been telling y'all that for 3 years now, that they're going to always take that approach by committee. And the only area where they know that it's a little deficient is the O-line. But you got to understand, Kansas City wasn't flawless up and down 22 guys.
Offensively, yes, they were.
Yeah, but defensively.
Right. And that goes to my next point. But TD, that goes into my next point because we're talking about quarterbacks. Andy Reid.
You talking about building a team? They built everything.
Hold on. Andy Reid prefers to win games with his offense. It makes him look more of a genius. Brian Flores prefers to win games with his defense.
And are we done? Are we done? Do we not have a defense right now that's good enough to win a Super Bowl?
Right, but TD, this is what they did. They spent too much money on the defense because Brian Flores doesn't have confidence in himself as this defensive guru. So for you guys to believe he's a defensive guru, he had to go spend $50 million on cornerback. Because
so
he has to win.
Ain't a defensive guru. Cause you know how much he's spending over there? Bro, it's the same thing. This is the playbook.
Okay, but every Sunday you guys like to split the team up. Like, how many games did the defense win? How many games did Tua win? Tua didn't win that game. The defense won that game.
We ain't won a game where the defense ain't lead the way. We ain't won a game this year where the defense didn't lead the way.
The defense win games because that's the way. When you look at the finances, that's the way that this front office and Flo wants to win games.
And I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying to you is that's our version of we've built the team. Okay, they built the offense, right? And didn't build a defense up. And you are sitting here saying they had built the team. This is what I'm saying. They didn't build the team. They built their offense because that was their approach. Our approach is defense first. We built it. Now they want to sit a quarterback in as the cherry.
But you guys are criticizing Tua when this front office hasn't made an effort to build an offense.
I'm not criticizing Tua. I already know Tua is going to look better around him. That is obvious. That's any quarterback. Well, should be any quarterback. You're going to look better with better around you. But at the end of the day, these coaches look at games. The fact remains you don't have better around you. Now, what can you control in this circumstance anyway? And are you at least doing everything you can control in this circumstance? And what they're finding that answer to be is no. He's not doing everything that he can control in this circumstance. He could do a lot more with the great O-line in a great run game. But he
can you do a lot more with an average? So can you do a lot more with the average O-line?
Huh?
Because a lot of times when I guess what you refer to them as Tua nears, when they say, "Oh, Tua needs more help," you say, "Oh, Tua needs an elite offensive line. He needs an elite run game." That's not what we're saying. We're saying give Tua a ranked 15 through 20 offensive line. Give him a ranked 15 through 20 rush game.
And T-Rich, what I'm trying to tell you, he doesn't
need a top 5 offensive line. Just give him something.
But T-Rich, what I'm trying to tell you is, what y'all are ignoring is, look at what you have now. Let's just label it as trash around him, okay? Let's just do that, just for to save the argument's sake. Trash is around him. This coaching staff recognizes the trash around him. But what they're also doing is saying, when this trash actually has a positive play, is he leaving opportunities on the field Is he leaving opportunities? Forget what's around him. Is there opportunity that he's leaving? Oh, that play, the left tackle just whiffed on the block. He got sacked. I don't care about that. I'm only looking for the opportunities Tua Tagovailoa leaves that he is responsible for, and nobody else broke down for him. And when you watch the film, you see that on film at times. Now,
but you don't
in
take
their
into
mind,
account the offensive line.
we know he's going to get better if we give him everything. But sometimes coaches have this approach. I ain't going to give you everything unless you're doing the best with what you got. Unless you maximizing what you got. So last year, when everybody want to throw out 4-12 with Watson, he still maximized with what he had.
I think Tua maximized what he has.
Bro,
if he put up 20,
Tua is leaving a lot on the field that has nothing to do with the O-line.
He doesn't leave a lot on the field.
That has nothing to do with the O-line.
He leaves some on the field, and you
know
classify that as a lot.
And I agree with you. That sum ain't enough for this
thing. He putting up 20 points with a horrible team.
First of all, he ain't putting up 20 points. Why don't you go back and see what the defense have done? Have they gotten anything? And also, if they don't put him at the 20-yard line for a field goal or something, he ain't putting up 20 points.
So how many points
like our defense ain't getting nothing?
They're not creating as many turnovers as last year. So
in the last 4 games, or 5 games, they haven't.
Yeah, against Carolina, yeah, but not as much.
Getting picks and stuff. They've been creating turnovers.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it's not like last year. That's all I'm saying.
And it's not. But at the same token, we're talking about the man putting. But that's neither here nor there if he putting up 20 points or whatever. All I'm saying to you, even that 20 is on the low end for great quarterbacks. Even that 20
it's not. What do you expect?
Quarterbacks.
Okay, so what should he be putting up?
Bro,
like how much points should he score tomorrow?
That's the thing. It's not even about what he should be putting up, because you brought that up. It's just simply the game flow. Are you taking advantage of every opportunity?
It's impossible to take advantage. It's impossible to take advantage of every opportunity, and you use
and
that
I
to
agree,
attack him.
But how much opportunity are you leaving on the field?
Not a lot. It's not a lot.
That's where you say that, but the film doesn't say that. Tua doesn't say that. The coaches don't say that. This is what y'all want to believe. Y'all looking at an 80% completion and thinking that's the gospel. He ain't leaving nothing on the field. Do you know how many of the misses could be touchdowns? When you really look at his misses, some of those are just straight up touchdowns.
Yeah, because he should have had 7 touchdowns against the Patriots, according to you, and we all know that's not real.
What? All I'm saying to you, T-Rich, is if he has a game where he missed 5 opportunities, just 1, that touchdown makes the difference.
Everyone misses that.
Yeah, but with 5, everybody don't miss 1. I mean, they don't miss 4. They might miss 3.
No, the truth is, and I started this conversation by talking about the finances and how this team wants to win games.
Mm-hmm.
This front office has gave Tua chicken crap. I'm not even going to say the word chicken crap. He has turned chicken crap to chicken soup.
He turned it into it, or the OCs did.
But see, that's kind of disingenuous to just say, "Oh, the OC." See, you're trying to.
It was just a question. I don't know. I mean, I don't know your stance.
Let's give them both credit.
Okay,
because we don't know. We truly don't know.
Because they giving him a game plan and he's executing it.
But listen, he turned chicken crap to chicken soup. But you guys are saying we want a gourmet meal.
Here's what I'm trying to.
We want the offense to win games. We want to score. We want to score 40 points tomorrow.
T-Rich, let me ask you a question. T-Rich, let me ask you a question. If our full roster is healthy, right?
Like receivers?
Everything. Everybody healthy. What does this team need? Go down the line.
Offensively, in my opinion, the offensive line is the most important position group on the offense.
So what do they need on the O-line?
I think they need a left tackle.
Okay.
because I'm not sold on Eichenberg.
All right.
They need a left
So you
guard.
drafted him last year, give up after 1 year.
I think you make them compete.
Okay, next.
Because I'm done with this. I'm done with the let's watch and see if they get better.
Oh, but you ain't done with Tua. Keep going. Go ahead.
But Tua made a jump, and you can't even
Go
deny
ahead.
that.
Go ahead.
Left tackle, left guard, right tackle.
All right. What else on the team?
I think that's about it. As far as the offense, I mean, I'm not too big
I
on
agree
spending a
with
lot of
you.
money on running backs.
I agree with you. I actually agree with you. You named 3 though. I have 4. Okay. Because I also think we need a middle linebacker. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I was just talking about offense.
I agree with you. 4. But my point of all this is, if you trade for Watson with the cap going up $30 million, and you got $76 million in free agency, now you ain't even got to go in the draft and get somebody you hope is going to be great. You could spend $76 million on guaranteed greatness. Do you know what 76 divided by 4 is?
I don't know, but you got to pay Mike. You got to pay Emmanuel.
That is $19 million.
But Mike and Emmanuel agents, they know the cap went up, so they're going to ask for more.
You know what? Let's add that in too.
They're going to ask for more.
Let's take 6 players. Let me do the math. 6 players at $76 million. Basically $13 million apiece. And you don't need to be spending $13 million on guards, but that's okay if that's what you want to do. But you got $13 million a piece for every single player you want. When we talk about the money, literally, you could bring 6 players in at $13 million each. Bring Ogba, Gesicki back, 4 new players, some of the best ones in free agency, might I add.
You're going to need another receiver. X is going to want more money, because I don't think that issue from this past off season was ever resolved completely.
Either way,
there's a lot of people you got to pay.
No. There ain't many people. There ain't many people you got to pay.
That's why when the Dolphins say, "Oh, we got all this cap space,"
First
was
of all,
like,
X's
of course,
value has gone down. X's value has gone down. His contract is right where it's supposed to be, with his knees doing what they doing, and everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows Javon Holland is helping out on X's side now.
I don't know about that. X is still getting turnovers.
Howard more money, bro?
No, I think they'll trade him before they give him more money.
Even if they did trade him, you just gave me $15 million back, more than the average money I got. You just gave me $15 million back in my pocket, plus a draft pick now. Plus, I get more draft picks from trading Tua. I don't get it. This team is just fine. We're not losing anything by making the trade.
All right, I mean, make the trade, but I mean, you got me. I can't deny what you're saying, but
now long term, if we stop hitting on our draft picks in like 2023, 2024, we could find ourselves in an issue.
Yeah, because you got a lot of good young players that you probably got to pay. Yeah, like Jalen Phillips going to want his money, Yeah, Waddle, he's looking promising.
That's about 4 years from now, but that's I get it. That's the point. So you got to keep drafting well. But another beautiful part about it is if you don't draft well, at least you can still flip them for a draft pick and try to bring in their replacement. It's not a perfect science to it, but at the end of the day, the one thing that I have conceded to, when you got a chance to go get that guy, you go get him. I've been hearing the greats say that for a long time, and I used to be like, no, it depends on what it costs. But now I understand. When you got a chance to go get one of those guys, you go get them, because you could still be searching for him forever. Hopeful this, hopeful that. He's good, but and that's another thing. Tua may become great, but he could also end up being a quarterback who's good enough to not be good enough. End up getting traded after 12 years with a franchise, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
And that's what and that's what people get scared of. And I'm starting to feel like, how we be like, well, you got to build something long-term and sustainable. I'm starting to feel like, man, in the game of the NFL, you go get one as soon as you can, even if your team gonna fall off the face of the earth the very next year. If you can go get one, you go get it. You put everything you in and go get that Super Bowl. And if you get it, you rebuild it up. I don't care if you get one 10 years later, go get it. Because it's 32 freaking teams. We got to start putting this into perspective. It's hard to win a Super Bowl. You could have a great team and come up short every year.
Yeah, that's Green Bay.
Every year. And you could be talking about, well, that one piece we need to see. When you get down to nitpicking, saying the whole team is great, we just need a middle linebacker. One position, man, you in a rat race.
But
because
it
you will
makes a
always
difference.
have one or two positions on your team where you scratching your head about every team, even a winner, even a Super Bowl winning team.
But it makes a difference because you want to try to patch as many holes as you can. That's why Aaron Rodgers was so mad that they drafted Jordan Love, because it's like, we went to the NFC Championship. You could have used that first round draft pick to hopefully get us over the top.
But do you know, why they decided that they're going to have to start moving on?
They thought that he was aging out.
Look how many times they've made runs. And now the Aaron Rodgers situation, I've actually studied. And I've listened to their GMs. And remember, they tried to concede to him and give him a big deal that he turned down at first. That was all just for, it's Aaron Rodgers, he needs to retire here, blah, 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 right? But they came out and they basically said, we can't build a winner with that salary. They basically said that. We can't build a winner with that salary. We keep coming up short, and every time they say, oh, they need to get better here, I ain't got no money to do it. And here's why it's an unfair situation, because usually you only got one first round pick, one second round pick, one third round pick. The fourth, fifths, and sixths and sevens, you hope, but you don't really count. You try not to count them. You hope you make one of them a starter, but you only got 3 picks every year to try to get 2 starters if you're lucky, right? How many have Miami had in the last 3 years? See, we had 3 last year and got all 3 of them right.
Yeah, that's
Do you
like
know
the
how
first
that
time.
accelerates you over everybody else?
Yeah.
Do you know how much that accelerates you? You had 3 first-round picks and you hit all 3. Bro, it wiped out the Tua draft. The Tua draft was bad, right?
The Tua draft wasn't bad because you hit on
No,
your
I'm not even
quarterback.
talking about Tua. I'm talking about the first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, Austin Jackson, he's a train wreck, in my opinion.
And Noah, right?
And Noah, he might be a bust.
So look at that. In the first 3 rounds, you hope that you can get 2 players. Really, the realistic expectation is 1 winner out of that first 3 rounds. If you really go look at the stats of draft picks, teams on average get 1 starter out of the first 3 rounds. Now, you have 2 of them probably starting, but what works out to actually be long-term on your team, 1 of those guys.
Yeah, it's a lottery.
But when you hit 3 in a row in 1 year, you just covered 3 years worth.
Yeah, you're a great gambler.
You covered 3 years worth. Not to mention, you hit Raekwon Davis in the 3rd or 4th round. You hit Raekwon the year before in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah, I think he was 2nd round.
Raekwon, was he 2nd?
I think so.
I'll go check. I gotta check that out. But we have accelerated so fast because of the draft picks that hit. Brandon Jones, Javon Holland, Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips, Raekwon Davis. Y'all help me out. Who else in the last few years starting and doing good at their job?
Raekwon Davis. Robert Hunt. I like Solomon
Robert
McKinley,
Hunt, but even if
they
you
don't.
want to put Tua in there, right? He does belong in there because he's proven he should be a starter in this league.
Yeah.
That's 7.
I like Solomon McKinley too, but I don't know about that.
But Kinley's going to be a long term. It's just that finding that solidified, they'll figure it
he's
out.
a project. They think he's a project.
Because he has the like attributes that you can't teach.
Yeah, somebody said Myles Gaskin. That's true.
That's true. But let's keep going. Nick Needham.
Yeah, I like him.
You see what I'm saying? Who is some other ones too? What about like Van Ginkels and stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, y'all hit on the third, fourth, and fifth round picks,
and some of them undrafted. I ain't even say Christian Wilkins, bro. Do you know that I'm at 11 starters in 3 years? 11 starters in 3 years, bro. Tell me in 3 years what team with a regular draft, and those are all starters and they're going to be the future.
Yeah, I'm going to have to pay up, but yeah. Everybody ain't going to get their money.
But that's the thing, though.
Everybody not getting paid.
Because you got to keep on hitting. But we're so far ahead. Dang, I didn't even add. No, Gesicki ain't in this. He's a year before. This is Gesicki 4th year, right? So I'm not even going to count Gesicki. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's more linebackers, bro. But all I'm saying to you is good luck to any team with their 7 regular picks getting 11 starters out of 3 years worth of draft. Good luck to any team with 21 picks getting 11 starters out of the draft. 21 picks of 1st through 7th every year. Even if you hit and get 2 right every year, that's 6. Even if you we had a great draft and get 3 every year, that's 9. We got 11. And people saying Dieter. You could actually go 12 with Dieter.
I want to see some more of him, but yeah.
But this is what I'm saying. This is a rare situation where you can have your cake and eat it too, just because of how great you've been drafting. You think it's a coincidence we got $76 million, but we giving all that money to freaking corners and stuff? And Lord, please forgive me. I still scratch my head about the freaking Jerome Baker money. Still not happy about that, but whatever. I don't care that he's number 2
He'll be fine
now
as long as you don't play him at. As long as you don't play him at middle linebacker, I think he'll be fine.
And that's why they put him on the edge to primarily go after the quarterback. And that's all scheme based too. Why he getting all them pressures. But hey, it works. That's good with us. But all I'm saying is, bro, we just came up with 12 freaking starters who are actually, you can see as being the future, right? No team can halfway say that in 3 years. And that's even missing on something.
I see what you're saying. You're saying that you feel you could still build a complete team, or that you already have a complete team as long as you add Watson and a few other pieces, which is a fair case.
And we'll have change left over. We'll have change left over.
But my thing is, I'm very high on Tua. You know that. I think Tua is like the chosen one of quarterbacks. I think he's going to go somewhere and light it up, and Dolphin fans will be crying over the next 2 decades about how you had Tua in the building, just like you guys did with Drew Brees. And there's a lot of young quarterbacks, and that's why I was hesitant to say that he was top 5 as far as Deshaun Watson, because there are so many talented quarterbacks out there. And I think what's going to differentiate those quarterbacks is how they show up in big time moments and big time games, just like Tom Brady did. And we don't know that yet. It's too early to say. I think that's how these talented guys are going to differentiate themselves from one another. And from what I can see from Tua is a baller. He's a warrior. And that's why his stats in the 4th quarter increases. It's not going to be about who put up the most stats.
I agree.
It's not going to be about who wins the most MVPs. It's going to be about who can pull together that game-winning drive, which is what Brady has consistently done throughout his career.
So that's why I just feel like Greer is right. This is a unique situation. Chris Greer is right. This whole situation is a unique situation. It's not. None of this is a knock on Tua.
He said that. He said that.
It's just that you have an opportunity to get what you can at least consider a guarantee from a skill set standpoint. And then you got another guy who, even if you believe he can get to that point at a skill set standpoint, but it's going to take some time. But it is a gamble, T. Rich. However we want to look at it, we can believe and we can both know Tua's going to be that guy. Watch, but it's still a gamble, right? At the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, regardless of what we believe, we've seen a certain level from one guy, and we believe another guy can get to that level. Those are two factors that you're going to always go with the guarantee, and here's why. Now, if our team didn't have those 12 starters that they just drafted, if they didn't have that, and we were far away, I wouldn't be talking about Watson. I wouldn't be saying that. What people may not even believe is that 2 years ago, I would have been against the Watson thing. I knew about it back then, but you ain't hear me raving about it. You ain't hear me raving about the information that I knew because we ain't ready. What we going to do? Bring him in and waste 2 years of his play? 3 years of his play? We ain't even close to being ready. But now we have our young core intact. We literally have our young core intact, and it's nothing against Tua, but you have to make. I mean, and T. Rich, I know you're a fan of Tua, but if we want to be 100%, if we just take all fanhood aside, the world is going to blow up tomorrow, and everybody will be gone.
Mm-hmm.
If Tua doesn't work out. But if you get Watson, put it like this. Let me be fair about it. If you get Watson, you got an 80% chance of success. If you go with Tua, you got a 40% chance of success. Just because you don't know.
Those are just like fictitious numbers to me. Like, I'm confident.
I know they are, but at the end of the day, Tua ain't Deshaun Watson right now. Not saying he won't be.
Which is fair. And the truth is, Brian Flores and Greer, they don't have confidence in their evaluation skills. And their job is on the line.
But here's
their
the
job
thing.
is on the line.
When your job is on the line, what do you go with? The higher probability. You don't play games. You don't go off of your hope or what you feel deep down. You go with the higher probability. Because the only reason your job is at risk to begin with is because what's been happening ain't working.
Yeah, and I agree. And I think Flo wants Deshaun Watson because of his own incompetence. Like, you guys never blame Flo for the offense. I remember I used to blame Nick Saban for the way Alabama play offense because even though he does not call the offensive plays, he's not the play caller.
No offense, right?
It's his game plan. This is Flo game plan.
Because he don't know offense, right?
But he's the head coach. Like, he's still accountable.
Well, Belichick ain't doing nothing on no offense.
It's his game plan.
Ain't doing nothing on offense.
I disagree. I think when they ran the ball, that was Belichick. When they ran the ball, every play is up 3 times.
First of all, Belichick ain't called plays in 4 years. It might be a part of the game plan. He wants to run the ball.
The game plan is more important than the play calling.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, he wants to run the ball. You still got to make sure you calling the right plays in it.
Like watching film and making decision on how we want to attack this team this week. That's more important than play calling.
What I'm saying is, I actually agree with you. Brian Flores, in my opinion, I don't think he knows. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think he's an offensive guy at all.
Right.
And I could be wrong. But what I'm saying is, okay. So he got to go do what he got to do.
Whether it's good for the team or whether it's bad for the team. That's why he had to play Fitz. because he wanted Fitz to bail out his incompetence. He wants Deshaun Watson to bail out his incompetence. He does not want to develop a quarterback because he does not know how to develop a quarterback.
Then that's what you gotta go do. See, they're a part of the team too. Noah can't cover. So you gotta have Byron or whatever. You do what you gotta do. I'm incompetent on offense, so let me bring in a quarterback that's a master at it. Because if he's incompetent in offense, then this ain't where you want Tua to be anyway. When the rubber meet the road.
I agree. I agree, and that's why I want Tua gone, because I never seen a Dolphin fan or YouTuber. I never seen anyone ever blame Flo for the way that this offense is performing, which blows my mind because he's the head coach. Like, he's accountable for everything, special team, offense, and defense.
And you're right, and this is where it's unfair to Tua, and I've said this, T. Rich, and you're going to act like I ain't say it a month from now when I'm going in. I've said this. What's happening to Tua right now is unfair to him because Ryan Flores and them, they're hard-nosed. You know what that means in the film room on a Monday morning or a Tuesday morning? It's the same approach that I keep telling you I'm evaluating Tua off of. That's exactly what they do. They don't care nothing about the O-line deficiencies. They walk right in that room, the quarterback room, and that offense, and that quarterback coach or offensive coordinator is talking about what opportunities did you leave on the field? You got sacked on the play because the O-line was trash? Was there anything you could have done on that play? That's all they're doing. They're not sitting there and saying, oh, yeah, the tackle got beat and, yeah, it is what it is. Take your sack. If they feel like he could have stepped up or did this or you had your dump off real quick that you got to take, they going to hit him with it. Because that's what coaches do in the NFL because their job is on the line. It's their job to show what you're missing so that they don't get viewed on what they're missing. And it's unfair, but that's how it works. So that's why that's why the name of the game is, if you go out and execute everything they tell you to do and do it flawlessly, then any inefficiency will show on them and not you. I'm doing the game plan. Tell me what I could have done. You can't find it on the film. But as long as they can find it on the film, opportunities, he's going to be an easy scapegoat. That's how it works.
Okay.
And it's a tough man-eat-man world. But that's what's happening. Yeah, the people act like these coaches ain't making a few million and got jobs and got families that they trying to protect too, right? So they gonna say they behind, right?
Yeah,
that's
whether it's
why
the best
in
thing
the
for the team
NFL,
or
that
not.
coaching structure is made that way. When we look at film, that's why you always hear these players like, well, the coaches are transparent with me. They're showing me where I can get better. It's hard to find on film where a guy is doing everything he's supposed to do and he looked bad. And that's why they'll always feel the way they feel. That's why they won't make the proper investments for the assets around him. I am telling you now, the day Tua closes the gap in the opportunities, I mean, everybody's going to have some, right? But once they feel he gets to an acceptable level on the opportunities, that's when they'll start worrying about everything around him. Because here we are 2 years in now, and they really ain't invested in nothing for him.
Yeah.
I mean, they gave him Waddle, a security blanket, but is that giving him growth? That's allowing him to do what he already did well more.
They didn't give him an offensive line. They tried to give him the weapons, and Fuller didn't work, and Devontae Parker, he's hurt as always.
Because they don't want to invest more in the O-line. They rather say, Tua, you missed this, you missed that, you missed this, you missed that. Get them next time.
Okay, fair enough.
And it ain't fair, but that's what they're saying to him. That's what they believe. That's their philosophy. But you know the sad part about it, T. Rich? If he actually was getting those things, we would be surviving even with this O-line.
if he was getting those things, he would be the number one quarterback at NFL when
He
you take
would.
into account what
He would. Go
he's
take it,
surrounded
kid.
by.
He would.
So I
Go
think
take it. Go take
so
it.
I think it's just unrealistic expectations.
Well,
But listen,
maybe that's the main conversation. What are their expectations?
But listen, like you always say, TD, I think time will tell. They say the worst three things. They say the worst three things to debate is politics, religion, and sports. And, that's what we did today. But I'm going to stand by this. I think Tua is the chosen one of quarterbacks. I think you guys have a special person on and off the field. And I think it's going to come to fruition, whether it's in Miami or not. But I said this early in the stream, and I'll repeat it again. If you guys trade Tua, it'll be the worst decision that this franchise has ever made, and you guys are going to regret it. So, I mean, I want Tua gone. I want you guys to trade for Watson. I have no problem with you guys trading for Watson. I'll watch Miami play with Watson with no hard feelings. I want Tua out of this organization for the way they treated him and, the way they haven't supported him. So,
well, did they treat him bad?
When you're second year quarterback who's not playing bad, like we can't point to one game where we could say, man, Tua was a train wreck in that game.
Not this year.
Which he deserves, by the way. Like he deserves to go out tomorrow and be a train wreck. This fan base will hate it.
No. We said at the beginning of the season, the one thing he can't have is a Denver and a Raiders game from last year.
But every quarterback deserves that. Every quarterback, and that's where we differ. Every quarterback.
Nope. See, no.
Aaron Rodgers put up 3 points in week one.
So every quarterback deserves
different levels to that.
A train wreck game. Yes, Aaron Rodgers put up 3 points in.
See, them train wreck games from the great quarterbacks, they drive the ball 80 yards down the field, interception. They drive the ball 40 yards down the field, sack fumble. They drive the ball 70 yards down the field, another interception. That's a train wreck. What you saw in Denver and the Raiders, punt, 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 first down, punt, 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 3 and out, 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 3 and out.
Rookies deserved that game, to be honest with you. I mean, he was a rookie. They deserved those games.
He can't have one this year.
He can't have one with this organization, this franchise, because you guys have unrealistic expectations. And that's just the truth. Even as a rookie, like your job is not to evaluate a rookie. Your job is just to allow him to gain experience. The evaluation process should not start in year one. But
they already
in
know
your
the
opinion,
evaluation. Same thing they said with Josh Rosen. We already got our evaluation.
It's impossible to be done with the evaluation.
No. See, an evaluation is basically, it's not what you are. Your evaluation is what they feel you can become.
It's a projection.
Yes. See, they could think highly of Tua, but that evaluation, see, here's the deal. They could think highly of Tua, and it'll be high, and they feel Watson is here. They don't have a problem with this if they have to. But what's wrong with your general manager trying to upgrade any and every position if he can?
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
It just don't typically happen at the quarterback position because, but the only reason it doesn't happen at the quarterback position, because once you have good, it's almost impossible to get better. Once you have a good quarterback, it's almost impossible to get one that's better. You're not going to go draft one that's better. You're gambling. And ain't nobody letting go of a great one. That's why Watson's situation is unique. It's never happened.
But Flo and Greer has never supported Tua. Like even the benching, it's so unusual. And I think because of those benchings, the media didn't know how to take it. Me and you, TD, we know how to take those benchings. We know that the Dolphins was in a playoff run. Flo did not want to lose games. That's what it came down to. And that's the only thing it came down to. But it's so unusual to bench a rookie quarterback because you expect rookies to play bad. And when they play bad, you allow them to die on their own sword. But Tua was never allowed to die on his own sword. So the media, they're looking at this and say, Tua's a bust. This organization does not trust him. They benched him twice.
The biggest thing that worked against Tua Tagovailoa is the fact that we had a quarterback on the roster that could get things done.
I disagree.
And it's unfair to compare them.
That's not unusual.
No. Stop.
Did you hear Kurt Warner? Did you hear Kurt Warner explain that they did, like, he pretty much was the Fitzpatrick to Eli Manning his rookie year, and I think the Giants were 5-3 when they benched Kurt Warner for Eli Manning his rookie year.
You know something about Eli Manning? First of all, it was time. They were moving on from Kurt, though. Remember, you keep talking about guys that they're about to come off of their career. Their career is about to be over.
But Kurt is supposed to be better than Eli that year. That's not unusual. Yeah. That's almost common sense. Common sense.
Yeah. But bro, was Eli having Raiders games in Denver Broncos?
Yeah,
games?
I'm sure.
You're sure because you're making that assumption. No, he didn't. He wasn't having those games. He had some bad games, but it wasn't Raiders or Broncos. It just wasn't, bro.
Trevor Lawrence is having way worse games than Broncos and Raiders. Justin Fields has way worse
behind
games.
him? Who's the backup? That's my point. If they were in a tight game and they still had playoff aspirations, and you got an actual competent quarterback that can make plays, and all the beat writers told you in camp, it ain't even close. Rosen and Tua ain't even looking close to Fitz. He was just dogging them in camp. And I think everybody can agree with that. Every report said it, even the ones that love Tua. I mean, Fitz was just leaps and bounds better than both of them in camp.
But TD, that's not the point. The point is that it's unusual to bench a rookie quarterback because he's playing bad.
It's not unusual if you got somebody that can play better.
Gardner Minshew is better than Trevor Lawrence. He's probably better than Matt Jones, to be honest. Kurt Warner is better than Eli Manning, but they benched Kurt Warner to get Eli some experience. Kurt Warner goes to Arizona and takes them to a Super Bowl.
The reason why they don't get benched is because they're vying for they're not in playoff contention.
I agree with that.
That's the whole point. If you were in playoff contention, they may bench him for a little. Because and there were there were expectations, bro. Last year, believe it or not, there were some expectations. And especially when you started to win games and you realized you had a shot, the expectations started to become realer. And you had a window where you could have gotten in. So they wanted to maximize that window.
No, I think there was no expectation. I think the front office, whoever that might be, wanted Tua to start week one. But I don't think Flo wanted Tua to start week one. He wanted to compete. The smart thing for Flo to do is to start Tua and just, forfeit the season, essentially, because that gives Flo more time. But
no,
Flo
you lose your locker room. You lose your locker room if you got a guy, because there was turmoil in that locker room. There's a reason why they took dead cap on certain players and let other ones go and cut them and stuff that they still owe money to, that they gave a fresh new deal, because those were the vocal players about Tua. That locker room was having issues over Tua. People were shocked in that locker room that Tua got to start over Fitz.
That's speculation. I mean, I don't know. I heard those rumors.
Flores was shocked.
I heard that with
the
Kevin
news got
Norton
out before Flores could even address his team, which means he was told that he gonna start him.
Right. So let me finish my opinion of this. Flores he's a competitor. He wanted to win. So he put it off as much as he could, playing fist. So eventually Greer said, no, we got to play Tua. I don't think it had nothing to do with Dolphins having Houston Texans pick. It's just we need to see our rookie quarterback. We believe that we need to see our rookie quarterback.
What's wrong with that? The coach's job is to continue. See, that's another thing. What is a coach's job? To coach the personnel given to him, make the best decisions to win. So if Flores is going with Fitz, he feels that gives him the best chance to win, and his job is only to win. Now, the whole Tua thing, Flores' only job is you will start when you're the best quarterback on the roster, or playing like it at least.
And that's where we disagree. I think the head coach should do what's in the best interest of the franchise long term, and that is to play your rookie quarterback, allow him to get experience and develop him. The Dolphins got nothing by playing Fitzpatrick to a rookie year. I mean, you almost
make the playoffs, and then who messed that up for us?
You could have got Tua some fourth quarter experience his rookie year.
T-Rich, you do understand that this is not an unprecedented situation with Flores and his quarterbacks. Like we had, I'm pretty sure you weren't watching the Dolphins the year before, but we had the same situation. For Flores, it's about who gives him the best, chance to win. And you even saw that in the Ravens game because Brissett was like, I'm ready to go back in, coach. And Flores said, no, let's go see what Tua can do. Let's see if he can be that spark. And Brissett's his guy. So for you to act like Flores has this agenda out against him, no, it's always about what's in the best interest of the team. If you're not the better quarterback that day, then you're not the better quarterback that day. Sorry, not sorry. Now Tua being pushed in there, yeah, it's a messed up situation, but it is what it is. That's what the fan base was looking for. That's what the front office was looking for. And we had to figure out what we were going to do with this guy because he was coming off a catastrophic injury. You couldn't just sit and wait and be like, oh my gosh, okay, he doesn't know the playbook. He doesn't, all these question marks, but okay, can he play though? Let's get him out there. Let's see if he can get a feel for this game. Now, him being benched was nothing personal. It was just about, okay, we have a chance to win here. My defense is trying to play their behind off to keep us in these games. Let's see if we can get this offense going. You're making it seem like Flores has a personal agenda against Tua, and it is not so. He wants this team to be good. Flores wants to win, and he don't care who he got to step on, whose feelings got to get hurt, or none of that. He is not afraid to ruffle feathers.
But Cincinnati, do you know why people don't bench rookie quarterbacks? And they don't put pressure on rookie quarterbacks either. They want them to just go play their best. If you throw a pit, don't over stress out about it. Try to learn from it. Don't worry about the pressure. Just worry about getting better. They do that because they're afraid that if they put too much pressure on them and that benching them will hurt their development.
That's not true, T-Rich.
That is true. Think of TD.
Give us an example.
They don't have a better option, bro.
I'll use an example. TD, I'll use an example. Can you imagine Tua psychology after the Denver game, in which the Denver game wasn't all his fault? The offensive line was horrible. He took 6 sacks that game.
His fault. His fault.
Okay, whatever. Even if we disagree on that, but whatever. Can you imagine the psychology in his brain? It's just like, I need to just get the ball out. I don't need to take sacks. I don't need to hold on to it. I just need to get the ball out. Because if not, I'm going to get benched. If I go in this game and I play bad, I'm going to get benched. That hurts his psychology. That hurts his development. Now, luckily, I think Tua is a very confident kid. And I think he relies on his faith. And his faith is where he gets his confidence from, which is very unusual for a 23-year-old kid. Most people develop that years down the road, like mid-year crisis type stuff. But I think because of that,
football, bro. This ain't Pop Warner, bro. This ain't Pop Warner. Nobody cares about his feelings.
It's not about his feelings. It's about his development.
Come in and do your job. You either do it well or you don't. Nobody worried about how your sight, my mind, because no, you come in and do your job.
If that's the case, Trevor Lawrence will be benched.
Do they have a better option?
If Gardner Minshew was there, those fans would have been calling for him.
That is not true. That is 100% not true.
Trevor Lawrence is it's the same situation with Tua. The fans want to see him, right? But sometimes when it comes down to winning, some people will put other things above it. And I feel like people are getting People get so attached to these quarterbacks, and it's like, don't get attached to a quarterback. Be attached to your team. Because guess what? There's a lot of guys on the Jaguars, right, who are losing years because we're waiting for the development of Trevor Lawrence. And he might be better for it in the long run, but there's a reason why they got Gardner Minshew out that building in August. There's a reason why they traded him.
T-Rich, if the
they knew the team was going to struggle, and they knew
Flacco
that,
not starting tomorrow?
And they knew that if Gardner was there, some people in the fan base might have been like, "Oh my gosh, we need Gardner."
Why Flacco not starting tomorrow? Flacco is better than Zach
they
Wilson.
don't have playoff aspirations. They can afford to let their quarterback go through that. That's what I keep telling you. They can afford the Trevor Lawrence situation, the Jets situation. They can afford to keep him on the field because they don't have playoff aspirations. That's when it's a maximum opportunity. That's when you get to maximize your shot, is when you're in contention. When you're not in contention. But
you know the playoff.
If the Jets were 8-5 right now, or whatever it would equate to, and they were on the outside looking in, and whoever the quarterback was playing like trash, they would consider going to the veteran. If the game was close, and now if it already got out of hand and you down 30-3, they'll keep them in there. They don't even think the backup will bring them back. But every one of ours, we were right there. Defense was busting they behind. Never let the other team's offense take off on our offensive deficiency. And we always had a chance to win those games. We just need some offense. And that's why they went with Fitz. He almost pulled off one and pulled off the second one.
But you don't know if Tua would have pulled it off, because I'm just reading a comment and this guy's right. He's saying Tua dominates the fourth quarter.
Guess what my favorite game from Tua was last year?
KC?
No, it was the Patriots game. That was my favorite game because he played a little bit like the Denver and Raiders. And in the end of the third quarter, he just started figuring it out.
Even the Kansas City game, people don't realize they were one possession away from getting the ball back and possibly going up.
Yeah, I don't care. See, the Kansas City game, that's a wash for me. I don't be caring much about the Kansas City game because our defense got 4 turnovers in that game.
No, listen to you. I'm not blaming the defense. What I'm saying is Tua almost brought that team back in the fourth quarter, just like Atlanta, just like Atlanta. But to respond to Finsanity, just in general, not even referring to rookie quarterbacks. Head coaches allow quarterbacks to die on their sword. It's not often that you see someone get benched. I remember Trubisky got benched for Nick Foles last year, but it's not. You don't see that too many times.
T-Rich, what you're saying ain't wrong, but you keep on negating the circumstance of it all.
And who Brian Flores is.
That is still in contention, and you have a better option, they're gonna bench you.
Even if it's potentially destroying the development of your.
They don't concern themselves with that. They just concerned on winning.
And Flores is an inexperienced coach. I don't care how much. I know this fan base is infatuated with Flo
he's inexperienced. Okay.
Yeah.
And he probably benched Tua because he didn't know what he was doing and wanted to win.
T-Rich, you felt like winning. You cannot give me an example of a team in playoff contention and the guy on the bench was better than the rookie. Because I think we had situations where a backup is better than the rookie.
I think Gardner Minshew is better than Matt Jones. Okay. And today was an opportunity to put him in the game. But who
does Gardner Minshew play for, first of all?
No, you're right. He played for Philly.
I'm like, what is this man talking about?
Well, Brian Hoyer.
Jones, I was just like, maybe he meant to say,
Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer is better than Matt Jones.
T-Rich.
I don't. First of all,
T-Rich,
I'm
it's
not
about to
going
be
down
2
that road
a.m.
with you, but please do not become a target for master at work. Please
It's about to
don't do
be
that to
2
yourself.
a.m. and now your sleep getting to you. All I'm saying is, bro, we were on the cusp of winning.
No, I
So
agree with you on that. I
that's
agree.
the only reason they did that. If we
I
were
agree.
0-7 in the Broncos game came, we would have went 0-8 and Tua would have finished that game.
I agree. But I think when they put Tua in, they were trying to give Flo an out. They were really saying, hey, it's okay if you don't make the playoffs. It's okay. But Flo wanted that. And the
Thank God
result
I
of
got a
that,
coach that wanted that. Because guess
but
what? It came
it put
down to the last game.
but
That's
it put
all you
more
can ask.
pressure. But it put more pressure on Flo because now they're like, this team is better than we thought. Now we want you to win now.
But at the same token, that's why Flo is like, God, dog. My
His
my
evaluation started
security got
faster.
COVID. My security blanket got COVID. So now I'm going into the last game with Tua only. Let's
I have
see
a
how
question
it
for you,
goes.
Rich.
And we all
Do
know
you
how it
think-
went.
Do you think if Fitz was available for that Bills game, do you think Tua gets benched?
I argued that Fitz might have started.
As sad as it is, I don't think he would have started because Flo said that Tua is still the starter, just like he said after Denver
Exactly.
and
So what's the
Vegas
problem?
game. But I think he would have got benched.
What's
I
the
think he would
problem
have
with
got
having
benched
a reliever? What's the problem?
because it messes up the psychology of your quarterback. It's not the
I
best
don't
thing
think Tua's
for him.
psychology is messed up. Do you think Tua's psychology is messed up?
I think no, I don't because of how special he is. But
Okay. So maybe they knew he could handle that situation. Maybe they had an honest discussion with him and told him, "Hey, listen, we're developing you, but if we get in close games and we need to win, we may have to make a change. Are you cool with that?"
And
But
just like the Watson situation,
you're
I'm sure it wasn't.
so just fine.
So much
I'm
assumptions.
sure it wasn't. I'm
with
sure it
you,
wasn't.
Rich.
Are you cool with it? I'm sure it wasn't.
I'm not sure.
Are
I'm
you
pretty
cool?
sure it wasn't. Are you cool with it? But I'm pretty
He's
sure
fine
because
though.
Yeah, I think he's fine, but at the same time, I don't think he likes it. That's why
He
he
ain't
said,
gotta
"I
like
don't."
You know what?
A lot of players don't like stuff.
He was
It
so
is
they
what
were
it
so
is.
fine with it that they even let Fitz walk and said, "Hey, Tua." I mean, granted, there were other plans in place, but we ain't gonna go down that road. But
They
hey,
didn't.
Tua,
They couldn't afford. They couldn't afford Fitz anymore. To be honest,
but we have the second. Did you not say earlier we had the second highest backup? Second highest paid
yeah, with
backup.
$5 million, but Fitz got paid $10 million in Washington.
So Fitz, because they expected Fitz to be the starter. Fitz was their starter.
Well, we had did Fitz wrong to begin with. We
That's
did
the
Fitz
market.
dirty.
That
We
was
took
the market.
something that he felt was his away anyway.
Well, and I don't like Fitz because Fitz knew it wasn't his. He said before the season, "I'm a placeholder."
No, that's not true because Brian Flores was consistent in his message. It is a competition, and we are playing who gives us the best chance to win, and that's the message they gave Fitz, and that's why Fitz was happy. Fitz was like, "Oh, I got this," and Fitz got the start, and Fitz was playing, and all of a sudden, he wasn't playing no more. And Fitz came out and said, "I was shocked, floored."
He did, but did he deserve to start? I mean, what teams did Fitz beat?
He deserved to start.
What teams did Fitz beat in 2020?
What, he beat 2-3 teams? 3 teams
What
or
was the
something
two?
like that?
What was the 2 or 3 teams?
Was it 6 games in?
Yeah, what was the teams he beat? I know it. I think it was the Jets twice. I think he beat San Francisco, and I think he beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. With ironically, those was the top 3 picks of the draft.
Well, I don't think he was 4-2. I thought he was 3-2.
He went 4-3.
I'm trying to think because I remember our bye week got moved up that year.
I remember the Seattle game. We were in the game the entire time. He threw a pick at the end.
Same with Buffalo.
Now, mind you, T. Rich, here's the thing that's interesting that you say that. See, we'll talk about that with Fitz, but not Tua. And let me tell you why I say that. Do you remember what our defense was doing during that stretch?
They were great.
Are you kidding me? Do you not remember the first 5 weeks?
The fifth. I thought you meant during Tua stretch. No, the defense was not great.
When
Which is
Ryan
another
Fitzpatrick played them first 5 weeks, because that's when Byron Jones got hurt, I believe, in week 1 versus Buffalo. And we went to that basic package again that we were running earlier this year with Jacoby when we kept losing. So my thing is, I know for a fact, if we were literally running our defense in the beginning, that man would have easily probably have only lost 1 game.
I don't know, and that's the problem that I have with this fan base as well. You guys make Fitz out to be a god, and he is not.
He's not. I agree
one in
that
the
he's
NFL.
Not. But
no one in the NFL thinks this highly of Fitz.
But you know what? With this defense, the difference is he puts up points. With this defense, playing at a high level, you know you can get points.
We don't know. He was a turnover machine, and that's what Fitz was.
But that's what's even more beautiful about it. He can have 2 turnovers, but you still gonna end up with over 20 points.
I don't know that because throughout his career, even Tampa Bay, everywhere he went, he would have stretches where he played great, and people would call him Fitz
Put
magic.
up points,
and then it will spiral down.
And then you guys have a 30-point game, but he threw 5 picks and lost 42-30.
It's not even that. It's just he has games where
Yes.
If that's 30 points, if Fitz was having 30-point games, they would be no more offense in the NFL. He was never that.
You bro, this
You're
man
trying to make him. You making him seem like Brett Favre.
Wasn't it Tampa?
Who? What?
Yeah, Tampa. Yeah. He was Jameis back there.
Everywhere.
Yeah, he was
when
everywhere.
Jameis went out, this man was putting up points, bro.
He was out there leading fantasy for a second.
He was killing fantasy.
For a stretch, but you guys did not see, and that's the worst thing about 2020. You guys did not see Fitz tragic.
No, I know who Fitz tragic is.
Your last impression of Fitz is, man, we benched this top 10 quarterback for Tua.
No, we all know who Fitz tragic was before we even got him. What I'm saying to you is he still never had a problem putting up points. It just comes with picks, just like Jameis Winston. He ain't got a problem putting up points. It just comes with picks.
I was critical. I had EM literally going like head to head with me about Fitz versus Tua, and I was killing Fitz and supporting Tua. So don't see like, oh, y'all was out here. No.
But the thing is, you don't know what game Fitz would have lost. Like he could have lost. He could have blew the Arizona game. He could have blew the Chargers game. He could have blew the Patriots game.
He could have.
But
you
here's
know
what
he
you're
did
missing.
do? He did
I am
come
talking
in and
about the defense playing the way that we know they can. If they were holding them other teams lower, come on, man. Fitz would have been stacking up W's easily. This man was playing when our defense was acting like they were trash.
Do you not know what probability is? You have to like list all the possible outcomes. So saying he could have blown the Arizona game, of course, there's a probability for that. He also could have balled out, but you don't want to say that one though, right? So like if you're gonna like start listing,
he's been in the league too long for me to say.
Like I said, if you're gonna list, and that's the problem. People want to, when they list outcomes, they try to list only one side as a definite. It might be more highly probable, but there are other instances where like the complete opposite could have happened. You're complaining about Tua being benched, even though it got Miami the results that it wanted. We were looking for wins. Granted, you could say, you know what, it hindered his development. You just said it didn't hinder his psyche. But at the end of the day, if Flores' message is we're going to play to win every week, the best guy's going to play, and I'm going to do everything in my power to put you guys in a winning position, and he does that, at least he's staying on message and on brand.
Look, they played the Jets last year. The second time they played the Jets, Ryan Fitzpatrick started because remember Flores benched Tua because of a finger, which
something, yeah.
Which I
disagree.
disagree.
Have a problem with that.
I I disagree with it because every time he does it, Tua throws 300 yards. The next week, he threw 300 yards after that game.
So maybe
But
there's.
I
We're gonna
digress.
talk about it then. We're gonna have to talk
Look,
about why they're sending him out for hand injuries then. But go ahead.
I digress. This was the New York Jets, which was one of the worst football teams in the NFL.
Mhm.
And you score 20 points, but you score a touchdown late in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes left. Before then, it was 13 points the entire game by Fitzpatrick. That's all he could put up was 13 points against the New
Did we
York
win?
Jets.
Did we win?
Yeah, but it was not like he lit them up. It was not
Did
like
we,
it was the
did we
great
win? Did
Fitzpatrick.
we get that? Well, could we go to Tua, or was he not available due to an injury?
Bro, do you
So
know?
I'm.
Do you know?
That's
what
another
Tua-
story.
No, my bad. Do you know what Tua's completion percentage has been, like overall for his like first 16 or whatever it may be?
Maybe like 67%.
It's 67.8. Okay.
68%. That's pretty great, in my opinion.
Yeah, it is. It actually is. But that's the whole point. Fitz in this system, even back then, was running a 68.5. This is the system we're in. And Fitz actually went 4-3 because he started 7 games, even though he played 9. So he had one more win and one more loss, technically, because we would have lost that Raiders game. And I think we all know that. And technically, this man accounted for five wins and 3 losses. Ryan Fitzpatrick accounted for 5 wins and 3 losses.
He played all the bad teams, and Tua had to play all the great teams. Like, I remember going down that stretch. Look, I remember going down that stretch.
That's the point that's crazy, though, because them good teams at the time, like Denver and the Raiders, that made Tua look bad, Fitz moved the ball at will. Soon as he came in, the ball was seamlessly. It's just that he couldn't come back. He threw that interception, and we were about to win that game. We was in the red zone. He threw that interception across the middle.
If people don't remember the drive before that, he almost threw an interception too.
But
people don't remember that.
But he scored. I remember that.
People really don't remember.
They kicked the field goal.
You want to know what people really don't remember? I'm gonna tell you what people really don't remember, because I remember there was an AFC East roundtable, and people were trying to troll Tua for like they were saying, "Oh, it's his defense, and he's not doing anything. It's all his defense." And TD said, "If we're winning, who cares? Who cares how many yards he throws for? How many touchdowns he throws for?" TD literally said this in front of these guys who were trying to troll him after that Rams game, and no one wants to remember that. TD started off okay, but then it wasn't working anymore. It wasn't good enough anymore. So what did they do? They benched him. It's okay. Get over it. The kid is okay. You keep saying he's going to be this. All this sometimes trials and tribulations only make you stronger and better, T. Rich. So maybe this is all for the good of the kid. Maybe this is building his quote unquote mental toughness. Maybe this is putting him in scenarios to want it more. I don't know. But you people who want to support Tua, and this is why I really left the whole Tua movement. It's like the world is against Tua. The NFL is against Tua. The whole no.
The national media.
It's about winning. That's what this game comes down to. And if you're not doing it, and if you don't give us the best chance to do it, sorry, not sorry. It is what it is. Get better. Get in the film room. Take the extra reps. Do what it has to do to make yourself better so that you give this team the best chance week in and week out to where it's a no-brainer, no doubt. All this is literally, no offense to what's the name, because I mean, granted, if you got Deshaun Watson knocking on your door, there's nothing any young QB could do about that. Let's be honest, other than Herbert, because they're sold on him and Burrow, right? But I could see the Vikings saying, forget Kirk Cousins. Let's go see if we you're acting like this is an anomaly. It's about who can win and who has the best QBs. Y'all taking this stuff personal, and that's what really makes me upset about y'all, is that y'all make it seem like it's this narrative that everyone's out against Tua. No, Tua can put the work in to be that. We've seen Tua be an elite QB in college. We've seen Tua make every single pass out there. What is it going to take for Tua to get back there? Y'all need to stop defending him and saying, you know what, Tua, prove us right, instead of you trying to prove us wrong. How about that? How about Tua Nears take a step back and say, Tua, we done supported you.
Prove
Go
us
out there
right.
and show the world.
Because y'all operating off house money. Y'all operating off of what y'all seen him do in the past, knowing that he can do it. But when you get to the NFL, this is a different game. So that's why people know you ain't nothing until you prove it in the NFL. But y'all arguments be coming like y'all operating with house money. Oh, we know he can do it already. Y'all gonna see.
Single defense respects Tua.
Because y'all going off of what you saw in college.
Not a single defense out there really respects Tua. But y'all want to, TD, I gotta go because I have church in the morning and I'm actually gonna be in the facility because I used to be a Tua Near, so I know how to read these cats for what it really is and what it really ain't. But y'all have fun with this. I gotta go praise my Lord and personal Savior Jesus Christ tomorrow, and that's more important to me right now. Fins up. Let's go get this.
Well, let me leave you with this thing, Finstanity. 44. His current stats equates to 4,400 yards, 34 total TDs, and 14 interceptions.
And this NFL respects Tua.
No,
I don't even know that.
Make them respect.
I don't even.
I'm done.
I think I'm about to go to. I think they respect him, and that's why they criticize him because they can't stop him because he's surgical. And that's why they criticize him. Give us a chance to let us get a chance to catch an interception. And Tua's not allowing them to do that. He's taking what the defense gives them. If it was so easy, they would just take away the flats. If that's all Tua was doing is throwing it to the flats, they would take it away.
And I think, well, that's what I'm saying. They're starting to. I'm starting to see it on film more and more.
Okay, well, we'll see as the season progresses.
I mean,
I think you guys are wrong.
I gave him a B+, but you saw that Giants game. Things got a little tighter.
I saw the defense make one or two plays. I don't think it got tighter.
No. I actually saw them take away some of his opportunities. I saw it. And as games go, I'm seeing it more and more. You'll see. You know when I think you're going to see it? In that Saints game.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
I think you're going to see it in that Saints game.
Because I already know when he lights it up tomorrow or today, you guys are going to use it as a disqualifier and say it's a Jets because that's what you guys do.
You knew that already. I mean, it is.
No, I don't know that. I respect all the NFL teams. To be honest,
that's fine. I don't. It's the Jets. He should be. Hopefully 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 pick. Hopefully no picks, but if you get one, it's cool.
The Dolphins used to beat Tom Brady all the time. So, I mean, every game is winnable or losable. It's any given Sunday.
Tom Brady all the time?
The Dolphins.
Oh, well, I mean, but we're great.
we got to end the stream on that note. But the Dolphins, nah. Any given Sunday. So, tomorrow is not promised.
Listen,
so
man,
we'll see.
I appreciate you coming through tonight, though. At the end of the day, man, thanks so much.
Anytime.
I'm finna get up out of here and actually go take a shower and get me some sleep. So you got me up 2 a.m.
I know.
babies in this house, and they're gonna be waking me up at 6. See, I
blame you tomorrow. I'll be in the stream tomorrow.
All right, man. Salute to everybody who's stuck around. We still got 200 people watching, man. But yeah, man, good times, Miami Dolphins. It's all good. Great times. We're going to have some fun. Tomorrow. We're going to get this W versus the Jets minus Waddle, which is unfortunate. But let's see. I mean, at the end of the day, all we can ask is for Tua not to have one of them bomb games. So I'll see y'all soon. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. Peace. I am out.